want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person? Hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Shit like that.
Yo, we here. DJ Hampton Stampede, we in the building. Q, what up?
What up, baby? Everything and nothing. You feel me?
How was the weekend?
The weekend was great.
Yeah.
Yesterday was nice. The weather was real nice yesterday.
Yeah, what was it like?
Like 60 something.
Word.
60 something up north. That's like 100 degrees.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Shit like that.
It was like 70. I think for the most. There was one cold day down here. And it's crazy. Even though I'm from up top, I hate them cold days now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Damn, man.
Shit like that.
Yo. Yeah, man. Shout out to. Man, hold on. Let me see. This my man's called Silver Bullet Clothing in New York City. Out of New York City. You feel me? He sent me the salmon joint. You know what I'm saying? I spilled some coffee on it, but it is what it is.
Shit like that.
Dope. That's dope. Speaking of New York City, real soon I got a pop-up shop coming up in New York. I'll keep y'all posted on that.
Word.
Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sean, what up? Vince, finally you back. He said Vince just came. He said Vince was knocked for a minute. Yo, Sexy T, thank you for becoming a member.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Real rap.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't. Shit like that.
Appreciate y'all. Welcome to the family. Gail was popping. Mr. She Said in the building. Lionel, of course. Hank was good.
Shit like that.
UT been a member for 5 months. Salute. Mel, what up though? What's popping? Got Sean E. Dub, Grape Tea, Chocolate Bunny, Miss Jilly. Rum in the building. TNBN, we see you. Salute. CC. Shaolin was popping. Let's do it, man. Top Cat, you already know.
Shit like that.
Big Mufasa, salute. Perfect. God's gift been a member for 2 months. Appreciate you.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Strange was good. Impress in the building. Shalom was popping. That was you was on that type of time. No doubt. This lady died? What's goody? Wednesday is lit too. Love C was popping. Yeah, crime mom for the children, man. You know what I mean? It's all about, is it the parenting or is it the parents?
Brother.
Dollar was popping. Like, share, subscribe. Scam was good. Catherine was good. Marcus was popping. Hey man, that chat, you know how they get, man. It is what it is. PSP. Damn, man. 130 people in the building. We have Marcus, where the likes at? Almond Eyes was popping. 76 likes. Come on, y'all. Keep up.
Shit like that.
Matt, you.
Shit like that.
Word, man. Lauren in the building was good. Quincy. All right, man. We here. 140 people in the building. Happy Monday, successful Monday. You feel me? Okay.
Shit like that.
Shy Steve was popping. Devin, what up? We here, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Shit like that.
Perfect. Yo, the original was good. So, is it the parents or the parenting? You know, we want to jump right in, but I wanted to assess a couple of these styles, if you don't mind. Do you mind?
I don't mind at all. Let's get to it.
Let's get it, man. Hit the like button, get the likes up. You know, there was somebody in the comments that said, stop reading the super chats and stop asking for likes. I'm like, what type of non-tipping ass nigga is this?
A non-tipping ass nigga?
Like, who the fuck? Like,
put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Yo, the other chats are just as important. I'm like, that sound like something a broke motherfucker would say. A broke, petty motherfucker. Like, come on, man. People showing wild love. You can't. Like, crazy, man. Yeah, everybody sit down, act like you paying attention in your meeting. Let's get to it. So, Q.
Yes, sir.
All right, so here's some different parenting types. Nurture, so authoritative, authoritarian, permissive, and uninvolved. So the nurturance aspect. Authoritative is supportive, friendly, careful. Authoritarian is moody, less trusting, dependent. Permissive, very emotional, indulgent, lack of interest in the child. Uninvolved, detached, impulsive, overwhelmed. Damn. What you think about that?
I mean, per definition, I think it's an accurate thing. However, I think that balance and having some of those things be under other categories would be ideal for parenting. So meaning like the, let's say, authoritative, which is the standard, right? That friendly shit, you know, stuff like that, kind of swapping that out for something like less trusting, you know, because there could be a benefit to that.
A benefit to what though?
Being a little bit less trusting.
What about this friendly?
Yeah, swap the friendly out with that. The fuck you being friend? You gotta be friendly with your kids.
Well, let's think through it. So in terms of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Friendly makes sense because friendly don't mean you friends. Are you friendly with people at work and things of that nature?
Break it down.
Are you friendly? Like, let's say you preside over people at work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all my guys that work for me, I'm in charge of them technically when they're at work. But we might talk about who won the game and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? We might have some banter, but I'm still in charge. But we're friendly. Yeah, friendly. Like it's kind of like that, but it's hard to say you cordial with your kid, but you friendly with them. The kids I coach, I'm real heavy-handed on them, but we still friendly because there's dynamics. You know, when it's on, so to speak.
Yeah. I think for me that would fall more under like love and respect for them. But yeah, I guess for the sake of the conversation, you breaking it down like that's not a terrible thing.
Yeah. So what about the next aspect, the control? It says autonomy, discipline, joint decision making. That for the control factor, the authoritative, authoritarian, highly controlling. They set rules, use physical punishment. Permissive is they lax and lazy. Fake approach, fair approach. Sorry, only given but no demand made. Low in control. Very uncontrolling for uninvolved. Neglect and no demand, no adjustment. It's, I mean, who the fuck is parenting like that? Or am I thinking, well, damn.
I don't think anybody's parenting with just one style. I think it's a combination. Like even somebody who think they hitting it with the authoritative, they gotta be having some of that permissive or something else is going on in there. But I think it's a combination of styles that people parent with.
So if you looked at control, which one would you take? What would you take from the other categories?
None of it. Well, no, hold on. Probably the authoritarian, physical discipline.
Okay.
They call it punishment. It shouldn't be that, but yeah.
So
depends on the child.
You still believe in physical discipline?
It depends on the child. I think there's an effectiveness to it. I don't think it should be an every day, every month thing. Like if you have ever had to physically discipline your child, something in that should send them a message very quickly. So no, not on no abusive type shit.
But how do you gauge that?
Whether or not it's effective. Like if you popped your child and the thing you popped them for, they end up doing it again. Obviously, it's not effective. Move the fuck on.
What if the kid is just hard-headed though?
Then they might have some underlying behavioral issues that need to be assessed beyond that point. But what's going to end up happening is if they don't respond to that, then there's a chance they won't respond at all, and you're going to end up just being an abusive parent, trying to beat good into them, and they're not catching the memo.
But what would you? I mean, to think that a kid won't repeat something or have a similar offense, do you think that is?
Well, no, I've seen it enough. They're not doing the same thing again. When it's effective, they're not doing the same thing again.
Yeah, like when you for instance, if you had two boys, they'd be fighting and carrying on and all that, right? And you spank them for fighting, don't hit your brother, right? But guess what? They fight again.
No, see, that's different. In that situation, they're going to have to fight. They just taking it outside.
The two brothers?
Mm-hmm.
Why would brothers be fighting each other?
Just to prove whatever stupidity they feel they got to prove it.
But they're brothers though, and then usually if they're not twins, somebody has a physical advantage.
Well, then they just gonna have to figure that shit out in that space. Like if they're young enough to be disciplined, that's got to be a conversation beforehand. And then if they decide they just want to fight each other, then y'all going outside, y'all got the boxing gloves, y'all just gonna have to fight it out. I'm not breaking that up and then beating them or disciplining them physically for that. That's not the same.
But they're brothers though. You're gonna have brothers fight each other?
If they have decided, if you decide you want to fight your brother, now if it's one that's like trying to bully the other one but they not really feeling it, then there's only discipline for that one child. But you're saying like they're fighting each other like on some normal brotherly shit, then they gonna fight each other.
So but what's the lesson?
Well, they would learn that lesson through fighting each other. Like they think they think that that's cool, and then after they're done, they don't feel like it was that great. Then they learn their lesson out of that. I'm not gonna say I want y'all to fight like every day. Yo, y'all come here, come in the living room. Let's handle this and make this happen and make it be like a bad blood kind of thing. But I think there's some just culturally, there's just some toughness that comes out of slap boxing and beating up a sibling or a cousin or something. At least that's how I grew up. So I wouldn't discipline that.
Yeah, those are brothers though. I think you have a little bit of a disconnect there. They should always be together, right? If they have an issue with one another, the last thing they should be doing is putting their hands on each other, the two brothers. Now, if they have some pent up aggression, there are a lot of different fighting aspects that you could put them into to learn. But you don't want, but think about this. Pitting them against each other to say, go ahead and fight is different from them just organically tussling with each other. But the last person you want to be against is your brother, though.
Of course. I would never foster like a Cain and Abel type. Like, that's dumb.
But what are you saying then? Because it sounds
if they wanted to, let's say they like 9 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm telling them, yo, chill, y'all doing too much. And they're like, no, they keep going at it like knowingly they want to fight. Take that shit outside. That's what I'm saying.
They're brothers though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I don't know, man. I don't know if you want to do that with the two brothers. I think
it's like a valid issue. Like, let's say one of them took another one's girlfriend and he want to fight him over there. I'm gonna be like, well, like, no, I'm not doing that shit either, to where now he started to look at his brother from an evil lens. Like, that's terrible parenting. That's
the brother took his brother's girlfriend.
Yeah, if it was something like that.
You know that those are brothers though. You know that what would you do in that situation?
Have a talk with the brother that thinks it's okay to take his brother's girlfriend, because there's so many girls. Like, what are you doing that for to your own brother for?
They would. Those are brothers.
I get to the root of why he would want to do that to his own brother. The
root would be the parenting, 100%, right? In my opinion. Okay. What do you think? The root cause of him thinking he could go and take his brother's girlfriend and date his brother's girlfriend would need to be, the parents need some assessment.
Okay, so let's say that comes back to me, then I would have to look within and figure out where the disconnect was there and make sure that I rectify it. Whatever that will be.
Yeah. Damn. You see that as a possibility?
What do you mean?
Do you see like a brother talking to his brother's girlfriend is like a high probability?
I don't know about how. Just using the extreme example though, to be like something where I wouldn't want them to fight off of that particular issue. Because if I just say go at it from that particular issue and there's no like conversation or anything like that, then yeah, he could end up just like kind of hating his brother or something. That's terrible.
No, I'm asking though. Do you think that's probable between amongst brothers?
I think it can happen. Yeah.
Really?
Brother take another his brother's girl. Yeah.
But you think it's
or try to holler at her or whatever, do some sideways shit. Yeah. I don't think that's foreign.
Yeah, no, that would be extremely foreign.
Okay.
Like you're talking about brothers. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's look at this some more. Communication. Authoritative says involvement, cooperative, responsive. Authoritarian is rejection, frustrated, criticizing. Permissive is high acceptance, high level of tolerance, and inattentive. And uninvolved is careless, stress, no deep emotional connection. What do you think the majority of people would want to be?
Authoritative.
Where do you think the majority of people are?
Right in the middle of authoritarian and permissive.
Rejection and frustrated? And criticizing, high acceptance, high level.
Well,
in between, those seem like.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me reassess this. I think the majority of people are a combination of authoritative, authoritarian, and permissive. So a combination of those. Not operating in one particular one at all times. But yeah, I can see a little bit of all that.
I think the majority of people in terms of communication are permissive. Yeah. Go get the cookies. Go get the cookies. Just go sit down. Go watch TV. Yeah, go get a snack. Hush. I gotta go to work. Y'all get y'all clothes ready, etc., etc.
Right. So then rejection and frustration fall in that too.
No, not well. I guess yes. So the answer would be yes. But if I'm being definitive, I would pick permissive is where most parents are with communication.
Okay.
Even with homework and things of that nature, because a computer can correct the test for you now. You know what I mean? The TV can watch the kids for 30 to 45 minutes or an hour. Tolerance, right? Because parents are not disciplining. You'll notice this, right? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all have seen this and if you're a parent also. Now, there is a level of getting used to it, right? But when kids are crying, parents don't react. But majority of parents, it's one, because we accustomed to it, right? And you don't overreact. Babies cry, But 2-year-olds kind of whining and things of that nature, that's why it's resounding to me with the high acceptance, high level of tolerance. Babies cry, we get it, and then tolerating that baby cry is so annoying, but when you allow it, you get accustomed to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. That I think people, what do you think? True or false? People think they're better parents than what they are.
Oh, I think that's absolutely true.
Did you see the show called The Parent Test?
No.
So there were several different types of parenting styles. There's like helicopter parents and hold on, let me pull it up. It's
the fuck is a helicopter parent?
So you just all over the kids at all times, like every single sporting event or wherever they go. This is kind of small, but this one here. So this just gives a quick blurb of it. Is it bigger?
Yep.
Pause.
Perfect.
So the parenting styles are intensive, high achievement, disciplined, free range, natural, helicopter, child-led, routine, negotiation, traditional, strict, and new age. So free range, the kids is just all over the place. Open the door for strangers. They kind of figure it out, they get to try a lot of different things, but the discipline isn't as much. High achievement, the the kid was in every single thing, doing different languages, et cetera, to make sure that, you know, the grades were there, you know. Helicopter was similar to like the parents were on with the kids at all times, every event, both parents, the family goes together, leaves together, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a family of like 4. Routine, you know, you get up, they got a shot clock going, you get points like based on you finishing a routine and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
You know, child led was the child was literally dictating what was happening. So they were cooking. Okay, the child can use a knife because that's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Right. Strict is like old school. You know, she still wear a damn chastity belt. You know what I'm saying? So just breaking down some of the different styles, but here are the styles here. New Age was a kind of a mix between the disciplined and kind of like free range a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Where the kids had autonomy for sure, but they knew their boundaries. And when you thought those kids would open the door, they didn't.
Yeah.
You know, they had a stranger knock on all the doors. There was one called like awarding. What's it called? Like the routine one.
Mm-hmm.
The stranger knocked on the door outside of the routine, and the kids reacted and opened the door up. You know.
Got you.
You know, so it just there's so many styles, you know, so many styles, I guess.
What's interesting is I worked with this guy who was in the military for like 30 something years.
Mm-hmm.
And he would talk about his kids all the time. And he's like, yeah, so my son, he moved to this like very wealthy area in Connecticut, and him and his girlfriend are going to do XYZ, and they're buying a house, and he makes 6 figures. And then I got my daughter who's in college now. And then my son who, his son was doing some crazy ass job where he's making really good money. And you hear how successful his kids are.
Yeah.
And then one day we just asked him like, so how did you get your kids to be so successful? Were you strict as a parent? Were you this, were you that? He said, no, my kids were free range kids. And I had never heard of that shit. I'm like, what the fuck is a free range kid? He's like, no, they could come and go as they please. We had no discipline. We had no rules. They just knew what they needed to do and just did it. He's like, if they came home in the middle of the school day, they just were home in their room. There was no discipline for that. And then the next day, if they went to school, they knew they had to go to school because they wanted to go to school. Like the wildest shit. But all of his children were successful with that parenting style.
He lied to you.
That shit blew my mind.
He lied to you too.
I don't know. I don't have enough research to verify that.
Yeah,
I'd have to hear from other parents that had that. But
yeah,
for some reason, I believe them.
Yeah, don't believe him. He also, did he mention his wife?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say? He lied on her too?
They were the same. That's what he said.
So he lied on her too, huh?
That's what he said.
Just think about it. If a kid can come home from school with no repercussion, what stops a kid from coming home from school? Who wants to go to school?
No, I understand what you're saying too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think the reason I said I believe him is because I think inconsistency is more crippling to kids. So they did the same shit. Like there was no rules every day. Then there's just no fucking rules every day. At a certain point, they figured it out. Again, extreme. But I think inconsistency, like say if they were strict one day and then they were free range the next day, I think that does more damage.
So here's the thing. People frown upon the latchkey situation for a lot of kids that come from a single parent house because the parent is out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And so the alleged results of those kids don't align with that dude. So if he was telling the truth, but I know for a fact he's lying, he would be an extreme outlier.
I'm willing to entertain that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping.
Loco.
Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Welcome to the family, man. Appreciate you. Tim Smooth was popping. He said with the $5. What's up, DJ Hamp and Q? What's popping? Walk the talk with the $2 says brothers are fingers of the same fist. Hell yeah. Shanae with the $5 says, isn't your first fight with a sibling or cousin? That's how you learn to fight, right? No. Because the damage that you do in actual fights, even as a kid, don't happen with your brothers or your cousins. You know, your first fight, mine was with people I didn't know, or like playing football or things of that nature. Not my brothers. You don't fight your brothers. Those are the rules. Brothers get into fight, but you should be in severe trouble fighting your brother.
We from a different generation.
Who?
Me and Nay.
I'm a millennial. What year were you born? What year were you born?
84.
Same generation as I am. But y'all are girls though. So that
I guess we grew up different black then. Not all black people are raised the same.
No, foolish, right? You don't even want to put that on black people. Brothers don't fight each other. So I think that may be not foolish. It may be a female thing as opposed to a male thing.
Your brothers and cousins, maybe people can speak on it. I don't know. I don't think everybody was raised the same though.
But I think the majority of boys, you don't fight your brother. Do you get in fight with your brother? Of course. But the rule is you don't fight your brother. You see what I'm saying? Not to say it doesn't happen. Marcus Evans with the $2 says, Q, your mindset is fucked up. Uncle Pops with the $5 says, my middle son is bigger than my oldest son, so he would get out of pocket. I allow my older son who wrestled to get his respect, but no punches. Yeah. See, you don't fight your brother. Yeah. The fellas know you don't fight your brother. You know, that's severe. There was brothers that grew up playing football and they played on different teams. They wouldn't tackle each other in practice or anything. Like once they got to like a high level, you know. So it just, that's your brother, you know. So damn. Look at this. Niggas ain't shit.
I'll take all that, man.
That's crazy.
I'll take the punches, the verbal punches they can't. How about it?
Yeah, no doubt. So, Q, let's take a look at this. Parenting versus parents, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, because what's the stereotype? Single mother-led childhoods are doing poorly, or child-led children generally do much, more poorly.
Worse. Yeah.
Worse. You know. And then there's also a thing that's touted where it says that only 53% of the children in the black community that are born out of wedlock don't have a father. So 70% are born out of wedlock, right?
Yeah.
Out of the 70%, 47% of the 70 have an involved father, right? And then so that means the 53% don't, essentially, right? So they're like fatherless. That makes sense.
Yep.
And so, you look at that, you say, okay, but we look at like the literacy rates for black children. Low, super low. Like I was looking up like where Glorilla was I'm from, sorry. Like the literacy rate is somebody can correct me. I mean, it was like high schoolers reading at a 4th grade level, overwhelmingly. And then we say that black fathers are the most involved. You see where I'm having a conundrum now? Because the passive, kind of just getting in where you fit in. Now, obviously, the argument will be made in back that it would say, well, you only get to see the kid 2 days a week, 3 days a week, right? So if the mom has the kid the majority of the time, then that's you have to overcome that, and it's hard to do so, on the weekends or every other week, right? I'm just laying out the arguments, but nevertheless, the father, that involvement, you got to lay it all on the line, I guess, for those 3 days, if your child is doing poorly.
Yeah.
Right.
Because otherwise it sounds like an excuse. Yeah.
And it sounds like your involvement is shit, right? For all intents and purposes. But not to go down that road. I just wanted to paint the picture for everybody who wanted to make those arguments back and forth and back. You know. Let me show you. Well, you sent me this. Oops, wrong one. Break this down for me.
They said her parents gave her a choice about her hair. She wanted a haircut like her daddy.
Is there any more to this story?
To my knowledge, no. However, what stood out to me with the tag is I'm looking for, based on stereotypes and all this statistical information, I'm looking for her mom gave her a choice about her hair. She wanted a haircut like her daddy. And then when I see parents, I'm like, they just giving kids choices willy-nilly, and this is the result of it. I mean, I don't think it's a terrible haircut, but I don't also think it's appropriate for her age. I mean, it looked like they even put the spray on her and shit. Like,
whoa. Let's be 100% clear. Her haircut is fucking crisp. Like, let's not get it twisted. Her haircut is crispy. Let's be clear with that.
But
her haircut is amazing.
But let's be clear. The look it ended up giving her was the bitter single black woman who's overly educated. So it's like,
she got her dress on. Her haircut is crispy though. So what is your sentiment pulling from this?
That whole parental choice thing, right? And so then immediately I thought about all the backlash that the Wades have received for allowing their now daughter to make the decision to become a daughter. And it's like, to me, I think it's too much. Like, I don't think kids should be able to just make choices like that however they want. But then I'm also now analyzing the nuclear family. Granted, I don't know if the little girl had, like, she could have had 2 lesbian parents or 2 gay fathers. Like, I don't know. But it just made me kind of look at the nuclear family a little bit more and like, is that the ideal, or is it just a principle that people are saying we need to have the nuclear family? We need to bring this back. And how effective it really is in a child being raised and being a successful adult in society.
Yeah. When do kids get to have a decision?
I think early on, but it depends on what they want to make a decision about. Like, obviously they're making default decisions, right? Like, if you try to feed your babies like applesauce and they don't like applesauce, they're gonna let you know. And right there, they decided carrots taste better. That's what the fuck you're probably gonna feed them more of, is the shit that they actually like. So they're making the choice right there.
Well, to what extent though, right? Have you ever had to sit at the table until you ate all the peas?
Yeah, I got my ass whipped a lot for that.
So when is there real decision making? Not like palate, not when they just can't discern and they only have, what's the word I'm looking for? Like eat, sleep, shit. Not that kid, but a kid that can think a little bit more, understand a little bit better. When can they make choices? Like actual choice, like haircut choices.
Yeah, I don't think it's a real age. I think it depends on the child and the child's maturity level and their your judgment of their assessments and their decision making. And I think it comes from something as simple as overhearing how they react to shit at school, or them telling you something, or having your daily interactions with them. You're gonna know if they're mature enough to be like, okay, I want to decide to do this. As far as like body changes, yeah, I think you just gotta be like legal age and on your own.
So you said a kid can't make body changes?
No.
Now
Like
let's
if you wanted to
challenge.
get like earrings, I think that depends on the parenting. Like if you say your son could get his ears pierced at 12, it ain't gonna make or break nothing, right? It's not like it's a tattoo at 12, but somebody else may say 18. I'm okay with the 18.
So, you know, so the haircut, we see the haircut, it's a male haircut. Is the haircut too much in your estimation?
Oh yeah. That shit looked like she had the spray in the front. She had the fucking.
What about weave?
What is it?
What about weave?
Weave. Yeah.
Is that haircut on the same line as weave?
A full on, yeah, like if she got like a lace front or something like that, but like the extension braids, I think that those can be done tastefully.
So see, my thing is the weave, the haircut. At the very least, the haircut, you know, the line up, because you see women get short haircuts. They usually don't have that line like that, though, right? They kind of blend it in, for the most part. But the weave feels like it's unnecessary, and I'm treading on, is it even worse? At least the hair is her hair, the haircut. Or is it just like moral code that little girls should have long hair? Yeah, good question, Rick. Yeah, that's what I was going next. Like perms, weave, you know, at least the little girl just had her grain of hair in a haircut that we perceive to be for little boys. But they didn't have her dress like a boy. She had a dress on too.
Yeah. It's still over the top for me. Like I said, it just looked like they're, to your point of it being her natural hair, but that lining, you know, and then also like, how do they say it? It's like when you don't give babies an edge up so young, because you're kind of compromising their hairline. Like if they really cutting, they keep cutting shorty hair like that, and she got a natural hairline.
But it doesn't pull though. I think pulling styles compromise, but edge ups, people that have strong grain of hair. All I'm basically, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but that's more like not folks tale, but you know, they tell you just all types of shit. Like I remember my one of my managers, she was from Guatemala. She's like, make sure your wife drink a Corona a day while she's pregnant. I'm like, okay, Agnes, I'll let her know. You know what I mean? So people that have strong hairline, they just, you know what I mean? It kind of just is, you know, with the exception of like a braid or a dread kind of pulling. You know, I've seen people get compromised from that, but no, just considering. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I just think I was more stuck on like she wanted what her daddy had, so she got to get it because that's what she wanted. I'm more stuck on that. Like, oh, so she said tomorrow she want the Nicki Minaj look. They going with that too? It's like that's what I'm saying. Like it's giving like she just could choose something, and then here it is. There you go.
Yeah. Or do you think that no, I understand. You're saying it's her being able to make the decision about her hair. But what if those parents feel about the hair how you feel about earrings?
What do you mean?
Well, you said earrings, you know, kind of is what it is. If somebody want to put earrings in their ear, if a little boy asks,
that's up to the individual. Yeah, that's up to the individual parents at that point. Like if they know they son gonna conduct himself in a way where he's gonna clean his ears and take care of it, and he know by the time he's 25, he's still gonna be okay with having made that choice at 12. Like his 12th birthday, he's super mature. He wanted earrings. That's on them, but. I said, I'm with the parent who says at 18, you want to pierce your ears, tat your skin, you know, all of that type of stuff. You're at an age where you can choose that because 9 times out of 10, it's going to be off of your money. And also you can provide the ID to be able to do that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But so are you saying this is fine if they assessed her and said, okay, this is what she wanted. She assessed that she's seen daddy's haircut. What's the issue? Is that along the same line then? Because if you individualizing it, then there's nothing. Then what is there to say about anything?
Yeah, I think it's yeah, the long and short of it is this big decision making like that to me has to be a certain age or within a certain age range.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I don't think she's in that age range.
So generally speaking, things like piercings, tattoos, hair, to an extent, will or will not happen based on what I deem fit and necessary. Right. So like my son, when his first haircut will come when I want him to get his haircut. There will be no perms in my daughter's hair at all. Nothing they can do about that.
That's good shit.
So I want them to embrace their hair, that natural, right? Understanding you don't need to straighten it, etc., etc. So earrings, the little girls have earrings. My son doesn't have earrings. You know. Do I have an issue with them? No. But like you said, there's a time and place for everything. You know. There's too many associations with things nowadays, so you got to slow roll certain topics, certain do's and don'ts. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So, damn, that's interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. First fight, God, you with the $2. Fighting your brother gets the older one punished. Sway was popping. Been a member for 3 months and I never threw hands with my brothers. The age difference matters. LOL. We wrestled and threw each other through stuff, but no black eyes. Jay, appreciate you.
What up, buzzing, bird flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Salute. Welcome to the family. John Henry with the $10 says, I call bullshit. Q. Nothing was wrong with that little girl's haircut. Being this was a popular 90s cut that both men and women wore. Flat top, stay frosty. Janae with the $10 says, when they can read, write, and make logical decisions. Otherwise, they're saying they want emancipation. Have a voice, but final decision is the parents till then. John with the $5 says, you're putting too much overthought into this, Q. I would allow the haircut once or twice before putting weave in her hair. Shanae with the $10 says, she could have had her hair washed, treated with products to embrace her natural hair. She can still look like her daddy. Let them be kids until the time to make adult decisions. John Henry with the $5 says, overall, I'll rock with the haircut before I will a tattoo. Yeah, me too, John. Walk the talk with the $2 says, parents should have forethought. Parents should have forethought. Kids do not. Yeah. Damn, man. Let me see what you think about baby boy in this clip. All right. Too zoomed in. Let me see.
There you go. There you go.
What you think about this?
I think it's cute. I think the only issue I would see with that is I think kids should have their own sense of identity. And so when I see something like that, it's like when the kids, I don't know if you saw that episode of Oprah where the kids were like preaching. They was doing all that hooping and all that they would see the adults do, you know. I think he's imitating what he's seen his father being, but the downside to that is him having issues later on finding his own identity because he's wanting to be so much like his dad. But I think
Who
he'll be all
cares?
right. I think
I guess
he'll
I
be all
would
right
say who
because
cares
it's
though.
not because
Well, let's talk about the
it's not
identity
a
thing.
bad influence.
But who
Nigga.
gives a fuck about an identity though? What does that even mean?
When he gets to a point where he tries to find himself and who he is as a person, he's not gonna be his father.
Find
He's gotta
himself.
be
What do you
himself.
mean? But think about these words though. Identity, finding himself. What is that? What does that stuff actually mean, right? What if his
Right.
dad is a perfect construct for him? He has the same morals, principles, and values as his dad, and he looks up to his dad. Why would we want to duplicate what his dad does if his dad has raised a successful family and has a career?
Because if he tries to become an exact carbon copy of his father, I could see that being a problem for him because he is an individual. The journey is individual. He came out of his mama's coochie, not with his daddy too. It was just him.
No, it's not true, right? You are innately who your father is.
So metaphorically, yes, metaphorically. But what I'm talking about is literally. Like he
Quite
came into the
literally,
world.
you are your father, right? Like you are your father. Quite literally, like the sperm and everything. Yeah, he came out of his father, his father's son.
Okay.
Right.
And then when he was manifest into a human being with form, who did he come out of at that point?
He came out of his mom.
Right.
But he's his father,
as an
though.
individual, on this individual journey in life. So he is his own person. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So he can take all the good stuff, right? Taking all the good stuff from his dad, that's great. But if he's trying to be a complete carbon copy of his father, nobody in their right mind should want their child to follow every single step and every single way of them.
Why?
Because they also taking on the mistakes too. That's for one. And two,
everybody makes mistakes.
They're taking on the same mistakes too. And then who are they as an individual person?
His father. Here's the thing. This is, you're inevitably you're gonna have differences, right? But my wife didn't understand how important it is that my son has the same football team as me, right?
Okay.
Oftentimes it takes for you to see outside of yourself, right? Because we family. So she went to visit her friend in Florida, and his son is a little bit her friend is married, right? So her husband, when their son is 6, I think. So he jumped on the couch to get the Eagles game, right? The son go run in the back, go get the Eagles jersey, go sit next to his daddy. You know what I'm saying? And then instantly she's like, oh, I see it now. You know? So yeah, there's a bond where your son mimics you, looks up to you, thinks you're a superhero, replicates the thing you do. That is uberly important. I think is being missed in our community, and you see it because everybody want to be an individual.
I see what you're saying. I still stand on him being an individual, but that was the latter part of what I said. Because he's not under a bad influence that he is modeling, I think he's going to be okay. But that would be the only thing that I could see being problematic in the future.
Where do you see the issue at though?
Him just kind of having an issue with who he is later on in life. Like, I always thought I had to like the same food my dad liked, or do this because my dad liked that, and this, that, and the third. And then it's like I realized I don't like that shit. I like this. But because it was so championed to be like you being just like your dad, he could likely have issues with finding his own way and finding his own identity.
Yeah, I think that you have it backwards. In my opinion, he will have less issues because he has something to look forward to, right? A man that he reveals, reveres. Sorry. Now there's always gonna be obstacles, that he'll face that his dad didn't see, so on and so forth. But there's nothing like a father, and I think that this is where the disconnect between women raising boys and men raising boys. I think I think this is one of those disconnects that, remember when you were asking what can men do that the women can't?
Mm-hmm.
There's a level of understanding, even with the fighting thing. There's a level of understanding when because we're talking about boys specifically.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a deficiency there. You know, even how we're raised, men and boys, or excuse me, boys and girls. All of our games have a consequence. All of our games have a win and lose, right? From Foursquare to kickball, you know, the stuff that boys be playing. Who wins? Like, I guess hopscotch you can win, but who the fuck really wins? When you playing doctor or house, there's no winner. That's why it's very important that the men see their son growing, taking different steps, you know? What you think?
Oh, for sure. I agree with that 1,000%. No argument there.
Interesting. No, I think it was dope. You know, I think, you know, he definitely, that you could see his dad coaching for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with the leaning over and his speech and the clapping, you know. So I think it's dope. I think we need more of that, honestly. I'd rather take that than not have it 100%.
Oh, absolutely.
You know.
Yeah, that kid will be better off than most.
Baby boy, right?
Just on the devil's advocate side of it, that would be the only downside to it that I could see. But yeah, I think he'd be better off than most.
Yeah, 100%. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see. God, you with the $5 says she looks old enough to form sentences. I'm sure this is not her first hairstyle, with her already having a short afro. I'm sure she saw women with it too. Yeah, that's fair. John Henry with the 20 ball. He says, Q, are we talking about the kid, or are you unintentionally projecting your experiences? The child, in parentheses, for now, is imitating life, not portraying an actual likeness to his father. Ease up with the projecting. He's a child. You want to respond to that?
No.
Sends his regards. Yeah. You know how I love money.
Salute, John. Appreciate you.
John, take the link.
I'm about to drop the link in just a second. Do you think that it's uberly important to have two parents in the household?
No.
No. Without playing devil's advocate?
I have my reasons. The importance. So let me be clear. The importance there is if they're both doing a good job at parenting.
Okay.
Whether or not that's going to happen, that's where I give the pushback.
Okay. So let's say they're doing an average job, like probably the majority of people, and they're both doing an average job.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's important to have two parents in the household?
That's excellent. I love that. I love that setup.
Mm-hmm.
I support that 1,000%.
Okay. Does it matter the genders?
No.
Okay. So you think that a homosexual household, same benefits, same outcomes, or do you think that a heterosexual household is going to have an advantage?
If they're both parenting at an average level, I think they both have the same results.
2 men, 2 women versus a man and a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you get all the dynamics from?
What do you mean?
So 2 men, where do you get all the dynamics from? Can those 2 men cover all the dynamics that a mom and a mom and a dad would bring?
No, it goes back to that outsourcing thing that I was criticized for. So obviously you have other people that are around, and whether that's godparents, what have you, they should be getting all of the nurturing that they need from the female party, as well as the you know, the discipline and that sort of thing from their parent figures. Now, I think that energy is a real thing, and I think that there is a such thing as masculine and feminine energy. I think in a lot of lesbian relationship and gay relationship, you do have one person who has more of one of those than the other does. So on a day-to-day, to say that those children wouldn't be around a feminine man and have that feminine energy around them, I can't dismiss that. I think that that is a real thing. I also think they will be around masculine energy from the other party. And so having that balance around them, I think, makes a difference.
So real quick, now you can see the point from a while ago that being emotional is not just feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still believe that being emotional is feminine, or it's human?
I think that's a part of feminine trait, but I think
Okay.
everybody has both feminine and masculine.
Okay, so emotions are only feminine.
Yeah, I think they're feminine trait.
Okay, all of the emotions are feminine, just to be clear. I want to understand.
Yeah, I think being emotional, having emotions is more on the feminine side of traits.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I think
so,
everybody has both masculine and feminine traits.
okay. And do you think that a man can exude more feminine than masculine? A man?
Yes.
Okay.
A male. Yes.
He's a man, right?
If we're calling it the same thing, because I know how you do. You'll word it as that and then come back later with some other shit.
It's a
A
man.
male, yes, a male, I believe, can have feminine traits.
All right, he's a 30-year-old. Is he a man? Are gay men men?
I would think so.
All right, so a man, he can be overwhelmingly feminine over masculine.
Yeah, born male, yes, a man born male can be overly feminine.
I'm not playing on the transgender game. So okay, and now here's where. So by nature of them needing to add a third party, doesn't that defeat the premise?
No,
because they can't do it alone. So if they need to add a third party, that defeats the premise to say that their success rate is going to be able to rival, right? If everybody's average, but these two people can encompass everything that you need to provide a child, and then these two people have to outsource it to get everything that you need to provide a child. So based on that premise, the heterosexual couple would generally have better chance of success.
We're assuming in that heterosexual couple that the man isn't displaying more of his feminine traits.
No, yeah, we're assuming. We're saying with two average people, right? So he's gonna be, he's a man, she's a female, right? What we're actually assuming, right, and I'm being fair, is that the two men, one of them is gonna be overwhelmingly feminine. That's what we're kind of assuming. But even still with that, we said we have to outsource. So by nature of that, you would have to concede that the heterosexuals would be better off.
Because they're giving the child a woman.
And a man. Together. Yeah.
If we're assuming that heterosexual couple the male has masculine energy and the female has feminine energy, yes, I would agree with that 100%.
So, okay. So you think they'll be better off, the heterosexual side?
With fingers crossed that the man is a masculine man and the woman is a feminine woman.
Yeah, generally men
not even the reverse.
Yeah, but generally men are masculine.
Okay.
And females are feminine.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think we live in a society where men are becoming more feminine and women are becoming more masculine.
In what ways?
And in just how we are energetically, how we conduct ourselves.
What does it look like though?
For the men who are more feminine, like they're lacking emotional, like they're not able to regulate their emotions, I should say. Get into these spaces where they are arguing with women very easily. The gossiping. There's so many more things I ain't even I didn't think about this question in advance. But yeah, there's so many more things than that. And the women being very aggressive in their masculinity, very assertive, taking on the leadership roles as far as being more of the head of household, financially and all that.
Come on. You working through it, but goddamn.
Yeah.
So, well, if you're in a space, right, and it's predominantly men are talking how men are talking, and then women come into said space, and then men talk to her how they talking to the rest of the men. Why does that make him emotional or feminine? That doesn't make sense. If you are in a space and you talking to men and he talking to you back because you in his space, that doesn't say anything about him. It would say something about you. So if I walk into
do anything,
if I walk in, because you're saying like men are arguing with females, no, men are having a conversation with men about a topic. If women are there, they're gonna get talked to how they should get talked to because they inserted themselves or are a part of the conversation. That wouldn't be a disqualifier for a man being more feminine.
Right? Oh, you mean like these spaces?
These spaces, all spaces. If you come in a barbershop and we talking, we like, what are you talking about, Q? Like, we're gonna talk to you the same exact way. If you insert yourself in a conversation, or if we're having a back and forth. Like when I'm talking about the Bible, if a man gives me an opportunity, if like let's say a woman has a husband, right? And he gives her permission to have the conversation, I'm gonna talk to her like I would talk to him, right? And I'm not necessarily gonna be cussing him out, but she gonna get the energy because she there for that purpose. That wouldn't make me more feminine. That wouldn't make sense. And I'm not cursing her out, but I'm having a conversation how I would have a conversation to convey a thought.
Okay.
No, seriously. I'm saying, what do you think about
okay,
that?
For the sake of like these spaces, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
But even in person, so like when we outside having a conversation, right? So I don't know if you ever like taught on the street. So there's a bunch of people like walking by, you know? And so anybody can come at the conversation, right? This is how men operate. If there's a lady who's interested in having the conversation, right? If she has a husband, I will address him first. You see what I'm saying? Like, hey, do you mind, bro? Like, just out of courtesy, right? Because let's say he like, let's go. Fuck, I don't want to talk to them niggas. But if she want to talk, we got to make sure we say, bro, is this cool with you? And then I'm going to talk to her how I need to talk to her.
All right.
You know what I mean? Because we always go into like the feminine thing. I just think we gotta really assess that, like who we calling feminine and masculine, you know, and for what the reasons are. That's why I'm assuming men are masculine when it comes to that heterosexual relationship. Because what are we disqualifying them? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I still think the same thing. But I mean, I get what you're saying as far as like YouTube spaces and barbershops and stuff like that. But it really is a thing, Hampton. It really is a thing.
Yeah, I just think that I think people are overdoing it a little bit, calling people masculine and feminine. You know, I think we really need to check that a little bit because us having a conversation is us having a conversation. Yeah. You know what I mean?
But I can see the masculine stuff too. You know.
Yeah.
Women not walking in the quote unquote soft girl era. So,
what do you think about two females? So you think the heterosexual, but just how we broke it down, heterosexuals are gonna have an advantage, right? Is that fair? Assumed advantage if all things being equal.
Assuming.
Yeah, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, and they fit the stereotypes, right?
Yeah.
Let's go by that. What about two men and two women? So you got a lesbian couple, a gay couple. Who do you think is gonna have more success?
The same exact things. They're both raising at an average level.
Yeah, they're average parents. 2 men, 2 women.
Same thing.
What?
They would both equally be raising a successful child, or have the likelihood of having a successful child.
I think the men would have an advantage.
Okay.
Based on single males, even though it's a small pot, generally having similar outcomes for their children as nuclear family couples. The amount of domestic violence in lesbian relationships, and then gay couples are like the most high earning men in terms of money too, because I think money matters as well in these situations.
Okay.
Now, either whether do I agree with? No. But if we had to compare the two, I think the men would have an advantage.
All right.
What you think?
I think that they both would have success.
Let me drop the link, man, because you it's like you getting like caught up. Like I just gave you all these.
I'm just standing on what I'm saying.
But why though?
It was like, oh, I said some slick shit. Like, yo, now that I said this, she gotta agree with that. Like, nah.
No, I'm not being slick at all. I'm not being slick at all. I actually just thought I'm thinking through I'm having a conversation. So if I'm saying I think the men because of X, Y, and Z, and you just say, oh, okay, well, you just saying it's gonna be equal, but not if you lay out all the things that actually exist. So then how do you sit there and be like, oh, okay, that's the part that I'm asking, like, why?
Yeah, but you notice you threw factors in there with the women that I didn't have factored in, because I could go back and forth. Once we start doing that, then we could go back to putting factors in there for the men, right? And like then what? We could do the, like if we say, one of them has a, I don't know, just making up anything.
I didn't make up anything, though. That's not fair.
Well, I'm saying with regard to a statistic, right?
Okay.
And then we throw that negative thing in there, right? Then that changes things. It's the same thing that could have been done with the hetero couple. So now we're having a completely different conversation. So now
we're not. Well, what are the what? Go ahead. They'll break it down. Break it, like you tell me. Like what can you throw in that when you compare the heterosexuals to the homosexuals, that would put them at a deficit, and you'll be hard pressed to throw anything in aside from maybe a 2 male household would perhaps make more money. That's one thing that would be considered, but I still don't. That's not going to overcome, because you can do all things in a heterosexual relationship. Now, when you put the women and the men against each other, what do you think?
I think that if they're both equal and they're both parenting at an average level, and let's say nobody has no extra bullshit in there, because not all lesbian relationships have this high level of violence, I think that you're going to have the same success rate.
Okay. Yeah, I think. Okay. So I think that
we're being fair, but if now we start throwing little, I mean, like we could Google statistics of downfalls to being in a gay relationship with a man, and then take that and pull and insert that into it and say, well, the child is in this environment now. What is the success rate? And then we say downfalls to heterosexual couples. Because then even that, we can start to do that culturally, right? America is going to be a whole shit show compared to other countries or other places, right? So, I mean, we could do that too, but I didn't want to do all that. I'm just going off of everybody has the same start.
I think that's why I wanted, when I was saying look at X, Y, and Z, because the preparation in the conversations has to matter. Because if you Google, right, with a preset position, that's different than just looking at numbers and looking at the statistics based on what's happening in couples. Right? I can Google with confirmation bias, yes. Or I can Google what are the numbers for X, Y, and Z.
And to be honest, this is what makes this conversation so important, because if we put this out here now, it'll be amazing to see 20 years from now when we see more of the byproduct of these types of dynamics. Because now that makes a complete difference as well. It's like, oh, we were just assuming back then, but now we have the actual evidence and the success rates of what this type of household looked like and what this type of household looked like. I know I still have my assumptions and opinions, right? But we'll get into all that.
Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. John Henry with the $5 says, give me a second, fam. I'm out on an errand. I should be free in 10 minutes. I'm going to drop the link in a minute. Shanae with the $2 to $5, excuse me, says, 2-parent households have a lot of issues similar and sometimes worse than a single parent or same-sex household. It all comes down to parenting styles. Yeah, I guess that's right because you said some. So you can always apply some, but I'm always looking at majority and minority in the probable success rate. Right. I think that all people should take business classes. Like, I really do think people need to. People need to understand cost benefit analysis, ROI. People need to understand economics 101, because even like my wife, she's uberly intelligent, right? Her background's in education. But there's like some functional things that we learn in business that people need to be able to apply. People are having a hard time like breaking a lot of this shit down. Like, did you see the episode with the stats on the ladies?
Nah.
Oh, well, the statistics are very hard to understand for people when they don't think in this capacity, and how business thinks in capacity, you can actually translate it to the real world. That's why some statements are problematic, because you don't get nowhere. You know?
I'm not the best person to talk about statistics with. You know, my
just functional thinking more so. Like,
Yeah.
just like, how can you apply it in the earth right now? Let me ask you this, and I'm gonna drop the link. The biology. How important are the biological parents? What you think?
I think biological parents are very important. And again, it supports that whole thing on identity. The child is able to see certain things and they can ask certain questions. And as they navigate this journey, they have a better sense of self and knowing who they are and dealing with less bullshit in their future. I think the biological parents are very, very, very important. And the ideal would be if two people made a baby, they were able to either stay together, which would be perfect. But in a instance where they're not, they would be able to effectively co-parent. And I think that they would make amazing citizens. You're muted.
My bad. My wife walked in. I missed the first part of what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Say it again. Sorry.
No problem. I think that biological parents are very important, especially when it comes to that whole identity piece. I think when kids are raised in a house with their biological parents, they're able to see certain things. They're able to ask certain questions. There's less room for, I think, issues in the future. But when it comes to them being who they need to be as an individual. But that's just my take on it. I think if the two parents can either, like I said, stay together or co-parent very effectively, I think they make very good citizens. But when that's not happening, fuck everything.
Yeah. When okay. Yeah, biology is so important. So important. We didn't really talk about style too much. But we can get there though. We can get there. But biology is, yeah. Well, I'll reserve my opinion.
Yeah.
Kasim was
Shit like that. Shit like that.
What's good?
What's up, Pam? Q?
Man, I ain't seen you in 2 days, man. I miss you. Everything good?
Yeah, man. You know, I got a life, and I got a girlfriend, I got a woman, so I can't be on here all the time. So
yeah, man. You know I'm sensitive, man. So, but I'm glad to see you. What's up, man? So my last question I posed was how important are the biological parents? However, you feel free to address any of the other topics. And then I want to ask, I want to get into style a little bit too. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that the question, I think it's really important for the biological parents, to be a part of a child's life, right? I think that's the foundation and the bedrock where everything is going to kind of branch out from. And I believe parents try to impart their values, principles, and characters in that child as quickly and as fast as possible, knowing that as the child gets older, life is going to come in the way. Different influences going to come into way. Different perspectives are going to come in the way that will try to shape and move that child right in different directions. And I think we as parents, we try to impart as much of a wall as fast as possible so that when the world comes in, that wall is able to sustain itself and the child can have some type of moral compass and some kind of moral foundation.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Definitely see that. And my whole thing with it was like just them being able to find a sense of identity. I think identity is huge for kids, and knowing who they are. And I think that if they had the biological parents from day one, and again, the whole thing with that is they have to be doing a good job with their parenting style, because that's two-part. It's like, okay, you're bio and you're there, but let's say, I don't know if you guys saw the models in the beginning that Hamp had.
Yeah.
So you got two parents is there, but one is permissive and the other one is neglectful, or I think it was like unattentive or something. That's a shit show right there. So it doesn't even matter at that point that they had their biological parents. So I think it's everything has to be all encompassing. But
Q, let me ask you this. Do you believe that it's important to have some kind of structure or values or principles before you get the identity part? Don't you believe that you have to have that bedrock first for the identity to kind of come through? I don't think identity really comes that quickly. I think identity comes longer down the road once you gain certain experiences and you learn what you want and what you don't want. When you get more into your intrinsic self and you tap into those values and characters, then you begin to form your identity and your ideals as far as where you want to see your life to go. But I think you have to have those intrinsic characters and values and principles first before those individuality can show itself.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there must be structure, principles, morals, and things like that. You're teaching them from very young. And then where there may be some things that go off from the default settings of them as a person, they would have, again, that reference point. I have my real mom. I have my real dad. And right now I'm struggling later, like I said, later on, like I'm struggling with this and I need to have peace of mind with this, or I need these particular questions answered. But yeah, if you're not parenting, I think well, not perfect, but well from the beginning, you're going to see those issues show up in the child later on. And sometimes I don't think we as parents have all the answers at that point, and it makes it very difficult.
John, you want to jump in?
As far as when you look at the child, and the child is going to be a reflection of his or her parents. I mean, right off the bat. So you're talking about the first teacher being the mother. So if the mother is involved, but yet, let's say that she has not had a good upbringing, where it's more a thing of argumentative or aggressive, you may see some of that reflect in the child. Whereas if a mother has been in a parenting situation where she's with someone who has the equal to her, she's been in a good situation, then you have a better outcome. Whereas if you have one parent who I've mentioned before, you have good cop, bad cop, you're going to have that conflict rolling between the child. Whereas who do I pay attention to? If the father's out of the house, he's with the mother mostly, then you will see the child taking on more aspects or behaviors that come from being around his or her mother. Then when the father comes home, and then you'll see an argument erupt between the father and the child based on what the child is hearing, or what the father is hearing from what the mother has said. That's when, and I know we can all say this, hey, go to your room, then mom and dad get into it. So it's best that before the child even comes into the situation, mom and dad have a chance to be husband and wife. And before you are husband and wife, you need to be boyfriend and girlfriend, where you are vetting these things before a child comes into the format.
Interesting. Very interesting.
What? So my style is I'm pretty hold on, sorry. So my style is I'm pretty friendly with the kids. You know what I mean? We joke, we laugh, right? They're little for the most, I mean, aside from the older ones. But if I have to turn it on, they instantly snap too. Like if I change the octave in my voice, it's over with. Stand up, stop crying, go lay down, all of it. You know, I mean, the cries, you should hear them. If I say stop it now, the cry be coming all through the eyes, but it better not be a peep though, right? Because I got to get to that point. You know what I'm saying? Or they'll be screaming upstairs if they got to get sent to bed. My wife will come get me. I'll go upstairs. I very rarely have to go in their room twice. The two middle-aged or the two girls that are two years old. You know what I'm saying? But generally I'm joking. We eat candy for breakfast. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff. You know, but when it's up. You know.
You know what, man? I saw my parenting style evolve as I got older, right? Because when I had my first child, I was really close to the military, right? I had just got out of the military, so I was out of the military for a little bit. So I already had a certain mindset as far as, you know, what leadership is, the role. And my oldest son, I kind of raised in that particular mindset. Then my middle son came, and when my middle son came, that's when I started getting higher up in my career in management. And then I really started to learn how to manage people and manage behaviors. And I would go to all these seminars to get individuals to cooperate more. Then my parenting skills kind of changed a little bit, right? I was not necessarily more agreeable, but I wanted to kind of get an insight of what they were, because they were older now, where I can talk to them and they can form sentences and we can have a dialogue back and forth. So I did see my communication style, you know, kind of evolve a little bit as I went up in my career, and it's worked out for the best, man.
Yeah, no, 100%. You know what? Understanding matters when they get older, Kasim. So like my oldest daughter, she's in high school, right? And I'll be like this. Something was happening at school. You know, they weed, all types of stuff is going on now. I'm just more like, that shit is corny. You know, and I say it like that shit is corny. Like, only corny people do shit like that. Who don't go to class so they can grow up and grow up in the same room they grew up in. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of like more like matter of fact. I don't like make everything such a big deal. I don't overreact. You know what I mean? Because at that age, they will or won't tell you everything.
Yes.
You know, now she know if I come into school, I'm not fucking around. You know, but generally, all that shit is corny. Like, you know what I mean? You cooler than that. You know what I mean?
I just,
Go ahead.
You know what's important here? You have her trust, and that she values your opinion. And I think, again, it goes back to like the early stages of life with kids. I knew childhood psychology before I became a parent. So just knowing there's certain things that you can and should be doing during the early stages kind of helped a lot. And so one thing that you just said that matters, right? Like, if what you think matters to her, you're already winning as a parent. Because even down to disappointing, if she sees like you have an advantage over parents who have to say, make sure you get on the honor roll or else. You know what I'm saying? She just know if your expectation of her is honor roll and she disappoints you, it's the disappointment that you're able to discipline with. You don't got to touch it.
Yeah.
You know, so I think, that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. Damn, I was about to say something.
You know what, Q, you hit a good point. That hit me harder. It hit me harder for my parents to tell me, like, you know what, Kasim, I'm really disappointed. Versus them like yelling at me and doing these other things, because as a child, as the only child, all I wanted to do was just make my parents proud, and everything that I did. So as a form of correction, they wouldn't necessarily yell and curse at me. They would just say, like, you know what, I'm real disappointed. And then by them saying that I disappointed them, it had a more of an impact on me. And I wanted to correct that behavior because, again, I was doing the best that I could to make them to be proud of me. Right. So when they say disappointment, it just hit hard. It just hit different.
Yeah. What do you guys think about spankings?
I'll let everybody else go first.
Spanking was something, as I mentioned in the show we did a while back, Hemp, whereas there was a means of maintaining discipline. It was part of the educational system. If you had a child who did not respond to 1, 2, 3 warnings, what do you do? I mean, you can't knock them out, obviously, but at some point in time, you have to take a level to extreme, as long as it's not a beating. So we used to get this paddle back when I was about 12 or 13, that was about this thick. Sometimes they put holes in them so they can get that action to where it swings a lot faster. And once you catch that across your hindquarters a couple times, you will act right. Now, obviously, you're going to have the ones who say, okay, yeah, it'll hurt for now, but, I did what I wanted to do. I'll go back and do what I do again. That's where you have the problems that escalate into, we'll say, blights on society sometimes. But for the most part, those kids who understand that they had crossed the realm, like you were saying before, that I've gone too far, to whereas there's a level of disappointment you're going to face when you get home, those are the kids who responded to a paddling. And then the worst is that if you get home and your mom and your dad knew you got paddled, that's when you're going to catch it again, this time with either the extension cord, put your hand out with the brush, or maybe that switch. But yeah, I'm all for it to a degree. It's a correction.
Now, John, boys and girls?
I don't discriminate.
Okay.
Wow, I would say obviously I'm a Gen Xer, so spankings was just it was just part of the get down, right? If you didn't get spanking, something was wrong. And during certain things that you would do, that spanking just came across a little bit louder versus a talking to. And even though I got spankings and stuff like that, I didn't carry that on, to my boys. Again, as I got more into learning how to communicate and things like that, there was really no need to lay the hammer down on them unless it was something really, really egregious, right? But yeah, I say every now and then you got to spank them every now and then, but not make it outrageous. But if that action calls for that particular behavior, and obviously you've had time to think about it in the communication, if that action calls for that, then I would say that action is warranted. But you have to really make the call on that, do some searching and things of that nature before you actually do it. But no, I'm not against it. No.
So from spanking, being spanked, belt, cable cord, extension cord, everything,
tree branches,
anything, broom, shit. And then I stopped crying. Like, fuck out of here. I ain't crying no more. But it just added to my sense of like toughness or like violent nature, though.
I used
to get spanked every day. But
I used to get the wind knocked out of me too, but I didn't go on a freaking Michael Myers killing spree with the neighbors and stuff.
No, I 100% agree. But like, for instance, I've been getting spankings. I got an older brother, he 11 years older than me. So I box every kid in a 10-mile radius. So just all those things, and it continued to manifest in that way,
Yeah.
There's a thing, right? And I'm just painting this picture, right? And I've been in trouble a few times, but I'm generally, came out of it good, right?
Yeah.
There's this little flinch from people that are football players and people who play football, if you guys understand what I mean. I don't have this flinch at all, So when I make impact with people playing real tackle football, like in college, is the maximum impact. People that play football, they're just a little flinch in between that contact and not the contact. Now it could be innate, but it could be from all of that, and how I play the game of football is generally very violent. You know, I'm
Yeah,
wondering
but
if
that
any of
flinching
that has
mechanism,
anything to do with it.
but that flinching because I know that mechanism that you're talking about, and I think it's very important to have that mechanism between what comes in your mind, what you think, and then what you say, and it can be very reactionary. And if you don't have that locking mechanism in between here and here, that can be really, really dangerous. And I've seen some guys that just go from straight to here, right? So it really depends on the amount of discipline that you have, knowing that your thoughts can go a certain way, but cutting it off and then watering down the speech so it can be more amicable.
Yeah, I generally say what I want too. I don't know if that's a thing also.
Is it because you big and you know they can't take you?
That could be one of those subconscious things too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta beat the hell out of him. Yeah, that might make sense. Damn, man.
People go
Keep your damn hands off your children. That's what I got to say.
Sharon, did you speak?
No, he did not. What's up, Sharon?
Nigga, he was raised by wolves, man. Wolves.
Good day, everyone. Good day to y'all.
What's up, fam?
I used to
It's
get
not
beat
even
a
your
lot.
turn. After you say hi, you mute.
This is what happens when you get beatings.
Hold on, we gonna get Q. Q, go ahead, give your or unless you want Sharon to go before you go.
Yeah, I'll go first since he's saying ladies first. I don't want to have that be looked at as like, oh, cute calling niggas gay because she let Sharon go first. Like, nah. Okay, so yes, I'm with these two brothers here. I think that it's something that you would have to determine as a parent if it's warranted. If it's some extreme shit that they did, yeah. And again, depending on the type of child that they are, you would know. And like I told him earlier, usually what happens in those situations, it's a one and done. They're not going to do the same exact thing again. They may do something similar, but they're not. If that thing was effective, they're not going to do the same exact thing again. Now, if you see that it's not effective, you may need to look in another direction as far as like maybe they have some type of behavioral issues or mental health or something to that extent. But usually with them doing something extreme, and you come in with that level of discipline, because again, it shouldn't be your go-to. If it's your go-to, then that to me is abusive. Yeah, they're gonna get some act right in them.
So you think they're effective?
I believe when done right, yes. Now you again, it's more to it. It's like, oh, you just disciplining them physically to a pulp. Like again, we gotta be able to be very clear on what is abuse and what is discipline. Like
so. Well, I mean, I know you mentioned extreme. Like if they do something extreme, it will call for a spanking.
Yeah.
So what level of spanking though? Like what? How do you see? What? How do you qualify what's what? Like.
Yeah. So if they, let's say, I don't know, you're driving, and I used the scenario before. You're driving, and child is maybe like 5. And they open the car door on the highway. How do you get them to understand that is not acceptable? That's beyond talking.
Well, that's what thing. Psychology, they put child safety locks on because kids grab and play with things. So that wouldn't be a situation where I'd be like, I'll spank them. One, he's have a seatbelt. You know they pulling the door. That's why the car manufacturers put the thing in there.
I already got another example lined up.
All
right. Let's say every day, 12 noon, you feeding them lunch. They're impatient this particular day. They may be 4.5. They're impatient this particular day.
Yeah.
And they go and they turn that stove or that oven on, and there could have been something in there to burn that entire house down. That's beyond talking. And they could have gotten hurt themselves. That's beyond talking.
Is it beyond teaching?
No.
Because a spanking would say, you knew better. You did this. I gotta spank you now. But are we sure we're teaching before we spanking? And are we spanking? Wait. Last thing. And then are we spanking out of fear and anger? Because if we're spanking out of fear that person the child could have gotten hurt, and if we're mad at the child, those aren't two reasons you should be spanking.
Absolutely. And I said before, I wouldn't even spank mad. I think that's terrible.
That's when people
while you are still angry, because it is supposed to be a form of discipline. It's supposed to be an eye opener. It's not.
Okay.
It should not be your go-to.
Okay. So
If you're doing that every single day, there is a problem in your household.
Yeah. So I disagree with those two examples. Now, if my son hit his mom, right? You know, when they be 5 or 6 playing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's say he hit his mom, you know, kids, right? I'm on a parent test. Matter of fact, the white dude was like, slap me. His son slapped the Snoop Dogg shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if my son would like hit his mom and you know, whatever, then I might spank him for that, right? He need to instantly understand that. I could see that, you know. But the other ones, I feel like parents got to do a better job of teaching. We think we doing a good job teaching when we ain't.
So in that scenario, they would have known not to touch the stove, which is why they've been patient every day. Like they know that already. To that point, you can't. With my son, the whole thing was this: if I'm disciplining you for something for the first time, I automatically have to teach you that. But past that point, if now when I teach you, you can tell me back what you're not supposed to do, then there's discipline that comes after that. Not the ass whooping, but there is some form of discipline or consequence that comes after that, because you have told me that you know better now. But I automatically, with every situation new, have to assume you didn't know.
Okay.
And I don't think a lot of parents do that either, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, we got to find the line. Sharon, what's popping?
It's okay to talk. I'm gonna get my ass whooped.
You always keep your face covered.
Hey, this is how I look at it. You beat your children, you being a lazy parent. It's as simple as that. You need to have more patience with your children. If your child is acting up for some strange reason, they just want your attention. You need to communicate with them. You need to get down to their level, speak to them eye to eye, so they can have an understanding that you are there for them. Most of the time, people get frustrated with their children because they trying to correct something within themselves through their goddamn child. That's the main problem. I think the very first time I actually met him, we was having this very conversation about whooping kids' ass. And we were talking about how much Ali got his ass whooping. He's still crazy as hell. It didn't matter.
That was on Ali channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. That was a long ass time ago.
That was. He was tripping then. He tripping now.
Keep your hands off your children. Learn how to communicate with your children. They are little human beings. There ain't no such thing as a child's place. They are little human beings. They are trying to navigate through the world, and they use you to test what they could do and what not do. And this is where you got to learn how to communicate effectively the way how your child needs to. And each child is different. Not every child going to get the same father. So my oldest child, he don't have the same father as my youngest child.
So what if a kid break into your house?
Hold on, Ali. Hold on. Nobody said hi.
And this is somebody that got whippings. See?
What's up, my brother? Hal?
What's
Thank you. How you
poppin',
doing?
So let me see. I had a follow-up question for Sharon. So you think it should be totally out of the repertoire completely?
I think if you could go to jail for hitting a dog, if you could go to jail for hitting your spouse, you should go to jail for hitting your kids. Everywhere else you can't put your hands on entities, but your children is not okay. Do not keep your hands off of human beings. They are entities that's trying to grow in this world, and they learn because they don't have the proper words. And this is why they act out, because they still developing words. It's called alexithymia when you're grown, but for children, we don't have no word for it.
Okay, but do all your morals align with the judicial system? Sharon?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, just assessing, right? Like, just because the law will say X, Y, and Z, right? It will even say you can do certain things, but morally, should you do those things regardless of what the law says? You know what I mean?
Right. So yeah, my moral code doesn't really necessarily go with that kind of discipline, what the law says. However, what I'm saying is that that's the only thing that stopped people from doing things in the first place. So people that do not have no moral stand ground, then I'm gonna try to use the law to prove a point. They say that it's not okay to fucking whip your dog. PETA would get on you if you hit your dog in public, but it is okay for you to hit your child in public. It should be a problem with that.
Bro, that's mischaracterization here, because first of all, Sharon, you're lacking context here. You're making the assumption, or it appears you're making the assumption, that a kid is catching the backhand for no reason. No, a whooping occurs after you've laid down the lines, because one of the things in child psychology is the point of contingency. If and then. If you do this, this will happen. If you don't do this, this will not happen. So therefore, if you told the kid 5, 6 times, if you do this, this will result in this response, and the kid still does it, obviously he or she knows what's being said, or they do not care what's being said. But again, it's not just a fly off the handle, just whooping ass back and forth. Again, it is a contingent thing. It is not utilized on a day-to-day basis, nor should it be. But at the same point in time, it is always a contingent response after the rules have been laid and they've been disregarded. Again,
And the rule and the punishment to the rule should never be your hands putting on somebody, because that will teach your child that communication. When your child grows up, is going to say, hey, when somebody don't understands me, I got to put my hands on them for them to understand what I'm trying to say. Because this is the example that you are teaching them. You say, hey, I told you not to do this. You're going to get a whooping. Hey, I told you not to do this. You're going to get a whooping. Third time, whatever the limit is, then you're going to give him a hand. He's going to do the same, or she's going to do the same thing. When she gets older, she's going to have that same threshold of, when I tell you I'm going to put my hands on you, you better stop, or I'm going to put my hands on you, instead of using their words. And you need to learn how to communicate.
So Sharon, at what age?
Real quick, I just want to make sure, because I think Ali also had a follow-up question for him, Q. Now, Q, obviously you...
I'll catch up with y'all, but thanks for letting me get in there for a minute.
Oh, yeah, be safe, John.
All right, y'all.
But go ahead, Q. Obviously, you can go.
No, I
know Ali had a... Go ahead.
Oh, Sharon's making some strong points there. At what age does discipline start for you? You know, with that model, and what age does it end?
For me, with the communication part?
No, just like however you discipline. At what age does that start for you, and what with your children, and what age does it end?
I start talking to my kids as soon as they get out the womb. Very first day, I talk to them. I never Google, Gaga, and act like they wasn't human beings. I always act like they are their own sentient being and that they need to be raised. So I never Google, Gaga. I always spoke to them. I raised 4 children and I got grandchildren. And I never put my hands on anyone, not one of them. And my oldest is 24 years old.
And then at what age did you stop disciplining them?
It was never more like a discipline thing. It was more of, I give my children freedom, and as how they move throughout the day, I take their freedoms away. So they free to do whatever the fuck they want to do until you start doing that. I say, hey, if you keep doing this, I'm gonna have to take this away. So their freedom is completely up to them. The more shit that you do, the more freedoms I'm taking away from you. So when the kid want to be a free and autonomous human being, they start to act more correct because they want to be free. They want to be free things. That's how I raise them, to think, not to just listen to what I say. Because when they go outside this household, they got to learn and move on their own, and they got to think in real time.
Yeah, but don't you think they have boundaries when they leave the household, Sharon?
Too much freedom is a bad thing.
Let's do this. Let's go ahead and keep it organized before it even starts. So, because Ali wanted to ask a follow-up question. I know JT and Hink was here first. I just want to make sure that follow-up question isn't forgotten, and then we'll go to JT and Hink. Ali, you remember what the question you wanted to ask Sharon specifically?
Yeah, but it went to somewhere else too because he kept talking. Though I was asking him what he do if a kid broke into his household. But for the most part, I think he takes what people say and runs with it. You're right. Well, you want to ask him that? I asked him that still. What you gonna do if one of these kids break into your household?
Who kid?
Someone else's kid.
I'll bust a person's kid's ass.
No, you shouldn't put your hands on them kids. You say they free to do whatever they want to.
We talking about parenting. We not talking about some goddamn degenerate.
Now you won't lay hands on kids.
If you don't want to have good communication with your child, say, hey, listen, you go to Mr. Bracy house over there, he might put his hands on you. That is a communication problem with you.
No, won't you talk that kid off the leg from breaking in your house?
It's cap. He just never had this. The thing is that he just never had to spank his kids. But all we're saying is most of people don't believe in just spanking your kid. But if it's imperative to spank your kid and your kid is acting out of bounds at a certain point after you giving them direction, then we believe in that, in disciplining our children. Just like if someone is acting out of line in this household and is trying to take his life, I'm sure at that point Sharon believes in killing. certain things are always necessary. We don't want to kill people, but sometimes deleting someone may be necessary, just like spanking somebody may be necessary. You just didn't have to spank your kids, but there may be some kids like me. I needed a spanking. I'm sure Hamp needed a spanking as well, and Hank definitely needed a spanking. And Scam Ben needed spankings. That's why he acting like he acting.
So, you know? but here's the thing: we need to have some rules for conversation. We should not have to go to an extreme of from parenting to somebody breaking into my house and damn near taking my life. That is too extreme. Let's keep it on parenting. Not use examples.
I broke it down for you, Sharon. I broke it down.
Criminal now. Let's do this. Here, the logic is what I'm trying to follow. We understand it's an extreme example, right? But there was a situation where I was breaking up the boys, like little boys fighting, right? So when I break them up, I'm not slinging them around, things of that nature. One time I was DJing and I broke up 2 grown men. One of them, I tried to break his neck when I slammed him on his fucking head because they shouldn't have been fighting in the club in the first place, right? So there's still treatment. So you saying that you will bust a kid's ass when if I see a child, I'm more likely not to put so much pain on them.
Yeah, but he said somebody that broke into my house. That's a criminal.
Okay, so you're saying no holds bar, kid.
It's a criminal. A criminal is a criminal. I don't know what that criminal is trying to do to me.
All right.
Yeah.
And then he's trying to act like I'm supposed to treat a criminal the same way how I treat my child.
Nope. So if your son, if your little boy stole a candy bar, you gonna treat him like a criminal too?
Say that again.
If your son stole a candy bar, would you treat him like that criminal too? Because he's a criminal. According to you, a criminal is a criminal.
No, I would tell my son why you didn't get 2.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Like
he not consistent. What if your child assaulted you and stole from you?
Again, you use it extreme. Children don't just
That's
go
not
around.
extreme. No, I didn't. No. I asked if it happened. Stop saying extreme. There are kids that delete their parents and assault their parents and steal from their parents. Stop saying it's extreme. It occurs. So all we're asking you is a scenario. We're not saying that
this doesn't happen to you. If this occurs, then that almost every child that got their ass whooped by their parent that didn't like it, they would go ahead and beat their parent up. But that does not happen. So you saying that children just going out there just hitting on their parents is not it's highly extreme. It doesn't happen.
Sharon, hold on now, because you
right. So I really don't mind, dating a woman with kids. I see no problem with that. This is a woman.
You're windmilling a little bit. Just slow down a little bit. Slow down. Why would baby boys or your daughter say, "Why are you still 2?" What are you doing? Why would they steal 2 candy bars? You wanted one?
Exactly.
Oh my god.
I want one too.
So you okay with them being little criminals like that? Okay, I got you. So now you sound hypocritical, Sharon.
What person went to jail for stealing a candy bar?
It doesn't matter. They're a criminal.
No, it doesn't matter.
You said a criminal is a criminal. That's what you said.
This is the problem. I actually use words and y'all just be making shit up. What person went to jail for stealing a candy bar?
I don't know any.
Hey, Hank, don't get
therefore that little kid that took that candy bar is not a criminal. Y'all just be saying shit because you think it sounds cool, but it's rebellion rhetoric. I gotta rebel against this shit.
Don't fall for the bait. Don't fall for the bait.
Hold on. We're just trying to get the logic down. So I want to understand. So let's say they go ahead, because like the corner store, people own the corner store. Like you still out of Nordstrom's, like when you see those kids running out, those people don't have any skin in the game. But generally speaking, Habib at the corner store, if your kid run in there try to snatch a whole bunch of shit, Habib gonna do your kid dirty. So you saying at that juncture, no, what's Ryan? You know where you live at, so I mean, come on, come on. All I'm saying is, if you steal from somebody's actual store, they can do you dirty, right? Stealing is stealing. They're a criminal at that juncture. Is Habib wrong for doing your kid dirty in that instance?
So I don't. Maybe I just grew up differently. Where I'm from, a little kid stealing a 50-cent bag of tater chips or a $1 candy poppy or Habibi, Ak, whatever you want to call him. He is not chasing the little kid for $1 candy. Okay. He is more willing to give him a bag of chips to even allow him to steal the bag of chips. We got to be honest. When we talking about stealing from the Habibis and all that, the only time he's trying to bust your head open, you're trying to take your hand into the register. That is it. And when we talk about a kid taking some goddamn bag of chips, that's most likely a kid under 7 years old. Let's be honest about the conversation that we are having, and y'all not being honest about the conversation. You're talking about a candy is a criminal. We know for a fact that the people that take candy is a kid that doesn't even know that it's stealing.
Is it a crime?
And then you get in the car, and you're like, where you get this candy from? They're like,
slow down. Is it a crime though? Can we agree that it's a crime?
No, we cannot agree that as a crime because nobody can get locked up for stealing a candy bar. It got to be over a certain amount of money for it to be an actual criminal offense.
So for instance, like larceny, there's larceny 6 and 7. It's anything under $500. So you steal something that's worth 50 cents, it's still a larceny. It's just low level, right? We agree there. But are you saying jail is the only thing that makes it a crime? Like being locked up?
What else makes you a criminal? You gotta do something that is criminal.
If you get charged,
let's be honest. Stealing something for $1 is not considered criminal.
No, so you would be charged, right? But what would happen to your point? I want to make sure we get on the same level, or we get on a baseline. Is that you may get a ticket to appear, right? Like speeding is a crime. They give you a promissory note to appear.
It's not a crime. See, this is where it is a traffic violation, but it's not a crime.
So. Are we playing semantics?
We playing with words, definition words. Words have meaning. So if I'm speeding, that is a traffic violation. It is not a crime. That's why we have all these protests about these things about traffic violations, and it's escalated to people getting their life taken because it's a traffic violation. You don't have no criminal intent. You don't need to ask me if I smell like alcohol, smell like this, if I got this or I got that, because it is a traffic violation. Not
so Sharon is an example.
Let's trying to conflate things. Let's get back to what we talking about. Discipline.
This is what happens to your kids when you allow them to do what they want to do.
Discipline is about communication. If you are too lazy to communicate with your children, then therefore you put your hands on your children. That is your problem. That's a you problem. So when you see your child, the reason why you getting frustrated at your child is because you are trying to correct something that you see in yourself through your child. Fix your goddamn self first.
Yeah, this is the reason why having too much freedom should not be allowed to our kids.
Children.
Because they end up like this.
You're too grown for that.
They say stealing is not stealing.
Go back to your little boy self at 6-year-olds when you got your ass whooped and go and fix that. Go to your goddamn.
Or somebody decided they want to press charges.
You got your ass whooped at 6 years old and fix it. Stop taking it out your goddamn children.
I don't understand this.
Can't even keep your goddamn mouth closed.
Sharon, so I just did a quick Google search. Speeding in my state here is a Class C misdemeanor.
Oh, that's a crime.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to.
I just got that. I just beat that.
Yeah, pull apart the point, but the point is, it's a crime. It's a criminal thing. Are you saying that because it's criminal, people should dog walk kids, women, men, everybody?
Okay, so now if you want to go into
we just want to understand. We understand, like, how do you feel if it was your child? That's all.
At what speed limit does it become a criminal offense? Because it's usually when you're doing double or triple the speed.
That's about what speed limit.
If we want to be technical, if you're doing 10 miles over the speed limit, that is not a criminal offense. But if it's like double or triple the speed limit, because now your car could turn into a goddamn weapon, is why that is.
It's always going to be a weapon. Anytime you start, it can be a weapon.
Jesus Christ, talking over somebody for no reason without a point to say, just to talk should be a criminal offense.
Right. Well, let's not, because obviously what happened is we done belabored that point and it took away from the entire conversation. The point is, children can be criminal. How do we treat them? Do we treat them differently because it's a kid, but not our own kid? And Sharon's saying, yeah, a kid breaks into his house. It is what it is for that kid. He gonna treat them like they beat them like they stole something. Do y'all say that?
Yeah, that's what Sharon said. He said he gonna kill him.
Want to make sure what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if your kid steals, somebody should beat them like they stole something. You agree?
Yes. That's a household.
So that's the only thing you've been consistent on, D. Everything else you've been inconsistent.
No, the problem is y'all want to take your frustrations out and live through your damn children. You need to go back, like I said earlier, you need to go back to when you was a kid and you got all those ass whoopers, and you need to go to your therapist and clean all that up. So this way, when you see your child, you just allow your child to be a child. So they could be curious and touch things and be curious, say things, figure out how to communicate, go back and forth with their parent, because that's the safest place for them to learn how to debate and argue.
Go back and forth.
Put their hands on somebody and get their ass whooped.
Sharon, you still discipline your older children or raising your older children?
Yes, because all I ever did was communicate. So yeah. So even at 24, I'm still communicating. Say, hey, no, you're doing the wrong things. Come here, let me talk to you. We need to sit down and have a conversation. Why are you thinking like this? Who put this thought in your mind? Where did it come from?
Yeah, it's because I'm asking because it sounds like you'll be doing that for a long time with the way that you're going about it. Like they're grown.
So you saying he's babying? Are you saying he's babying?
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, right now I'm babying you. That understand that me and her is having a conversation. You got to learn how to keep it up when two people are talking.
Damn, boy, you getting sunned. Okay, I got you.
It's JT. What's popping?
What's going on, boy? It's popping. What's up?
Tell me.
What up, Hank?
They up here wilding. It's goody.
What's up, JT?
Hell yeah. Not much, man. So yeah, I'm probably against the whole thing of that corporal punishment right now when it comes down to in the days that we in right now, because it's just too many people that don't even know how to communicate with their kids, let alone when they call themselves spanking. They don't really be spanking their kids, they be whooping their ass. So it's at a point right now where you have child-minded parents that's their go-to is to put their hands on their kids, and the only thing that they're really teaching them is violence. So it's probably less. It should be like how it was before, where you had parents that actually had it kind of mixed up, where when they did spank their child, they actually had some type of boundaries with that, right? But it done got so far out of hand now where it's just all violence now. You have very few parents that actually have purpose behind corporal punishment now, especially when it comes down to you have so many other ways that you can discipline your child where they can grasp it a lot more than just putting your hands on it. I kind of agree with Sharon when he say that for the most part, when you start putting your hands and spanking your kids, it's kind of a lazy way of parenting. I do agree with that. And that's for the most part.
JT, if you spank your kid and they don't cry, do people stop?
Nope. They would spank them until they got snot coming out their nose. Most people will push their kids and they will push their kids through walls. They will beat the hell out of them with their fists, and then they will go back and put it on camera, or they will sit back and brag on it. So it's not even corporal punishment anymore. It's them just beating on their kid. That's where that's where they evolved into now.
Most people don't spank. And that extreme cases you speaking about, what case are you getting that from, my brother?
Absolutely not, bro.
That's so
extreme. Slamming your kid, bro. That's extreme, JT. Come on now,
bro.
Hey, what are we how the fact that
where you getting that from?
Kids knocks out the IQ. So every time
I wouldn't call that spanking though. That JT, that's not spanking. That you beating your kid. That's beating your kid. That ain't spanking.
So let me ask this question, Hank. Let me ask this question.
All
so
right.
Cable cord, that's permitted.
That's bullshit.
Hank.
Cable cord. No, sir.
Extension. How about extension cord?
Yeah, I'm having flashbacks. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
How about race car track?
No.
That was a good one.
How about the belt?
Yeah, that's acceptable.
How about the switch?
That's acceptable.
How about the paddle?
I hated it, but it's acceptable.
How about the broom?
No.
How about the hand?
Yes.
How about the fist?
No, hell no.
How about the feet?
No. God damn.
How about noogies?
You talking about when he rubbed the head?
Yeah, wedgies and noogies.
Give yourself a noogie real quick. You'll see.
No.
So you just said so let's say Hank is the law. He's the jury. He's the judge. He outlawed all the weapons that's used for spankings. You that's just assault. For all that, you can't use nothing. You might as well do what Sharon said.
I said the belt.
I said the switch. I said the hand and the paddle. I'm good with those four.
Wait, what? The belt don't work.
It's fantastic. You see, the belt don't work. Mr. Fantastic didn't say hi to nobody. He got spanked with a belt all his life. He didn't say hi or nothing.
This shit going to because you got people in here that have been abused and they feel like they've been abused, and whatever y'all was abused with, y'all are calling spanking. That's not the same thing. Spanking as a form of discipline and getting your ass whipped and getting abused is two different things. And I don't think I heard anybody up here who co-signed spanking as a form of discipline as saying yes, and we agree that people should be abusing their children too. Like, that's some other shit. So if y'all feel like y'all got abused, to Sharon's point, y'all need to go to therapy about that. But abuse and spanking is two different things.
Let me ask you a question. We can't discern the difference. I think that's the issue that JT pointed out and Sharon is pointing out, is that people lack discernment on what's what. And that's why I asked the qualifying question. If they don't cry, does it count? So if you go beat your son and he go there with a straight, if you go beat your son and he got a straight face the whole time, you know what you're going to deem ineffective? That's spanking. That's the problem with it.
Nah, the problem is what happened beforehand, and that whoever was abusing y'all was calling it spanking. So y'all are confused now.
Yeah, and Hamp, in 2024, we all know what the difference is. It's obvious. We know what the difference is. Because what JT was speaking on, that wasn't a spanking. That was nowhere near a spanking. That was a beating. I don't know if Sharon gave examples, but more likely he was probably talking about a beating too. But there's a big difference between spanking and a beating. You know, I'm sure many of us probably took a beating. I took beatings.
But Hank, what was just said on this panel was what I said was an outlier. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It is way more. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. That's what it evolved to. You got way more people that's abusing their children than not, and you can't decipher that now because this is how they're spanking their kids. That is not an outlier.
But JT, the difference
when you say abuse, are you just talking about the physical abuse, or are you talking about everything like emotional? Okay, no, I can't say most of them are. No, I don't know.
People are abusing people. Most people.
No, I don't think
most of them. Question though, Ali. Let's ask this question because I think I think what we're hung up on is Q is alleging that the majority of us got abused and we took beatings. But if the majority were taking beatings, guess what a spanking is? A beating, because the majority of us took those. Just because. Listen. If you start shaking your head, don't listen. It don't matter.
That's not what she said, though.
No, but here's what I'm saying, though. Here's what I know. She didn't say that. I 100% agree. Okay. Here's what I'm normalizing, Ali. The fact that the majority of us got what we would deem beatings, that was the norm. The people who got quote unquote spankings, they were the outliers. You see what I'm saying? And so people are going to duplicate what was done to them, generally speaking, and that's why it's scary. You know what I mean? Not saying what she said, but what was actually happening to most of us.
Right. But what she was saying, and which I agree with her 100% with her, is that the majority of people who were actually abused a lot of those people resort away from spankings when they saw what was happening to them. But for the most part, most people aren't being abused. Most people aren't having marks or bruises on their bodies. It's very rare. I worked in mental health for 15 years. I made come across two cases where kids were getting abused.
You're not talking like WEPs, right?
Yeah, bruises, marks, all kinds of things. Worse than that.
Was normal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying consistently. I think sometimes parents may go too far and like, dang, I went too far, and you don't see it happen again. Like, I'm sure some of us got beat a certain type of way, but most times if it's consistently, you know, this child is getting abused.
Okay,
I get that. But I just remember growing up as a kid, you know, going into elementary, in the middle school, you know, particularly like in the springtime where in gym, when you had to go change your gym clothes, you would see a lot of whelps on, you know, little kids and stuff like that. In addition, our neighborhood was so tight, right? You would know who got a spanking because all the kids would be on the street listening to, you know, Malik getting a spanking. You know, he'd be so loud yelling and all the kids would be on the street. So we would know who got a spanking or not. But I don't think it got to the point where it was excessive or abusive. It was only maybe like a 1 or 2 times thing, maybe out of that year. So it wasn't something that was continuous where a lot of kids were in fear of getting spanking and getting whoopings. I know when I got my whoopings, I got hit no more than 5 or 6 times in that whole session. It was a quick pow, pow, and then it was it. She said what she had to say. My dad had said what he had to say. It was peace, deuces. I go downstairs at the dinner table, eat dinner, and they wouldn't even talk about the beating that I just got. And we were just going from there. But however, I did learn from that particular instance, and I never repeated the instance that I got a whooping on.
So
I think most of us did learn because we, from experience, like you said, we use that experience and learn from it. Another thing that's going to help you, the laws. These kids can call on you if you raise your voice at them. So now the laws are forcing parents to adjust and how they discipline too as well. You know what I'm saying? So when you got those type of situations, now what do? Now it's to the point where some parents are even scared to even halfway speak to them or raise their voice at their children, even though they're taking the Sharon approach is, I'm not for corporal punishment, but I want to talk to them. And if they so happen to yell at them when they voice what they have to say, then they ready to, call CPS on somebody.
So this is where y'all got to be more careful and really think about what y'all saying, because most people that are hitting their children, whether it's your 3 pops or 1 pop, whatever you want to call it as a spanking, being however you want to categorize it, right? Is that most people are doing it out of anger. It's not out of discipline. So we need to stop acting like it's some form of fucking discipline. Most human beings are hitting their child because they are angry. It don't got nothing to do with because I'm doing this. I'm gonna whoop your ass because it's gonna hurt you more than it hurt me. Bullshit.
But Sharon, you're saying that it doesn't need to be done at all with any child for any reason.
Yes, no physical discipline.
And I disagree with you.
Crazy.
I disagree.
All right, let's do this.
The lesser of two evils. You either have the child who needs to be disciplined in that way and it's not happening, or you have the child who is being abused. Both of them gonna be a fuck up.
That's fair.
Let me read these real quick, y'all. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sinead with the $5 says, biological parents are important. It helps with the identity for the kids. You can't know who you are unless you know where you come from. John Henry with the 20 ball. Salute, John. Thanks for hitting the link too. John Henry says, in Q's defense regarding the last question you asked, you will find there is a growing success rate indicating gay and lesbian parents are showing a level of success parenting children the same as heterosexual parents. I have not seen that study.
I've seen that study too. Yes.
Is it the same or increasingly effective?
It's about the same. Yeah.
If you're talking about finance, but they did a study. Who was it? It was a certain institute that did a study. I'm trying to figure out. Go ahead real quick, Cam. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Oh, no. I remember it. The William Institute at UCLA School of Law. And they said that the women, lesbians, raise majority of kids that come out of lesbian relationship households are homosexual. The study found that 6 million children, adults in the U.S. have lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender kids, and that the boys and girls of lesbian parents were significantly more likely to report same-sex attraction, sexual minority identity, and same-sex experience. So 54% of the women and 30% of the men with lesbian parents reported same-sex relations.
And yet gay people come from heteros. But all right, next super chat.
Well, if what Ali's saying is true, then you would have to assess what success is.
Not only that, the mothers push for not only that, they also found out in the study that women push for gay couples so that another woman wouldn't parent a mother's child. They push for gay men to be parents. It's very difficult for single men to adopt children. Y'all need to look up and research that.
Well, that's just sick and sad. But next super chat.
You can't just say
regards. Yeah. You know how I love money.
Lauren Mack with the $5 says, what is the baseline for an amazing citizen or successful child? We can answer that. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, Uncle Kasim and Gray, are you sick? We need to send some soup up there. She want to know. Eugene with the $10. A child cannot be a legacy by birth alone. The biological parents must teach the child the ways and the value of the family. The child must be a reflection of their parents. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, JT, take your butt in the house before you scare the peach and brown people. Lauren
I'm at
Mack
work,
with the $5
girl.
Ali always doing a light, bright face, but the gag is he really can't see.
Oh, damn it.
Joker Bed with the $10. Joker Bed with the $10 says, get Mr. Gentle Parenting out of there. What is tooken? That's not a word. He's talking to Sharon. And Son Kids with the $10 says, Shalom, what's popping? And then the Black Dragon with the $10 says, bro, y'all straight triggering me right now. You got a sword in your hand too. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, Mr. Fantastic with the top picks hair fibers filling in the thinning areas. I see you making.
Lauren is popping off today. Damn it, more than usual.
You taboo with the $5 says, how would y'all discipline your child teen if they fought their teacher? God damn.
Sharon said, talk to him.
Ali, excuse me, AL
and give him a candy bar.
What about push-ups and sit-ups, etc.? Is that abuse? People be acting like it is. Gunny with the 20 ball. He said Sharon is correct! Exclamation point. From a parent who used to spank, now I communicate. And it's way more effective. Learn how to communicate over any physical discipline.
I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So look, Ali, did you kind of been going back and forth a little bit? If you don't mind, I want to just get Scam's initial thought on it, even though we haven't gotten yours quite yet. Is that all right? Scam, what you think?
Dust as usual. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, it's like too loud a little bit.
Oh, bad.
It's too loud?
Yeah.
Oh, let me turn it down some.
There you go.
As usual, I'm calling Dust. We agreed a few days ago when you had the show on standards that there are no standards based on the behavior and based on what we see in men and women today, and even the kids, which they got from the parents. There's no standards. And the things that people are whooping for, you get angry parents, disrespect, lying, cheating, stealing, being out of order, no patience, and temper tantrums. It's unacceptable behavior that we need to inflict pain. Same behavior that we see every 10 minutes on the panels from adults who have children. But we got to go out here as cavemen and cave women, 350 pounds, grabbing a belt, which shouldn't be 350 to begin with. It shows you ain't got no discipline. Go grab a belt, switch it and brick, and throw it at a 4-year-old, put them in survival mode. Their excuse is, hey, I'm 4 years old, only been here 4 years. I'm still trying to figure this thing out. So what's the excuse for the 40-year-old who demonstrates the same behavior every 10 minutes on the hour? It's proven we can't listen, can't focus, can't maintain a diet, don't respect self, women, men, kids, anything. And the behavior comes out from your subconscious mind to your microphone and in real life when you click off the panel. But we got to inflict pain and put kids in survival mode. They're looking for leadership. They're looking for model behavior. They're looking for positivity. Somehow to build their confidence versus being talked to. Hey, you ain't, why don't you blah, 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 blah. It's damn terroristic behavior in the household. Every time these conversations about discipline and everything, I hear the most negative things that I can ever think of. I've never heard I'm taking my kid to the park. Hey, let me show you a lesson. Let's go to a rehab center. Let's go serve. Let's go. Because you want to teach them to be tough, teach toughness. Take them in the backyard. Teach them how to get up. Get up, do it again. Get up, do it again. I'm proud of you, son. No positivity. Just beat the hell out of them and then blame them for how they came out. And you already screwed up your damn self. As if people don't see. Just saying. And please don't go prove me right and start the same shit 5 minutes from now.
Ali, do you want to respond?
He just extreme again, just like what Sharon does. Most people aren't doing that to their children. Most people aren't violating, assaulting, abusing anybody. It's the same thing that white narrative does to black people when they're trying to make criminalize black people. Most black men ain't killing anybody. Most black men and black women aren't violating each other. So most people aren't abusive. If you're speaking about the people who are being abusive and they're getting those type of outcomes out of households, I agree with Scam and Sharon 100%. If you're abusing somebody and you're violating them and it causes their demise, that's a whole different situation. But for the most part, most people aren't doing that to their children, and most people aren't doing that to people.
So I got a question for the parents. Since y'all saying that people are not beating their kids out there, if somebody just hit the child one time in the hand, do y'all call that a beating?
Just jump in whenever. Like, hold on now. Y'all acting like niggas can just.
You being a snitch? I know for a fact that snitches get stitches. Shut your ass up.
It didn't go 5 minutes, DJ Hemp.
Listen.
You're doing exactly what Scam was talking about.
God, yo. I was looking at something. Damn. So why do y'all do that? Come on, man. I was looking at something. Give me a second. All right. So I was asking Ali if he wanted to respond to Scam specifically. Was Ali finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay. Mr. Fantastic, before you finish whining, go ahead.
Brother. Oh, so now we whining now. Listen, don't worry about my decorum ever again. I'm going out when in Rome. Goddamn. Shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Listen, again, first off and foremost, bro, if you don't got kids, shut the fuck up. All right, I'm saying it. If you don't have children, shut up. Okay, will you please shut the hell up? Okay, first off. Secondly, like all the parents know, man. Like all parents know, dog. Again, this whole thing. Everybody loves to have this extreme and goes where everybody's beating the hell out of their kids and slamming their head in the refrigerator and doing motherfucking WWF wrestling moves on them. As soon as they say something, that's the first thing. That's something that we went through, maybe, possibly. Even then, it wasn't the majority, okay?
Is he breaking up?
Am I breaking up? Am I good now?
Yeah, we can hear you okay.
Yeah, your reception need an ass whooping.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you ain't.
But for the most part, like I said, due to laws and due to us understanding that what was done to us was not proper, you had a way better, because the laws that were made by us. Okay, our fucking parents that was beating the hell out of us with all the stuff you talk about or whatever didn't make those laws. We did. So the kids that were kids and that were getting abused came up and said, okay, well, this is allowed. This is too extreme. This whole thing about, again, man, pain and fear are a part of life, necessary. In order for you to fucking survive, your body is one of the major reactions that you have. What is pain? Okay, that's why they say, hey, you find out it's fire hot, right? You touch the hot stove, you don't never do it again because you feel that pain, and therefore you know not to do that. The same thing works with children. Children are people. First off, people are animals, right? All right, people are animals. And just like any type of animal, people have to be trained. Verbally first, yes. But then if and when you do not do what you're being told verbally, pain has to be caused. Not to an extreme, but even just enough to get the proper response. And you learn that, hey, this is unacceptable. You cannot do this. So to say that you popping a kid's hand as a toddler or whatever, and that's just like the worst thing in the world because you're teaching them fear and a defense response. No, it's not. That's not true, bro. It's just not. And then what you come to find, like I said, the cultures that do the best have some of the worst levels of corporal punishment. I mean, you seen China? You ever seen them Chinese gymnastics fucking workout or practice? They like you don't get that split right. Hey, you getting a motherfucking roundhouse kick to your chest, and then you better get up and do it right again. Okay? Russian kids, why you think all these Russians are taking over wrestling and all this other shit, bro? Ain't no breaks, ain't no I'm hurt, ain't no none of this shit. Now, am I saying that this stuff is right? No, I'm not saying that it's completely right. What I'm saying is the human body has limits, all right? And a lot of these other people understand that, hey, as a kid, you don't have no choice. The problem that's happening nowadays is that these kids, the original topic was these kids get to have say-so and shit, like at like 5 years old. I don't want to eat that. I don't want to wear that. No, and all this other stuff. And we're saying, okay, yeah, you have the right to be an individual to make yourself. But the problem is society is so soft as with the kids to make, executive fucking decisions as children. And this is why we get the questions about gender and sexuality and all this crazy shit, because now you're letting the kids make decisions adults should be making. But as far as the corporal punishment shit goes, listen, if you don't whoop your kids, the world will kill your kids. Okay?
Can I respond to that, man?
I just got one
Go
follow.
ahead.
You can definitely respond, JT. Damn, I had a follow-up question for him. Go ahead, JT. I forgot.
So I get what you're saying, Mr. Fantastic, when it comes down to that, and you're right. It's kind of like you got people that, and this is in my observation, you got people that overcorrects when it comes down to spanking, and then you got people that don't do it at all. What they have in common is that there's no structure behind either one of them. That's what I have a problem with. When motherfuckers get their ass whooped, and it's still, I don't know the stats on that, but I can tell you right now from observation, if you ask anybody on these panels, have they ever got their ass whooped? And do they still think, have they ever got it to a point of extension cords and racing car tracks and all that shit? Most people gonna say yes. And they're saying that the problem, that just like what you just said, the problem is that they're not whooping their kids' ass. I don't think that's true. Like from what you was just talking about in Asia, when they do, it's structure behind that. It's structure behind the corporal punishment that they have. In America, there's no structure. It's all out of anger. The majority of these folks that are still beating on their kids, they're doing it out of anger. They're not doing it out of structure. And that's the problem we have.
So you don't think Mr. Lee is motherfucking putting anger behind that roundhouse kick or that motherfucking leg sweep, brother? What are we saying here?
Mr. Fantastic, that's what I wanted to ask, though. So when you mentioned the Russians and things of that nature, you said they're taking over a sport, which would imply that type of punishment fits the cause and their structure behind it. The kid is learning and then applying it to be successful. For you spanking a kid who, but I know I'm just going by that example. Would that example wouldn't be a great one, right? Because they're in that sport and that's what they do. That would make sense.
But yeah,
we should start tackling people like DJ Hamp, right? Because DJ Hamp played football, so every time your kid's out of line, tackle him.
Let me respond and then you got it. No, so actually, Hamp, like I said, that's just one part of it. I mentioned the sport, but I specifically said Asian people for a reason. Asians being Asians and Indians and Arabs and all these different people. Those people have a very, very strict childhood raising thing, and you see who does the best in business, who makes the most money. You see what I'm saying? So a culture of people, I don't know why are you saying what with that motherfucking big ass Sesame Street beard. I don't know what you saying it for.
That's a good point, but they have structure all around, which was JT's point, including arranged marriage, etc.
But an important part of that structure, Hamp, is the corporal punishment. That's a pivotal part of that structure as to where the child does not bargain with the parent. The child does what the parent tells them to do. Yeah. And if they do not do what the parent tells them to do, there's immediate repercussions that can be physical. And by the American standard, extremely physical.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. I understand. Let me ask you this one question and then who is up? I know August still gotta go. I think Ali wanted to just quickly respond. Let's get a little bit of back and forth, then we'll get August, and August was popping. Hey, HQ, your background isn't blurred like it usually is. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that if you wanted it blurred, because every time you come up, you usually have it blurred, just FYI. So Mr. Fantastic, fuck, man. Fuck was I about to say? What do you say about the lack of creativity in those societies? You like let's take the Chinese and they don't create anything. They duplicate a lot of things. We create a lot of things here. Do you think the overemphasis on structure is why they lack creativity and things of that nature? Because they're able to duplicate, right? But they don't usually make a lot of shit.
Yeah, definitely. Those are communist societies where, again, you really don't have a choice. You do what you're told, and that's it. And if you don't, so yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. Cultural aspect too. Asian are extremely traditional, so a lot of their stuff may have changed. And same thing with Arab, but a lot of Western societies, bro, it's not much. All of the stuff we do over here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
My bad. But
no, go ahead.
We do over here. Yeah, everything we do over here, bro, you can't go over there with that, that rainbow stuff. You can't go over there. None of that stuff is accepted. You see what I'm saying? So what happens is we have a lot of people that are being biased, and they're being like, okay, it's okay for me, so it's okay for them. Okay, I didn't like getting whooped as a kid, and I didn't like it, and you know, it made me feel some type of way. I was sad, I was depressed, I was this, I was that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get out here and I'm gonna say we shouldn't beat our kids because it makes them cry. Like, bro, what are you saying? Again, and the people that are whooping our ass are still, like I said, putting their kids through the fucking dresser. You know what I'm saying? And they know better. They'll never call CPS. You know what I'm saying? They don't even, it's not even an option for them. A lot of times, and if you guys don't know someone that has ever worked for them, talk to somebody that works in CPS, man, and ask them these cases when they finally do get a report from an Indian family or Asian family or Arab family. Bro, that shit be horrific, bro. All that shit getting broke. So I'm just saying, and then we looking at it from what JT was saying. I'm gonna shut up. JT, of course, all of us would say that because we're from that generation. That was the pivotal part to what I said, because it happened to us. We changed the laws. We said, okay, race car tracks and everything else is too far. That's it.
Most definitely. Hey, man, I'm about to get up out of here, man. I appreciate all y'all, bro.
JT,
I'm
JT.
All right now.
Real quick, Ali, you want to respond to that, and then
I think when we're being extremely intentional and we're having these discussions, sometimes people create straw mans, whether it's intentional or I hit the wrong button, or unintentional. So what I mean by that is nobody on this panel wants to beat their kid. Nobody wants to spank their children. Nobody genuinely wants to discipline their kid in that manner. So out of line with them saying you should communicate with your kids. You should love your kids. You should provide a foundation for your children. You should do everything necessary to keep from having to beat your children by what you're implementing in your kids. But I would hope they would all agree that when it's imperative, there's a time to delete. There's a time to spank. There's a time to do a whole lot of things. And that's an old saying we grew up with. All the people that's old up on this panel, our parents used to say it's a time for everything. So nobody here is advocating for beating or spanking or disciplining just to get. No, they're not. Just to do it. Is anybody on the panel saying want to beat their kids? Does anybody want to spank their children?
No.
So everybody, what we're communicating is if it's imperative, if it's necessary.
You do something that you don't want to do.
Yeah,
what do you mean? How can you do something you don't want to do?
You go to work.
You go to work
every day. For example, I don't understand. Like y'all get to talk fucking full soliloquies, and I'm just, goddamn.
The question is simply why are you doing something you don't want to do? Sharon, one of the responses is people go to work every day, but they really don't want to do it out of necessity. So they're deeming that there is a time for everything. Your parents got that from Ecclesiastes 3. And so at a time, you may have to spank a kid to protect them or to help them or whatever the case.
Give me one example where you got to beat your kid to protect them.
I'm just clarifying the point. Go ahead.
Can I answer this question? So you asked,
why do you keep using the word beat when he's talking about spanking? That's a difference, man.
Hold on. Just let me answer the question. Hold on.
It's okay.
So, Sharon,
Okay.
the problem issue would be, Sharon, is if you let your child develop a culture of stealing. If you see your kid steal a piece of gum or a piece of candy, you say, hey, why'd you get one, get two next time for me? That would be very, very horrible training for your child, brother. Not only are you letting them know it's okay, you're encouraging them to be a theft. And then as we know, things progress, right? So now you go from stealing a candy bar to stealing a TV, to stealing some money, to stealing a whole car. So I don't understand the person that just said something that's crazy.
This is why this is retarded when you say things like this. A kid that is 2 and 3 years old does not have a concept to what money is. They don't understand that. These are 2 years. We are not talking about 10-year-olds stealing. When we talking about stealing a piece of candy from the store, let's be honest who we are talking about. We are not talking about 10-year-olds stealing candies from the store. Little kids that take things from stores like a candy bar is usually a 2-year-old. Again, y'all be using these extremes. Y'all act like y'all never had children before.
So since they don't have an understanding what stealing is and money is, then they have no understanding what conversation you're going to have or correction verbally with them. So you're going to have to give them a spanking.
Okay, so again,
and I specifically said,
so therefore, if the child takes a candy from the store, the child is not stealing.
Why ain't it? If it's taking something that doesn't belong. You too free with yours, Sharon. You too free with yours.
What is the argument? What is the argument? Are we going back to that same candy bars thing?
He's creating straw mans. How old is the kid he's talking about? It's fantastic.
Hold on, it's irrelevant because I purposely said it for a reason. I answered my question the way I said progressing, as the child get older. So I'm not talking about where they're in a perpetual 2-year-old mode, bro. People grow.
Fantastic.
Okay?
The question that I asked.
Hold on.
The question that I asked. What is a reason to beat your child to save his life? That's what I asked you.
And I gave you a wonderful analogy that you're having. Again, and because you have comprehension skills problems, brother. You have problems with your comprehension skills. What you learn early is what turns into habits later. Okay, so the shit that you're not stopped from doing, huh?
No, I'm saying, but
stealing.
I know, but we don't even.
Example.
But then the example got pulled apart. So Sharon, the logic is because he started talking about the candy bar, right? So then your example got dismissed. Sharon, I guess the point that's being made is that you're enabling, and bad behavior increases without correction. So they'll start here and they'll end up on the way wrong side of the tracks if you don't correct them with however you deem necessary to correct them early on.
So the problem is, why do you think if I'm communicating with my child that I'm not disciplining my child? Why do you think the only way you could correct your child is by physically hitting them?
Okay.
No one said that.
No one said that. That's what I'm telling y'all. Stop responding to straw mans. He keeps throwing out straw mans. This is what they're saying.
Well,
if
I'm
my child,
to what he said, the same thing, Ali.
I know you're right, Fantastic. No, Fantastic, you're absolutely right. If my kid is stealing in the house, he won't stop stealing. I'm communicating, stop stealing. He steals from the neighbor. And then I spank my child, and then he responds. Hopefully, he responds to that. But I'm spanking them to keep them from continue to stealing, so they don't break in your house like I said, and you end up beating them, or someone ends up deleting them. That's how you're trying to protect your kid.
Let me tell you what the difference is. If my child was to continue to steal, first of all, that's called a kleptomaniac. That is, you could get diagnosed for that, right? So therefore, I would communicate with my child. Why are you stealing? You do not need to steal because I have the money to pay for things. And then I can get to an understanding what is going on with my child. Is this something that my child needs some goddamn therapy for? But I know he don't need an ass whooping for.
But if they continue to steal,
it might be something he learned from you, though, Sharon. You might learn that thievery from you.
He said, let me clarify it, Sharon, because the lack of listening is ridiculous, man. So he's just saying that what Sharon's next step would be assessment. So does he need therapy, things of that nature? Ali's saying that step after so many times of talking to him is a spanking, right? And then maybe therapy, right? But the spanking is a step. So why do we need to demonize either? Because I'm not particularly a proponent of therapy.
So the reason why we need to demonize spanking is because we know when you put your hands on your children, it makes them dumber. It's studies about it.
That's not true either. Asians are the smartest people on the planet. It's not true.
Okay, so don't disapprove it with your words. Disapprove it with science. Because science says otherwise than what you are saying. This is the problem. Y'all just talking just to talk. Use science to back up what you're saying.
Sharon, the problem is that nobody's able to have the conversation with you because you deem spanking as abuse. And so you're only speaking from the lens of abuse with every point that you're making. And those of us who are speaking about spanking as a form of discipline are talking from a completely different lens.
Yes.
And the reason why is because nobody considers
Sharon, respectfully, we've already met you where you are. We met you where you are. Until you can come to where we are, we can't have the conversation because you keep addressing it as abuse, and everything that you feel about abuse, we all agree with you on.
Right.
So here's the problem. So nobody
It didn't meet him where he's at.
No, y'all strawman. He's strawmanning.
Yeah.
Nobody
considers abuse.
Nobody
Q just did a great thing. Hold on. No. Q, hey, so we need you to acknowledge.
All right, man. I don't get it. The content creators are just, I don't understand it. Let's do this. I know, but it's not working. Fantastic. You see, you and Sharon are only going back and forth. We haven't gained any ground at all. That's why Ali's saying he's straw manning. No, I'm not saying you're trying. You're trying to answer his questions, but Ali's saying he's straw manning because he's grabbing anything to refute the point, as opposed to maybe acknowledging some of the sentiments that are being said. I'm not putting that on him. I'm just saying that's what it seems like here, and we keep on arguing the same point circularly.
But no, Ham, that's what I was trying to get him to do. I was pointing out the importance, and because he's talking over me, he didn't hear me. Q did something extremely important. She tried to level set the conversation so as the conversation or the debate can be had in good faith. Sharon keeps acting like anytime you put hands on your child, it's abuse. That is not true. If he's not going to accept the premise that all corporal punishment is not abuse, this is why it keeps becoming circular. And he's not even acknowledging anything that's clearly to any sane person just plain common sense.
So here's the problem.
Why did you just say that? Q already said it.
Here's the problem with what you were saying.
But I'm saying, don't let him continue to he's purposely just obfuscating that point. He's
I get his point.
I'm saying, get him to acknowledge it. Get him to acknowledge the point.
Here's the other thing. No, I'm not, because it's gonna be a waste, right? So what we need to do is let Sharon rest in where he is. August also doesn't agree with hitting kids. Maybe you can have a more substantive conversation with August.
Can I just ask?
And heathen queen
on the same point, and then HQ as well.
Can I say?
Because I don't even want to hit kids either and scam. But we going back over Sharon. He grabbing on every little fucking thing.
Right, but the biggest contradiction he did already was the fact that he don't believe you should spank your kids unless our kid breaks in his house. Then he believes you can spank him because the kid is a criminal. So then when we asked about if his kid stole from the store, it's back to being the kid again. He's contradicting himself. He actually believes in it when it benefits him.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. So look, one thing we could all say is this: if you go like this to a child, that is not considered a spanking.
You didn't answer. You didn't see. You doing right now what we said. You didn't address what I just said. You said that we shouldn't spank children. I asked if my child broke into your house. You said yes, he's a criminal now. Then we asked you if your child stole a candy bar, should you spank them then? You said he's not a criminal. You're contradicting yourself, and you're creating straw mans that we keep responding to instead of addressing the fact that you're contradicting yourself.
So
and
what
and
I
when
said
you
was,
will beat it, you will spank when it's convenient for you.
So what I said was about parenting, and I think that's a problem that y'all having. So nobody would agree.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees that this right here is not considered a spanking or a beating. Nobody looks at this. Y'all saying I'm disruptive. This is crazy.
You are, because you're not addressing why is it my kid becomes a criminal when they steal from your house, but your kid isn't a criminal when they steal?
Because your child, I'm not parenting your child. That is your kid. So I don't understand why you're not understanding that.
Why can you spank my child, but you don't spank your child if they're a criminal too?
And again, what I said was, if my child was to break into your house,
you're lost
in your household, and you did that, then that is something acceptable in your household. So I didn't change that way how I thought. I said, if you break into my house, that becomes a criminal. That's not parenting anymore, is what I'm saying. We are talking about parenting, and you are trying to.
You didn't know your child becomes a criminal now. Now your child's a criminal. Why won't you beat your child, but you'll beat my child?
The thing that y'all talking about is being a criminal is not a criminal offense. You talking about a candy bar, stealing a candy bar. So that's why we're not talking about that. We are talking about
real quick. What if he went in the Best Buy and stole one of them $300 handheld radios, right? You know they're gonna get him for that. That's why they got security. At that point, when you give him a spanking, would you treat him like a criminal?
Okay, so now again,
we're trying to give you something substance so we can get on the same baseline.
Just say bye, Sharon. Just say bye.
Okay, so if that's the case, so what age group were we talking about now that's still in a $300 speaker?
He's like 8 years old.
Oh, man, what age?
Yeah, so like when I was 8, I had a boom box. I used to make remember you could dub tapes and all that. So it was something for me at 8.
Yeah.
So we are all going to say that 8-year-olds are just walking around Best Buy.
No, we're Sharon. What we really want you to do.
Let's keep it. If we're gonna say that I'm the one being disingenuous, let's keep it.
Well, we're trying to give you something to where you deem it a criminal offense, so then we can understand what your reaction is going to be. So your child committed a criminal offense, whatever you think it is that he stole. Okay, a criminal offense. It is criminal in your mind. what is your reaction to your child at that point?
Again.
But not again. It's criminal in your mind, so you have full control. It's not a candy bar. It's not a radio. It's none of that. It's a criminal offense in your head.
I guess maybe for me, it's a little difficult to have a disingenuous conversation.
You're disingenuous. You're being disingenuous.
Hold on. Let's just see.
This is fucking insane to me that I can't even say 2 words.
Go ahead, Sharon. So you see, what I presented you is fair, right? You get to determine what's criminal, and so now, what is your reaction to the child at that point?
Let's say my child is stealing.
Let's say he's stealing. Yes, sir.
If my child is stealing, I will have a conversation to why my child is stealing. I will communicate with my child. For some reason, for y'all, communication is not discipline. The only type of discipline y'all understand is physical violence. Okay, guys.
Everybody just hold on. Everybody just hold on.
Get the chance to talk.
Go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead, finish. I think you finished. So Sharon's saying discipline is the conversation. Discipline is not just physical violence. So Sharon, you're saying if it's not your kid and they break into your house and steal, that point, that criminal, you laying hands because it's not your child. So you don't need. You're not. That point, because it's not your parent. You're not his parent. So you're gonna treat him as you see fit, regardless if it's a kid or not. Go ahead. Because it's not your job to parent that kid.
The problem is,
man, you showing no discipline right now. You can't control your emotions.
Hold on. Y'all not adding nothing to the conversation.
Right, my bad.
Let them just get it out so we can go to August. I'm interested to hear this last understanding. Go ahead, Sharon.
Like I was saying before, because for some reason I just want to keep your hands on the kids. What I'm saying is, you tell somebody this, right? That's what you did. Nobody in this world would think of that as a beating. So we do understand what beating means, and y'all trying to act like it's just a blanket thing. When we say beating, it's a pop. Those are 2 completely different things, and everybody here is adults understand that this is not a beating or a spanking. Nobody calls that a beating or a spanking. Nobody. So when we are talking about beatings and spankings, we are not talking about no fucking pops. Stop it. It's annoying. Let's call shit what it is. Y'all want to put your hands on y'all children because you're fucking lazy parents. That is it. You think that communication is some kind of soft parenting? It's not. Having a tough conversations with your children is much more detailed than just hitting your kid. Because you think hitting your kid is just, okay, you hit them, you send them to the room, okay.
Everyone agrees. Everyone agrees with you.
People that go to jail got their ass whooped on a day-to-day basis. It didn't stop them from getting
Who's disagreeing with that?
To jail.
So Sharon, do you do that?
And why
is that what you do, Sharon?
Like, even when I'm talking, I'm making sense. You just want to just blurt things in. You're having patience.
We've said it 5 billion times. Everybody,
I want to see this.
Hold on and wait until I finish my point, and then attack what I'm saying. Don't attack.
You're trying to realize you ain't talking about
you. We said we agree with you. No one's attacking you.
So
Sharon,
if you agree, I don't need your applause if you agree. If you agree, shut the fuck up.
No, you ain't gonna talk to me like that. Now you crazy.
I just did.
So Sharon, is that how you?
It's like y'all doing it on purpose. Like I don't understand it, man.
I was going to ask him a legit question. So Sharon, is that how you? So you do you pop your kids on the hand like that, and you consider that discipline?
I really want to drop everything down.
I'm about to drop. I'll be back.
All right,
Sharon, is that what you do? Would you consider that discipline? What you talk about, slapping on the hand?
You want me to respond, or is?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to respond. I called your name twice.
Yeah.
What I said was, again, because Q said that I'm the only one that's talking about abuse and beatings, and what I'm saying to that, a pop is not considered a beating. A pop is not considered a spanking. So when we are talking about spankings and beatings, we are not talking about a little slap on the wrist, a slap on the back of the head. So when people are talking about spankings and beatings, it's much further than just a pop. So stop acting like a pop is in the same conversation what we are having right now.
But Sharon,
okay, so do you pop your kids?
Hold on, because you mentioned my name. Sharon, you're quoted multiple times though on this particular show saying keep your hands off your kids physically. So that's the same shit.
Right. I mean, I understand that's semantics, but when I'm saying that, I meant it in.
No, you sound like the hypocrite, though. That's what you're making it sound like, bro.
So when I say that, I meant that in a spanking or beating form.
Oh, now you're trying to backpedal.
I'm not trying to backtrack it. What I'm saying is that when, okay, so let me change it. In my mind, when we're talking about putting our hands on children, I don't believe nobody's talking about an APOC on the wrist.
Can I just come on? Can I say something?
I could be mistaken. Maybe y'all talking about this is the same thing as a belt whooping. Because when somebody takes the belt and hit their child, nobody is just hitting their child one time with the belt. It's usually out of anger, and all of a sudden your parent stutters. Did not tell you
not this point. Hold on.
that anymore. Okay, is usually what happens.
We get it. Hold on. Can we again? Another important thing, bro. As children get older, it requires more force and more. So if is anyone going to pop a 10-year-old on the hand for damn corporal punishment, bro? You don't. You keep speaking from this perpetual Benjamin Button ass, never aging person. They're a toddler forever, bro. Stop. Okay, as you get older, motherfucker, the shit has to motherfucker increase. Even the punishment you give a 2-year-old, hey, no ice cream for you. All right. No ice cream tonight because my bad.
Fantastic. He already owned that. He said his adult child, he still disciplines and raises. So yeah, it's never ending.
But it doesn't have to be physical ever.
No. Okay.
But that's not Ice Cube. That's not what he's saying now. Now he's saying he's allowed to pop them.
He's saying the pop is okay. He's talking about He's saying beating.
Yeah, now he's backpedaling. Yeah, now he's backpedaling.
UT was popping with the 2000s. Sharon just talking like Q. Steppenwolf with the $5 says, "What up, Hamp? Q, Hink, Ilcon, Scam, Fantastic, Sharon, and anyone I missed. Salute." Steppenwolf was popping. DJ Vapors was popping what he said. Sharon is capping. Black Hawk said, "My mama had to whoop my ass. I grew out of spankings." Kenneth with the $5 says, "Scam, I see why you respond like that. That's why Debo took your bike and blacked your eye. Sharon need to button up his shirt and go finish his R&B album." I am what I am with the $5 says. Proverbs chapter 13 verse 24. He that spareth his rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chastiseth him betimes.
Hey, that was about shepherding, not about children, by the way. That scripture that he's talking about, it is not about beating kids. It's about shepherding.
Yeah, that's true. Kenneth with the $2 says, "Afternoon DJ Hamp and panel, beatbox them kids." Steppenwolf with the $2 says, "Get the likes up." 480. Now it's 537 people, and I don't know where the likes is at. Somebody update me. I am what I am with the $10 says, "I had to learn to parent my children. Do as I say with no explanations. To a certain age, 0 to 13, 14 to 18, it was more coaching, mentoring, and explaining. Never be their friend." Kenneth with the $2 says, "Discipline and abuse are two different things." Smooth was popping with the $10 says, "If we talk Asians, last time I checked, the Chinese created gunpowder. We talking about 1,000-year-old civilization. You can't undermine their creativity just because the belt don't match the sneakers." Okay. Marcus Evans with the $2 says, "For once, I agree with Q. I am what I am with the $5 says, "This is anecdotal, but I got whoopings and I'm not dumb. I have an MBA and pretty damn successful. I do not think if you spank your kid, they will be dumb." Expect unexpected on kick Sharon off for 10 minutes. Lauren Mack with the $10 says, "Sharon, you know you my dog, but let other people speak. Take a potty break." Another one for Sharon with the 10. So that's 30. Expect unexpected said, "Get that goofy off the panel already." That's 40. Expect the unexpected said, "Why?" Jonathan with the $10 says, "I'm realizing most dudes are emotional like women." Hamp asked a direct question. This dude talking around it. Smooth with the $5 says, "Gilbert Sharenas got put in a logic trap, so he's throwing a fit like a female. Female tend to be softer to their kids in general." Abdul was popping with the $2 says, "Sharon seems like he's in a gay relationship." Sharon got a wife.
God damn.
Shadow Dragon was popping. Gifted a membership. Thank you, my brother.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
So Sharon, somebody gonna post your bail, I'm sure. You've been doing a fantastic job antagonizing. So, but here's the thing. That's why I want to get August and Heathen Queen in, because I think they share your sentiments. So just hang out. Don't go to where the kids? They at school? Oh, you good? Yeah, hang out. You ain't doing shit. All right, Sharon will be back in 40 minutes unless somebody post his bail. August, what's popping? What you think, man?
I 100% agree with Sharon. It is lazy parenting. When you dealing with kids and you have the time to actually get to know your children, you can lay the software for how they act in life. So if you're an upstanding person and you impart that software on them, that's what they're going to take. I think that beatings is, and somebody can correct me, but if I'm wrong, beatings is supposed to create a influence on a child through pain, right? Is that the purpose of beatings? Am I correct when I say that?
No.
Anybody can answer? No.
Yeah, no.
They don't have no point of doing it.
Well, before we get there, the people who agree with beating, whoopings, spankings, whatever the hell you want to call it, what's the purpose of it?
The purpose is to have a punishment and a consequence for repeated bad behavior. Not it being the first go-to, but if and when everything does not work, physical pain to deter bad behavior.
So, like I was saying, beatings is to institute physical pain to deter bad behavior. Correct? I got it right. That's the purpose of beatings or whoopings or whatever you want to call it. I think that there's other methods that you can do to instill that pain, that same quality of pain, outside of inflicting physical pain with beating them or hitting them. Like mountain climbers. One thing I do with my children is I do mountain climbs. I make them do mountain climbs till they cry. I mean, literally, I do it with them, but I make them do mountain climbs till they cry, or I make them sit, do the chair until they cry, until they can't no more, and I keep them up. And that right there institutes the same quality that you would get with beating them, with the same pain, but it also strengthens them on the back end because they become to get kind of stronger when they do it. Before, my son can only do 50. Now he do 200 like it ain't nothing, and he like kind of laughing at it a little bit. But I keep raising the bar, and I keep doing it. So I think that institutes that type of discipline inside of them, same as what a beating would be. The other thing is, though, like Sharon was saying a little earlier, was if you take the time to get to know your children, actually, if they do or perform a behavior, they're not going to do anything that's far-fetched. So if you have a relationship with your child, I'm not talking about no friendship, I'm talking about a parent-child relationship with your children, and actually understand who they are and have that open, honest relationship with them where you explain things, because a lot of times children make mistakes because they just don't know. You think that they know, and you may have told them once, but they may have forgotten or not understood or just not known. So if you actually take the time to get to know your children and really explain life to them, have a good relationship with them, they're not going to stray too far off the path where you'll be shocked by an action they commit, like stealing a candy bar or something simple like that. If that happens, something should be explained, because that would be far-fetched. You lay the software for your children. So I agree with Sharon 100%. I don't think that beatings I think that's outdated, and it's rooted in slavery, and that's where that transpires from. But I'll land it right there.
I got a quick question.
Okay, that's the thing about it. Nobody sitting there saying that nobody agreed on beating.
Hold on one second. August, do you believe in psychological abuse?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what would be something that would warrant psychological abuse in your opinion?
Nothing warrants psychological abuse. Nothing warrants any abuse.
What's an example to you of psychological abuse?
Playing word games. I didn't say it like this. I said it like this. Or lying, not explaining things. I warrant all that as psychological abuse. Just things to try and diminish the child's psyche instead of uplifting it.
Because there's somebody somewhere that would see your form of discipline in the vein of psychological abuse. So I'm just putting that out.
Exercising would be psychological abuse.
Until they cry.
Is it abuse if I do it?
I got a question. She didn't say it was abusive.
I got a question. If you're training, right? I've done a lot of training before. If you're training, there's a point where in your training, you're gonna believe that you want to give up. These are questions that these are conversations that I have with my son. I will go out for a run, right? And I go, there's gonna be a point where something inside of you is gonna tell you to quit, and you got to overcome that. There's something that's gonna be inside. It's gonna sound like you. It's gonna look like you, but it ain't gonna be you. It's gonna be something else that's gonna tell you to quit. It's gonna come. That point's gonna come in this 3-mile run we about to do. You have to not listen to him. Listen to that. And so when we get to that place, he'll cry through it and just keep up with me. And you can consider it psychological abuse, but I think that I'm strengthening his mind. Same thing with my other son.
Makes sense.
When he goes and he get ready to cry, he get to a place where he cries. Hold on, let me finish this. He get to a place where he cries, but the day after that, he way stronger than he was when he did that 200. Now he can do 200 easy, no crying. He get the 400.
Absolutely.
That's strengthening his
Okay,
psyche.
so hold on.
Absolutely.
So the problem with this, though, hold on. The problem with this is if your kids are enjoying it, where's the punishment? You're at one point you're saying, "Oh, I make them work out until they physically can't do anything," but then
I never really had to
plateau.
do it,
Hold on. I'm just breaking down what you said. Brother. I understand this. I'm not saying you're the perfect parent, brother, but giving us the Rocky story, y'all motherfucker running around the whole city, and then that's punishment. Cool. That's what I'm saying, bro. You can't say that. Oh, I make him do 200. Now he laughs about it. So what do you? So that what you call punishment is no longer punishment. Anything that your child enjoys and making them stronger is great. That's not the purpose of it. This is a major part of our prison system. Why people keep going there, because you can just sit down for the rest of your life and get 3 hots in a cot and don't have to worry about the death penalty. Okay. Once it becomes fun, or once the child is no longer afraid of the punishment, is not punishment. Okay, working out is not punishment. Working out is not punishment. That's not.
But that's the equivalent of saying all of us that play football and basketball or went to the military didn't look at it as discipline in the end, because you were doing one thing. You know when it. Hold on, real quick. You know what you were doing. Like if you were late to practice, you had to run laps. Obviously, running laps is going to get easier, but you know you're only running laps because you were late. You don't lose that association because punishment is supposed to be excruciating. You're learning another level of discipline, no different from if I'm not in school and I'm doing what I need to do and getting the grades I'm supposed to get, I got to go to tutoring. I'm in tutoring not because I'm here to have fun. I get better at learning in tutoring, right?
But you don't want to repeat tutoring.
Exactly.
But tutoring isn't a punishment. Hold on. But tutoring is not a punishment. Tutoring is something. No, it's a horrible analogy. No,
it's not a horrible analogy. The point is not punishment. The point is to get them to a certain level of success.
Let's reset this real quick. Salute to everybody who just joined. I was in the back for a second. So I think the key to this argument is you can become used to anything. So when I used to get spanking every day, that shit did not matter to me at all.
Thank you.
When I do 100 push-ups a day, you can only do 20 in a clip, then 50, and then you can do 100, and then you got to change the workout. Mm-hmm. So everything has a shelf life, including the spankings. So I think this argument is moot.
But I'm gonna tell you why it's not me, because you can always work another muscle.
Well, you can. That's what I said. You can change it, but in terms of, I'm saying the argument of once it becomes fun or you get accustomed, it's not disciplinary. That happened to me because I used to get a spanking every day. That's how I know how many things, race car track, because that shit didn't matter. Only time I would start crying is if my sister got hit first, right? But that's a different reason though. But if you hit me, shit, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
But up to what age did you stop though? If you were getting hit every day, it had to come to a point where obviously that parent understood that those spankings were not effective, so it had to stop. And then the discipline went to another area. At what point at age did that discipline shift from getting spankings to more of a talking to or coaching or whatever?
Yeah, probably maybe fifth or sixth grade. You know what I'm saying? Where it's not hurting, like whatever. So you know what? My brother, when my youngest brother got the broom broke over his back and we laughed, that was it for everybody.
Yes, and I think it's the same thing with us. I know with me when I was younger, I used to get spanking, but after a while, it stopped. right, at a certain point because they realized it wasn't working anymore, or I have learned from those lessons and I didn't do those things anymore. So that minimized the amount of punishment I was getting. But I do believe it gets to a certain point with that particular form of discipline and correction that stops. It's not continuous through your whole entire existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. We can't act like y'all big back ass Hamp family. Like this is normal to where, for one, kids getting hit with broomsticks, not just hit, but broomsticks broke over their back, and then you laughing at it. Come on, Hamp. That's what I'm saying. That's wild, bro.
Was that Pops doing that, or was that Mom?
My mom broke it on my brother.
Yeah, see, Pops ass whoopings never stop hurting.
But Tommy, did you
that never stopped.
Hold on, Tom, you didn't say hi to anybody.
That's Mexican people shit. That's how Mexican people is.
Boy, y'all got, man, y'all raised by wolves. You, Mr. Fantastic. Everybody who was in the military basically raised by a wolf. And Sharon, well, he works in construction. God almighty. Damn, man. Well, hold on. I understand, Mr. Fantastic. I'm just saying you can get accustomed to any discipline is the point. That's all I was saying.
And to add to that, though, he was talking about that. You guys just. Oh, I'm done.
No.
No, good.
Hey,
So-
Hannah, can I ask a question?
Not a crash.
No. I want to get HQ in because she has a similar sentiment as August, I think. And then we'll go. World Class was kind of talking. He may actually made a point. Let's go to Daryl and then Tommy. Then we'll bring it back around. Go ahead, HQ.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm one of those parents who said to myself when I was a teenager that I would never put my hands on another human being. So I have not done that in all of my years. And I raised boys and girls. But there was always the threat of my husband, right? Who stood behind me and said, "I just started."
That's what you get. I ain't seen you in 2 weeks. I'm mad at you.
I know.
I had COVID. I was sick. So,
Old people always
but
tell me they
my
got
husband,
COVID.
but the threat was there. The threat from my husband was there. And I told him that I would not be putting my hands on the children. But fortunately, we had children that we didn't have to put our hands on. But I'm under the impression that if you have to put your hands on a child, you're not teaching your child conflict resolution. You're teaching your child it's okay to beat another human being. That's my thought process. I believe you can teach a child not to do things and discipline a child without having to put your hands on them, and they turn out to be productive human beings. That being said, there's different types of resolution. Or there's
Question,
different-
HQ. Before you go down that lane of resolution, let me ask you a clarifying question. You mentioned that you didn't have the type of children that you had to spank or beat, right?
Yeah, they weren't bad.
So
I mean,
you're
they
saying that?
weren't bad.
No, I understand. So by what you said, it's assumed that you're saying that there are children that do need spanking. You just didn't have those type of children.
Yeah, there are children that I don't believe in spanking. I believe in other forms of resolution to that, whatever they do.
No, but you hear, just based on the statement, you see what I'm saying, HQ? Because you said like my children weren't those types. So by that logic, are there children that are those types, or did you mean to say it differently? That's all I'm asking.
What I meant to say is I never ran into having to physically or anything else discipline the children. They never pushed it that far. There's children that push it that far, but I'm saying there's other ways to discipline that child other than put your hands on that child. And I believe you have to practice those first before you get to the point of smacking a kid.
Okay, but you're saying that is a resort, but albeit the last resort.
Yes, there's all kinds of forms of discipline. Standing up against the wall, beating them, da 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 da. I just don't believe in the physical kind.
Wait, but you're saying that? Are you saying that it is a form of punishment as a last resort, or you want it to be none altogether in terms of physical?
I'm saying there's a whole bunch of forms.
Okay.
I'm saying I personally would not put my hands on children.
Okay.
But I understand when other people grasp those forms. Yes.
Okay.
Or use
Okay.
those other forms. right?
So you're not
I'm not
for it,
saying
but you're
I
not
approve
against
of
it.
it.
She on both
Yeah, I'm
sides
not
of the
for it. I'm not against it. I'm just saying, for me, I won't do it. You understand
Let me
what
ask
I'm
you a
saying?
question. Yes, ma'am. Let me ask you a question. You have all daughters, right?
No, I have sons too.
Okay.
I have
Oh, you got
6
mad
kids.
kids. Damn, you
I
got a
got
lot of
four
goddamn
girls,
kids.
4 girls and 2 boys. Yeah, 4 girls, 2 boys.
Where the fuck you get all them kids from?
Hey, my husband wouldn't leave me alone. What you mean?
Put him out. Shit like that. Shit.
What you got all them kids was crazy.
Okay, you didn't spank anybody, boys or girls. Okay, I thought you had all daughters. My bad.
Oh, no. I had 2 boys. Yeah.
Okay. And you hadn't spanked them either?
No.
How'd everybody try? Everybody doing all right?
My husband's threat was there.
That's all you needed?
Yeah, that's all I needed. That's all he had to do was give him a look, give him a, and it was done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. This might be a tough question.
No.
Can you see where if somebody was for spanking as a kind of like a last resort, would there be a situation where you would say they employed that and it was like, okay, that made sense?
When the child puts their hands on another human being.
Like what? Like their siblings or something?
No. When they put their hands on any other human being, you putting your hands on them, teaching them that they don't like having somebody putting their hands on them.
Oh, like
That's
you see how
the
it
only
feels.
way. Yeah, you see how
Okay,
it feels.
okay.
Don't do it again. You did it to
Okay.
this other person. They don't want that. You don't want that.
Oh, I see. So you have to do.
Yeah.
So you have to duplicate it so they understand. Okay, this is what you did to that person.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did your
It's how
husband
you did
spank? Did your husband?
Yeah, he did. But he did like a paddle.
cheat code.
It's cute.
Like a paddle.
Yeah, but by nature, you didn't do the spanking, but your husband was whooping ass all over the house. That's not the same.
No.
That's you whooping ass.
But he very rarely had to do it because that's all he had to do was give him a look. And
No, I
once
know,
they got,
but by nature of that, HQ, you are for spanking because your husband was spanking.
Oh no, I used to get at him about that. I could never stand him putting his hand on a kid. I abhorred that. No, totally.
Abhorred. Okay.
He knew.
But we can argue that you benefit from it.
Yeah, that's actually So if he was spanking and you got results and your children turned out good, that would indicate that it's mixed in to some level, not abusive. It can be helpful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not helpful. I'm saying me personally, I would not do that. I don't believe that you have to do that. I expressed that to my husband, but he's from the military, so that's what he was going to do. So I either had to, we had to make a compromise. Please don't beat him.
Or don't kill him.
Don't kill him. I understand that you believe in physical discipline, but don't kill him.
Okay. All right.
I get it. My mom was the same way when it came to my dad. She was like, I know you wouldn't, but don't kill him. Don't kill him.
Yeah.
I get it.
They don't like it, and especially when they start, they get all teary eyed and all that shit.
Hey,
Daryl,
DJ,
what's popping? Hold on, let me get Daryl in real quick.
What's going on, huh?
What's goody?
I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm in agreement with Heathen Queen. I don't believe there is ever a reason to hit a child.
Wait,
under
hold
any
on, Daryl.
circumstances.
You heard what she said, right?
She said her husband hit a child, but she said she did not condone it.
But
Correct,
they were in
Heathen
a nuclear household there, so by nature of that, she is complicit to an extent, right?
Absolutely. And me not running his household, I can't condone what he does in that household. I can't police him. But myself, I haven't had that issue. I haven't had to beat my sons or daughters. I haven't had to fight them. Like that. Actually, my son meditated every single morning with his mother. Every single morning they meditate before they go to school. So they practice a whole bunch of different ways of discipline. If he get out of line, right, which hardly ever happens, right, Hemp? He just got accepted into Mary Grove High School here in Detroit after he graduated, 8th grade this year. So his grades and everything is in line. When he get out of line, whether he might stay out too late, he might go over a cousin's house and don't come back to the morning. That's when we take away the PlayStation 5 That's when we remove away the, you know what I'm saying, the fucking iPads and all the rest of this stuff, right? Even now, man, I just bought a whole bunch of new shit I haven't gave him. A whole bunch of Pokemon games, still got the plastic on them. Because he was doing shit and his mom took his fucking Nintendo Switch away. That's the punishment, right? I don't have to put my hands on him to actually get him to understand how to make the right choices. Sharon was talking about communication earlier, and Heathen Queen talked about different forms of discipline. Those two ideologies together is actually, in my opinion, what's going to actually have a good child. And my child, I mean, if you look at my child's grades, you look at the school he's been accepted into, which is one of the best schools in Detroit, I think it speaks for itself. I don't think that I had to beat him with a belt or et cetera, in order for him to really excel. Or my daughters. Nobody hit my daughters. I even got a rule with their mom. Don't touch my daughters. So it is what it is, Mom. That's how I play when it comes to kids. I don't think that you should ever have a reason to hit the kids. Now, when you brought up somebody breaking into your crib, was that you, Hamp?
No, I didn't.
No, that
was
me.
Ali,
that
Ali
was me.
brought it up.
Yeah, if
Ali
a
brought
kid
it up.
broke into your crib, like for example, the kid that shot Pop Smoke, he was 15 years old. What do you do in that moment, Ali? What do you do? That's not your son. He got a gun. What do you do? Pop Smoke is dead, right? So we protect ourselves in that situation. No matter if it's an adult or if it's a child, you protect yourself. But if I have an opportunity to not take that child's life, Heathen Queen, right? I don't. But if I have to, like Pop Smoke should have that day to protect my own life, then I will. But that is a very last. That's something that hardly ever happens. Like even Ricky said, that's an extreme. Teenagers not breaking into niggas' houses doing hits every single day. So I don't know. I never had to put my hands on a kid since I became an adult. I don't know.
You don't think your kid running away and don't come back to the morning ain't extreme?
I mean, if my son go to his cousin's house and he want to stay over there, what's the problem with that?
Sharon, what's the problem with the question I just asked? He just said that's what happened with his kid. His kid ran away, then come back to the morning. So why are you always being emotional about the question?
Well, Ali, I'm using straw man's, and you are using some extreme case of a.
He just said that, Sharon. You don't have a good ears. He just said that. You don't listen. He just said
gave me an example of running away. Ali, just make sure we use the correct terminology. Right? I want to say, Ali, that your kid ran away. Right? You don't want that to be said. No, my kid, because we have a good family. If he go to my fucking brother house in Grand Rapids and he stay with him and he stay the whole night with his uncles and his fucking nephews, then he can. I'm not gonna have a problem with it. He's somewhere safe, right?
That's not what you said.
No,
He clarifying.
Yeah, I'm helping you out. I'm helping you out, Ali, so you can fully understand that. Again, I don't have a problem with it, right? Heathen Queen, like you said, you and your husband, y'all saw things differently with the discipline. His mother don't like when he stays out all night. His mother don't like when he out all night. He might be playing video games when he should be reading. But if you call me and it's on a weekend, I'm not about to discipline my son for that, right? I just bought his all new Apple Watch. I'm not disciplining my son. I'm not putting my hands on him because he wanted to spend the night out with his cousins. When my son, as I just said, got accepted into one of the best high schools in Detroit. So what he's doing is out on leisure time right now. Just like these men doing right now on the panel. It's just leisure time.
Okay. Sharon, you had a question you wanted to ask, and let me get Tommy in. And I want to ask a different question as well, because we've been kind of on this. But it does bring me to what Daryl just said. Is it the parents or the parenting? Or I guess, is that synonymous? And then how important is the nuclear family because of an example like what Daryl just gave? So if they're not together, right, potentially there's two different ideologies happening in separate areas, right? So how do you combat it? How do you come together? But also, Heathen Queen's point that got me thinking, in the nuclear environment, it was two different ideologies, but one won out over the other. So that's something I want to kind of explore too. Sharon, do you remember your question?
I ain't go yet either, Ham. I was just interjecting.
Oh, I thought you. My bad. I was.
No. Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead. Ask your question.
No, I'm saying he didn't always win. My husband didn't always win.
No. That's why I wanted to have a like the nuclear environment. Because there can still be two conflicting ideologies. You know what I mean? That's why that was interesting that you made that point. Sharon, what was your question? Sure, no, Sharon, I'm asking you, what was your question? I don't know what that means. You forgot it?
No, I'm just saying. Not good. I'll pass it over to world class. I'm just a little annoyed a little bit. I need to calm down a little bit.
All right. I appreciate your self-awareness. Go ahead, world class.
All right. So I've had everywhere from a god sister, like the children that I've been responsible for, my god sister, my goddaughter who's 23, my nieces, my nephew, and to my son. I've never had to hit them out, not one time, because my voice matters and the way I treat them matters. I treat them like they are entire human beings that just happen to be little. And at 38 years old, I've had the benefit of studying neuroscience and, practicing the best I can to understand how the brain works. I think what so-called Black people need to understand, your parenting need to be based off how the brain works, because there's nothing in beating a child and hitting their skin anywhere on their body teaches them to remember what happened prior to getting hit. So it doesn't actually work. So two things, like one of the things people are worried about, well, what if they don't listen? What if they don't listen? If you understand how the brain works, you know how to combat that in a thorough level. One of the ways is this: when all of my babies, especially my son, when you watch them get an attitude, when you watch them get their little rage, I never let my son make his mom pay. You're not about to go on a tyrant against your mom. Like, no, we don't do that. You don't do that. No, come here. My discipline, it lasts for about 15 to 30 seconds. It's not long and drawn out. It's real quick because, again, my voice matters. A lot of these parents, like Sharon was saying, you super galactic lazy parents because you know your voice don't matter. And it compounds when you become a preteen because you've been saying a lot of bullshit that they don't care about. I be telling so-called Black mothers all the time, if you're telling your child 19, 20 times, 9 times, 5 times, 6 times, you're teaching them to not listen to you. Plus you're doing all the work hollering. If you start to be quiet and you bring them in close and you have a conversation, make everything intimate. Hey, this is not how we do things. What's your name? Who am I? Why are you acting like this? You okay? Okay, you don't do that. It changes the entire complexity because you're operating on how the brain works and you're not exacerbating this shit and creating a counter core memory. Now they're not even gonna remember the shit. They're just gonna know that you're gonna attack them because of the face you made when you first said it, because of how whatever they were smelling when it first happened, whatever colors is flashing, whatever song is in the background, they're distracted by that. They don't even know what's going on. So it's like little stuff that our people don't understand about the brain and how it receives information and how you go from, like y'all was making the difference between spanking and beating. Both of them mean the same thing. Spanking is with an open hand. That's the difference. They're the same. That's what the words mean. So at the same time, you create horrible experiences for them that has nothing, literally nothing to do with them learning. Like we were having the conversation when Fantastic was up. The point is not to punish them. The point is to create a disciplined person. So if I can interject, like what August was saying, another avenue for you to be disciplined, and that's the point. It's not for you to be hurt and really fear me and for you to get it and sit in a corner. The point is for you to be a disciplined person. If I can come up with another way for you to be disciplined, and you can translate that, me having been an athlete, y'all being athletes and being in the military, that I can translate. I'm gonna look back and go, you know what? That's where I got my discipline from. And we sit and we talk like the divestors and shit about how the so-called white community is better. Well, their parenting is better. We thought little Tommy with the string and all of that was bad, but they're producing better producers, aren't they? Aren't they? So their way is working better than our way. If we're gonna go there, hollering and screaming at them and slapping the shit out of them in Walmart don't seem to be working, because it seems to produce people like me who can't wait to go to school to fuck somebody up. My mom fucked me up, I'm gonna fuck up your kid. It don't work. There's nothing in your body that's designed for you to fuck up a kid. Nothing. And that for them to learn. So, that's the foundation. The number one point is stop hollering at your child. One warning, full-fledged consequence. And the consequences was like Darrell said, and it was like Sharon said. Because if they value you and the things they gave you, and the things you gave them, then that's punishment to them. Not being able to be with you and have access to you and the stuff that you provide for them.
Yeah, once again, world class. Those are all great points. So again, I think I speak for the collective when I say everybody who has spoken with regards to spanking, and we're gonna get Tommy B in. We all agree with those sentiments. It's just that 1% where we feel a spanking towards a particular child may be warranted. It's not coming in the form of abuse. So, Tommy B, what you got to say to it?
So let me just hit your point right quick. I've only touched a stove that was on once in my life. I've only touched a hot iron once in my life. You know what both of them didn't do? They didn't come to me and go, "Hey guy, don't touch me." They burnt the shit out of me. So by your logic, my brain understood, don't touch this shit. It's hot. My point in saying that is, when I discipline my kids, one thing I won't do is let there be space between the action and my reaction. Meaning, if I come home and something happened, then I'm least likely to probably go the quote unquote spanking route. Because I agree with you there. There's a disconnect between action and reaction.
Yeah.
But if it immediately happens and that's the immediate result, then I disagree with you. I think it's the same thing as touch an iron. Ah, shit, it's hot. Because there's an immediate reaction. Now, what I also don't do, and I'm cognizant of this, my kids took out $3,000 worth of TVs in 1 week. I was cognizant of my feelings at the time, and I just went in the room and had to breathe because I knew that ass one wasn't going to be because of what they did. It's going to be because I was pissed off because I just lost $3,000 worth of TV. So for me, I've tried to adjust from what my parents did to I try to think it out first instead of just react, because I think most people, if they just react, it is more anger than discipline. That's why I laugh when you talk to people that are for the corporal punishment and they try to act like they have these Mr. Rogers conversations after with their kids. You full of shit. I've never had an ass whooping in there. My dad sat down and had this nice conversation with me. But I think the point that people are missing here is every kid is different. Because you're for spankings, it doesn't mean every kid gets spanked. My oldest daughter, I literally damn near can't have a conversation about something that she did wrong, and she's broken down in tears. Now, these other two little thugs that I done had, they different. They will literally come in my face and do what the fuck I told them not to do and smile at me. It's completely different. I remember having a conversation with my dad one time, and he said, man, we had this span where we just tried not whooping y'all ass. And he specifically, because it's me, he said, you did everything in your power to get an ass whooping. I never understood that until I had my son. Like, literally, we'll do everything. We'll cartwheel, we'll backflip, we'll, like, it's like he's just pressing the line. What's good, like, so I'm kind of on both sides of it. Like, I think there's, like, I think when my parents and it was correct. This is why I disagree with JT. Bullshit. It was way more abuse back in the day. My parents had what was called a naked party, where you would go take a shower, and once you got done with that shower, there was an extension cord waiting for you. That shit ain't happening today. My daughter's not coming to me at 12 years old telling me about how her friends is coming to school with whelps on their legs. That was a regular for us. So this romanticizing of the past of, oh no, you know, we had butt whoopings back then. It's not bullshit. They was beating ass back then. I think it's greatly improved now, but I think again it's depending on the kid and how they receive information. Even to your point, Sharon, as far as like, and I don't want to get stuck on it, but my only problem with your thing as far as with it's not a crime if the kid takes it. Ignorance of, and we all know this, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So in your eyes, if it's not a crime, cool. According to the law, it is. And motherfuckers want to be petty, yes, they can go to juvie for it. I'm in California, and motherfuckers going doing that 3-strike shit for sure.
So Tommy, one thing, I agree with a lot of what you said. The first part, your opening statement, right? You said you touched that stove one time and you got it, but your stove don't got your face. Your children didn't get their face from the stove, it got it from you. And there's something called mirror neurons. When your baby got to watch the person that they got their face from fuck them up or hit them or whatever you want to call it, it causes other problems. You know, that's the stove. That stove not going to the stove with me. That stove ain't introduced me to Uncle so and so. It's a different dynamic when dad is doing it and mom is doing it. That's the only thing. So you're right. Yeah, you can, and I'm not gonna call it an extreme. That's how the brain works. I got extreme pain. That's not going. Even dogs do that, right? But when I'm getting that extreme pain from my face, I can look at my face and see it. That causes other psychological issues.
But if you have like a kid that won't stop running in the street, because this is like a real scenario where I literally had to like pop him and be like, dog, you can't run in the street. This is a street where they hit this corner and they drive fast. Again, and this is the part where I kind of get frustrated with the conversation, because I'm talking to a 4-year-old. He's not going, oh, okay, Pops, I got you. He's looking at me like, yeah, and he's looking for a chance to run the street again. So now I have to give him a consequence, dog. You can't run in the street.
But you popping him on a Tuesday at 4 p.m. doesn't stop him from walking in the street on Thursday at 6 p.m. So you have to structurally change that environment to meet his needs. That's what you have to do.
Correct. You got to work harder.
Quick
because you had him. You understand what I'm saying? So whatever. So an actual thing is, they got the little pens for the babies. I know you said 4-year-olds, but you have to you got to change the system on who's watching them. Now his nigga can't go outside, and if you go outside, it got to be 2 people, somebody by the gate, because this nigga goes the fuck outside of the gate. That has to change, because hitting him on this one day not going to stop him from walking another day. It's nothing physically stopping this 4-year-old who's determined to go on the street. You understand what I'm saying? Because even if you go, all right, that street no more. I get it, but he probably do it. Like I didn't do shit. Like I didn't let my mom see me do shit either. When she gave me whoopings, I didn't let her see it either. But I got away. Like I always say, I don't get caught. I got really good at not getting caught from her. Now I went and I stepped my ass in the fucking street, but you won't watch.
I got a question for you, World Class.
Go ahead,
Did you? A couple questions, maybe. A few questions. Did you grow up in what you would feel is abusive household?
Absolutely.
And in that space, who was the one doing the abusing? Mother or father? Okay.
Mom.
When she abused you, did she talk to you about why you received any of the discipline that you received?
Mm-hmm.
And how did that make you feel after, or was it before or afterwards?
I couldn't give a fuck. I never cared, not one time. It didn't mean anything to me. Whether she was lying and telling the truth, you just hit me. I don't care. I'm from Liberty Heights and went over just like you. You want to fight? It's a fight to me, and that's all. I didn't care what the conversation was. It didn't make no difference.
It sounds like there was some type of disconnect there in the discipline part for you, and so all you saw and received is abuse. So it sounds like we're all saying pretty much the same thing when it comes to the abuse stuff, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing from the guys in the lower corner is it sounds like you guys, and I can't really speak for Daryl because I didn't get a lot of backstory from him, but it sounds like what you guys are is the epitome of the opposite side of the coin. So there's people who receive discipline in the form of abuse, and so that's all that they know. And that's the people that y'all are speaking against. Like, we're with you with that 100%, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's people who received it, but then they became the complete opposite and threw it out altogether because they didn't there was no understanding with it. And I would say me talk about spanking as a form of discipline. Mm-hmm. It's like the most worst shit in the world to y'all, and y'all can't even wrap your heads around it slightly because it was so bad for you.
It's just
no. Can I say this? I can tell you, I'm probably like the people that got abused that's like friends because it didn't affect me. I knew because of how I was raised, you don't bang on somebody smaller than you and then beat your chest talking about you tough. I just knew my mother was weak. I knew she was weak, and it didn't really affect me like that. But other people that got fucked up, like my cousins, they were traumatized by the shit. Me, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna just fuck somebody up, keep it going. I'm not the extreme. It didn't affect me as much as it affect other people. That's why I speak up the most, because I'm one of the ones that don't affect.
It sounds like it did affect you though.
No. I just know it don't work, and I'm passionate against stuff that I don't like. Lies. I don't like stuff that don't make sense.
Well, right, but when you speak from your anecdotal experiences, you're just told this guy, you just told Tommy, well, your son is going to see the person that has his face doing X, Y, Z to him. But as somebody also who was disciplined, mm-hmm. like I saw that with love because it came in the form of love. You see what I'm saying?
But I'm speaking from like
where you didn't receive that.
No, I've received it. I'm speaking like Sharon asked, where's science? I spoke from a neuroscience standpoint. There's something called mirror neurons. They understand, their baby is looking at you like you're the person that feeds me. It's empathy I'm speaking with. It's actually passive. I'm talking about empathy. You're the person that feeds me. And you think you have an association that an oven and you are equal, and they're not. You are far more important than this oven. You are far more important than an experience of maybe a bee sting or something like that. And I'm not going to go over there and mess with them bees. Your voice is their thoughts when you're a parent. Your voice is how they think.
So respectfully, what do you think keeps most people from doing things, becoming violent? Do you think it's communication, or is the threat of the consequence for someone being violent? Like most people following the law.
It's their value system.
But do you think they're doing it because people communicated to them, or they're afraid of the consequences for if they are violent to someone else?
Communication. Like my uncle always used to tell me, communication is the key. Communication is the key. Communication is the key. You come from greatness. You come from great stock. Change is the only thing that stays the same. Those are the things I remember. I don't remember, like you just asked me, do I remember the things? I don't remember the things that my mother told me about the ass whipping. I remember what my uncle told me. If my mom said I'm gonna whip your ass, I'm like, all right, well, it'll hurt here, it'll hurt here. If my uncle said you're in trouble, I'm crying. Same exact child.
World class. Let me ask you something though, because you're right about the communication part, but you brought up structure, and I think that's even more important, right? If we there's a young man, his name is Robert Sandiford. He was in Time magazine back in the day. He was known as Yummy, Chicago boy who had the most bodies ever committed in Chicago. So much that they put him on Time magazine. Famous article, little dark chocolate boy. Whole point is, he started doing crime out of necessity. He started robbing and stealing because his parents didn't have the structure to feed him every day. So even if you got good communication, do you think that it's important for parents to be there to create a healthy structure and a healthy environment for that kid to cultivate a healthy lifestyle so they don't have to go out and commit crimes basically to feed themselves?
We think communication is, I call your phone, I dial your number, your phone ring. Communication is, you got a message for me and I get the message. Just because he was in an environment where a lot of people said stuff, you don't know if he got it.
Right.
My grandmother said, she used to say, have the faith the size of a mustard seed. When I got to somebody that actually studied, it said, have the faith of a mustard seed. The Muslim told me, he said, what you research and you find that a mustard seed, one of the only seeds that can't be cross-pollinated, meaning no matter what environment you're in, it can't affect your faith. I got the message. We're not sure that boy got the message. See, when I was my OGs, like my dad's, friends and my cousin's friends, you see the scared straight shit all the time. But when they came home and it was like, no, you don't want to go to jail. It's real out here. You either going to die or go to jail coming out here in these streets. And then my brother got killed. And I had to look at him dead in the casket. I got the message. So we can say communication as if somebody said something to him. Like all the things my uncle told me, it mattered because it was my uncle. Anybody else, probably that shit I can't remember shit that other people say because it wasn't no meaningful thing. So I use that same stuff as a parent. I know my voice means everything to my son. If I say I'm disappointed in him, he cries because I'm his dad. Communication is about, did you get the message? But you call me.
Let's say we take communication and we put that to the side, and physical discipline, we put that to the side. Because Kasim asked me this question earlier. Do you guys really feel like structure is the core to having your household run?
Your environment, yes, absolutely.
Yes, you have
your environment.
You can't have. You won't have nothing without structure.
You brought up the military. Anybody that's been in here, I'm gonna tell you right now, it has never been more disciplined than when they was able to put hands on you. That shit that they got right now, the only reason why we smashing right now is off of pure money and technology. If we went hands with some of these other countries and didn't have all the advanced weapons we had,
we'd be in trouble, yes.
Dog walk. Why? Yeah. Because they're nice. Because they communicate. I was a fucking menace in the military because they couldn't put their fucking hands on me. And I knew that. And what I'm telling you is everybody isn't the same. And it sounds great that you got the message, but I got a whole bunch of niggas at home that didn't. But we talking about them Cassies and still move.
And that's my point.
It's two things though. Tommy, you're talking about two different things though, man. You're talking about yourself as a developed adult. We're talking about new kids that you're raising.
That's my
what I'm
point.
saying. So you are laying the software to these children. So the way that they perceive the world and think, you are the first
Absolutely.
person that has the hand in that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you trying
No,
to
but what I'm
recreate.
telling you is,
But you know, in the
coming from
military,
somebody that
they
came from an extremely structured household.
Wait, I'm sorry.
My personality was mischievous. So I think the question is what people are saying. This is why I said you have to teach, you have to react to each child differently. Is if that's that kid's personality, how do you then deal with that personality? Like I was the type of person, like I'm 41 and I still get teased about how much punishment I was on. Because I literally spent most of my childhood on punishment and getting ass whipped.
Me
I
too.
was,
You have to.
getting out the
I'm
house, all the shit. So
I'm
at a certain
gonna explain it
point,
to you like this. Go ahead, bro.
no,
My
at a
bad.
certain point, you can tell the parents, "Hey, have a conversation." When I'm telling you, as me, that conversation means shit to me.
You deal with each child differently. Like I got two sons, so my oldest son is chill. My youngest son is just like me, very rambunctious, always pushing the limit. You know what I'm saying? And I encourage it 100%. But you deal with them differently. I can't do the same thing that I do with my oldest son that I do with my youngest son because it's not gonna hit the same. So you gotta understand. But I have a special relationship with both of them. Just like World Class was saying, if I get disappointed in them, it will break them down.
Yeah.
They look at me like they hero. You know what I mean? Like they really understand. Like they really look up to me because of the structure and discipline that I provide for them.
But
and the things that and the way that I relationship that I have with them. Go ahead, World Class. My bad.
But everyone agrees. Oh, go World Class. You gonna go ahead?
Look, Tommy, this again, it gotta like what August just brought up. It's that early stuff that you do. You got to do this stuff super early. My son was breastfed. Anybody that know these breastfed babies, they are terrorists about sleep, them gums, and when it's time to eat, right? So it got to the point where he would just interrupt his mom's sleep. So once I know he's fed enough, he would cry and like again, I'm not gonna let you you're not gonna make your mom pay. That's what I called it. Another way is tantrums. You're not throwing no tantrums. Like you said, I 100% agree. That time between when you do something and I respond, it is not a particle couldn't be between it. And I get him, take him from his mom. And the most rough I've ever been was when he was little, when he was feisty, super fight. I said, you better keep still. Stop. So I discipline his habit and I stop his habits early of being rambunctious. I stopped it super early. So you're right when everything you're saying, especially about the military and how when you get to the military, they got to break you because they know these things. They're not raising us from young. So there's the things that you do to stop that behavior and take them and put their immediately when you stop that, you put them on something else. You put them on something else immediately. The same thing. So after I stopped that, I'm put you on something more productive. So when he would be rambunctious with his mom, I would take him, let him know who the fuck he's talking to. At 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, he'll go straight to sleep because he'll usually go to sleep on me faster than he do his mom because he knows So, but why he's with one thing and I'm done. While he's with his mom, you know how they are with their mom. He's just doing all of this stuff and they're practicing being that rebellious person that they're going to be as a preteen with them. And we have to insert and stop that process as much as possible.
But we also have to remember that you can have as many kids as you want and you give them all the same message and they don't receive the message the same.
That's a fact.
So we have to remember discipline has to be different depending on that child's personality.
Yep.
You can train them all the same, but they all come out with different personalities. This child may be way rambunctious. This child may be so introverted. And then you got to figure out how to deal with both of them. Right. So it's not a one size fits all. It's different.
But that's why I say everyone. That's why I say I agree with what everything that everyone is saying is imperative. The communication part, the foundation part, the loving part, the support part. But most of us are operating in the sense of acknowledging that there's a consequence and there's a threat of violence that can come from males. The reason why the kids respond differently to World Class, to August, to Hamp, to Fantastic, and Daryl because we're men. And the fact that Heathen Queen, you already admitted that you don't want to put your hands on kids. I think most women shouldn't discipline children. I think the love and nurturing is supposed to come from women, and that's why it's important for the fathers to be there. That's why 85% of the youth that's coming from prisons are from single mother homes, is with being with their mothers. And we know it is taken different when it comes with the mothers. But the threat of violence on top of the foundation is why the consequences are imperative when the incentive and the love isn't enough. So if you do have a house that's running on foundation, running on love and being supportive, when World Class says something to his kid, or August says something to his kid, or Hamp says something to a kid, it's a different thing from y'all already know when your father looks at you and communicates something is completely different than when your mother communicated it, and it's taken different. It's the threat of what can come from that. Even if your father never touched you, spanked you, especially at what age you are, and you've seen what other men have done, we acknowledge that men are dangerous, whether men act on it or don't act on it. All men on this panel acknowledge that men are dangerous, are capable of danger, and it's different from what we would receive from a mother or a father. So when a father says it, whether he ever touched you or not, it's taken different, especially depending on the decorum of that father and that father's presence and how he's acting, how other people saw that man act as well too. So it's taken different when a man says it. But that threat of violence is what makes the world operate the way it does, and makes other countries respect countries, and makes men respect men, and everybody respect each other. It's the threat of violence.
So you want your child to be?
Hold on. No. So to Heathen Queen's point, again, Heathen Queen, that's a great point you made. As if every child can't be handled the same way, is there not a point in time where some kids are going to need corporal punishment? You can't talk to them. You telling me those kids don't exist, right? And back to the point of you guys keep bringing up the military, bro. Stop talking about the military, because again, forcing someone
you breaking up, fantastic.
Physical activity, okay, because you can't beat the shit out of them. At least I know more.
You breaking up. Yeah.
Worse than last time.
You probably got an Android.
What I said, fantastic. I said that word for word.
Yeah, he said that, fantastic. You probably got an Android.
I got all my bars, but I don't know what the hell's going on.
It's an Android phone.
Of course,
That's not
but
cool.
they ain't got shit to do with it.
And I got an iPhone. They both work fine.
So are we saying? So Ali, are you saying that you want your child to be fearful of you and not love you?
In love, not in fearful and thinking that father just trying to scare them, in fear of their consequences for taking the action on another person, on your brother or sister, or on another adult. Be fearful of your consequences of what happens when you act a certain way, not necessarily fearful of their father.
But fear though.
But that's not what you were just preaching. What you were just preaching was fear.
Sharon,
It's still fear.
Let me answer that real quick. Sharon, it is fear. He's 100% accurate. Fear gets undivided attention. Right. I think that people need to understand what fear means. Because especially like when you look at it biblically. Oh, never mind. Sharon ain't listening. So all right. The like you said, go ahead. Well, world class. So real quick. So when you see fear in the Bible, right? World class, we be on the same wave with this anyway. Yeah. Fear means that you gain people's undivided attention. That's what that means when you see it in the Bible. Fear and reverence. So that's what that dad does when your dad speaks. Kids snap too. That's all it is.
So now, Sharon, before you go, even our route of not striking a child, right? It's still fear.
Yeah.
Because if my son disappoint me, he don't want that situation to come. Tommy, I see, but look, I know it's
the fear of disappointing your dad is.
But cool. But listen, I'm fine with. My bad, August. I'm fine with an extreme of 5 to if you're the 5% that somebody got punched you in your goddamn mouth at 6. Mm-hmm. I'm cool with, but we have to change the volume first. We got to deal with the multitude first, and that has worked when you talk to children. So, but Sharon, it's still fear. A child that is not being brought up in abuse, they're fear of disappointing their parents. And you see, and you we want this when we complain about the women, we want this to be the structure because you want a young lady that's afraid of dishonoring her family. I don't know when the last time I heard that.
Yeah,
making her dad look bad.
That's my older daughter too. Like she literally fears disappointing me.
Right.
But that's why I say every kid is because me.
That thing is powerful.
I ain't had that fear.
So
bro.
she's afraid of this, but she's not fear you whipping her ass.
No, because I didn't have. Like I said, okay, listen. Every kid is different. So with my kids, I assess how they act. I assess when they came out the womb. My first thing wasn't whoop ass. So she's never put.
What's the higher percentage? What's the higher percentage? What's the higher percentage of you not whooping your kid's ass and the children are going to be better, or whooping your kid's ass?
Okay, are you not understanding English?
I just want to know what's the percentage because y'all, for some reason, y'all think everybody just had this great discernment because clearly we understand that what me and world class consider a beating is not this. Nobody on this panel think that this is a beating, but yet we are still acting like this is some type of form of beating or spanking.
No, you saying it's spank. So there's a difference between spanking and beating. The spanking is what World Class just said, having an open hand. The beating is an act of striking with repeated blows to injure or hurt someone and damage them. That's what beating is. But the spanking is with the open hand. It's a different thing. That speaking and beating is two different things. I
don't care about y'all people's guilt. Like, I don't care if you feel guilty because you put your hands on your children. I'm telling you, like, if you feel guilty about putting your hands on from this day forward, you need to implement not putting your hands on your children, because clearly y'all feel a certain way about us saying that you need to keep your hands off your children. That's why you try to make excuses of stealing a 50-cent candy. Or touching the fucking stove.
We agreed with you.
People that never touch a stove and know that it's fucking hot. I ain't never had to touch the stove to know it's hot.
We agreed with you.
What's wrong with you?
We back at this again.
If we want to talk about, let's give the children. If we want to talk about giving children, this is crazy. Every time I'm talking,
I ain't never seen such. You're grown man.
Why y'all? All right, man. Did they extend the show anyway? I don't think they did. Cause y'all pouting and talking over each other. That shit just different to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't come from that. All right, let me read these super chats real quick. Tato, appreciate you. This when he brought Sharon back. So salute. You know what I mean? That was a while ago too. Damn, I ain't read these shits in a grip. Hold on, let me play this real quick.
Weather outside is humid. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Salute to Abdul with the sauce. Daryl Long definitely in a gay relationship. That's true. Tony Golden with the $2 said, "What's the difference, August? It's the same concept." And then he brought back Sharon. Sharon the $10 credit. Jess with the $5 says, "Some of y'all kids disowning y'all and putting y'all in nursing homes when they when they see the internet. Them kids ain't gonna want y'all like y'all didn't want them." God damn, man. Yeah. Salute to Britt. And here for the T for reaching to help with the extension. Tony Golden to us. Did HQ husband physically discipline the kid? Yeah, we got an answer to that.
Yeah.
HQ sounds like Sharon, hypocrite. Sean Brewer, what's popping? With the $10 says, "Damn, what up? If a kid ran away to another house, fam or not, they went there because they like it. There, and most times it's under no supervision. That's when they get in trouble the most, unsupervised." Okay. God, you with the $2. Everyone that's against it only talk about toddlers. Lauren Mack with the $10 says, "I hear a lot of examples of different options of discipline. Is the same level of thought given when your child is doing well? If they stop doing the behavior, do you acknowledge it?" Yeah, there definitely should be positive reinforcement. I think everybody will agree on that. Mm-hmm. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, "I think spanking is abuse no matter how you do it. You don't go into spanking saying, I'm going to hit them just a little bit so they can understand. You hit to hurt them." UT with the $2 says, "World Class, what made them respect your voice?" And did he?
What? Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Damn it, man.
Hey, wow.
Hey, don't worry about saying disrespectful things. I ain't gonna penalize you for it. They paid for it. You can read it. It's all good, my brother.
You want me to answer UT
It
question?
just be too corny for me. I can't do it.
That was tough. That was a lot.
Salute to Stephen Wolf, as always, man. You want to quickly go to that? And I actually had a different question now, real quick. Sean was popping. You wanted to talk about the discipline thing too before I transition. I want to ask a different question.
Yeah, what's the word? Like real quick. I think it's simple. I think it depends on you as a parent. If I'm being honest, I think lots of people are very lazy. I think people have low capacity and they're very lazy. in which case they just gonna beat the shit out of their kids. That's the only move they gotta go to. The problem is sometimes you make the decision me and my brothers made. At some point, shit, that belt only hurts so much. At some point, that extension cord only hurts so much. Shit, so I'm gonna do this shit regardless. If that's your only go-to move, then shit, you ain't really got no moves to go to. You feel me? At some point, I agree with World Class. You gotta establish some other shit. You gotta understand what's valuable to that kid. Aside from what Lauren Mack said with the positive reinforcement, you gotta establish what's valuable to that kid, and you gotta use that as leverage. So whooping can't be your only tool. I've never whipped my daughter, but I ain't gonna lie. I told her a bunch of times if she was a boy, I probably would have beat her ass a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think there's one answer for sure, but I do think it's lazy to just go to whoopings and that's it.
So what would be the difference, Sean, with the boy? Would you call yourself lazy at that juncture because he's a boy?
No, I was just joking about that. So for me, for instance, like with
you
boys,
wasn't joking. That's why we want an answer. So it's interesting.
I was just joking.
No, because I'm of the same ilk where I'm inclined to, if I need to whoop, I got one son, I got 5 daughters. He's gonna be the first one to get ass whooped. He's the youngest. So I understand that, but why do dads think like that? That's interesting.
No, I think for me, like I would think about like even with kids, like when you take that video game away, boy, that changed their whole world. You take their phone away, I wouldn't even take the video game. I'm just gonna take the controllers and the cord. You can look at I want you to look at that fucking console all day, and you can't do shit without these controllers. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but once again, I pledged, so I get what deprivation does. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't think you have to whoop kids. I'm gonna be honest.
Isn't it funny how the pledging process resounds though, Sean, right? Because once you get that callus, that shit, you know what I mean? Like that part ain't nothing. Once you get
once you realize we're gonna get our ass beat tonight either way. It's just a matter of what we're gonna get our ass beat for. You know what I'm saying?
So we gotta be careful. Remember, pledging was abolished in 1985. So let everybody know that. That's no more. That was somebody's uncle we talking about. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
What made you go from, terrorizing Chicago to going to Grambling State? Like, what made you leave Chicago streets and all that shit behind and want to like go to Grambling State? You had to have somebody in your ear giving you good game when you were a man.
I'm gonna be honest. A couple things. One was getting shot. Getting shot was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life because I never would have got back in high school. I never would have left the streets. And, long story short, I ended up in an alternative high school. They started my GPA over, and I ended up graduating valedictorian. My public school GPA was 0.6 something, but at the other school, I was valedictorian, so I got a scholarship to Grambling. But at the end of the day, like, I didn't have anybody positively motivating me to do anything necessarily until I got to that quote-unquote bad kid school. So yeah, sometimes positive reinforcement, man, is what a person needs. I think we have to be experts on what the fuck our kids need. And a lot of times when you can just go to the belt or go to the extension cord, you get lazy and you don't dig deeper and figure out what you can leverage. And also what we do too, we get trained, even in management too, as we get older, we get trained to catch people doing things wrong. And when all you do is catch people doing things wrong, you're not catching them doing things right and giving them positive reinforcement. So, I mean, that's just kind of how I look at things in general. I think people should think about, their philosophy a little bit more.
And to that point, you'd be surprised at how many parents that's with their child, even the parent, the stay-at-home mom or the stay-at-home dad or grandmother or uncle, whatever, that's with their child, don't know their dream. And once you constantly ask your baby what their dream is, it changes. My goddaughter, she wanted to be a policeman. She wanted to be a fireman. And this is what she used to say. She said, I want to work at Subway Eat Fresh because that was the commercial. It changes over and over and over and over again. And you're with that baby and don't know what they're thinking about, don't know what's on their mind. So you don't have an intimate understanding of what they like, but then you go, I communicated, I told you this. You don't know what they're listening for, and you don't really take an inventory of what catches their attention, right? And then we be surprised at the little cute stuff that they say, like, damn, where you get that from? Where you get that from? And we are not paying attention to their intake. We don't know what's running on their mind. We don't know what's important to them. But you expect them to know something, but you don't know them. It's just like I used to use the example of back before Uber existed. I'm like, if you got in a cab and the cab took you to his mama house, he went to the park, he chilled out, he cooled, like he just chilled for like an hour and you just couldn't say nothing. Then he looked back like, oh damn, where you going? We got these babies with us and we don't know where they're going. We don't know what's important to them. So we can't develop a value system because we don't know what they value. We just know what we give them. And then I'm going to use what I give you on a consistent basis to coax you into doing what I want. You don't know these. So like I said, I treat children like they entire human beings that just happen to be little, and it works.
And real quick, I want to ask a different question. I heard you say that the first time world class. You be concise if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
But we willing to punch grown-ups in their face for doing bad shit. For doing the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know I am. I know you are.
Me too. Amen.
I know Kasim is. I know Tommy is. Sharon told me he somehow know how to break a bottle and then hit somebody's fist with it. So
yeah, that was wild. That was crazy.
So I'm just wondering, you say a whole human being, we're not exonerating adults from physical punishment.
Right.
Self-defense only.
So I'm treating them as if they got the same needs that I got. I need to be respected.
Oh, okay.
You understand? I need to be respected. I need you to act like I'm here, like you want somebody to act like you're here, whether we're friends or not. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing out of the many things that goes with that. Yeah.
You're saying that how you treat them, if you treat them like they have feelings, emotions, they deserve respect, etc. Okay.
It's an assumption. It's an assumption through acquired experience, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Kind of like we fathered them in. Kind of like you fathered them in on my experience. Like I know I'm experienced, so I'm a kind of use the fact that I'm your inheritance. I know what I need, so I'm gonna talk to you like I know what you need. Right.
The lazy thing, though, like we talking about spanking is a lazy sense of correction. Do you guys think, true or false, the majority of people are average at best when it comes to parenting?
No.
I think
below
average. That I think people haven't brought up in this here is
true or false. True or false, and then you can give context.
I think true. I think people haven't brought up people's circumstances, and I think the reason why a lot of spankings turn into beatings is because of circumstances. You look at our society, and most people ain't got $500 for an emergency. That shows you the type of stress that people are under. Most people are living check to check, this, and other. So you're out here, you trying to do this, and then you have a kid that's acting up. I think that's how a lot of these spankings turn into ass whoopings, because not only is it what the kid did, but it's the stress of the day. It's my boss got on my nerves. It's how I'm gonna pay this bill.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of what a lot of people are missing out on.
Yeah,
that's true.
A lot of this shit is the weight of the world, and you have something to take it out on now. Yes. And that's why I said, like, for me personally, I mean, and let me put this out here. I don't have kids old enough for a quote unquote whooping. Like my oldest, I guess that would is 12, and like I said, I haven't had to really discipline her like that. My other ones is 4 and 3, so they not even old enough for a whooping. So I ain't even got to that. But I think people need to be really cognizant of that. Of when you're coming home from a hard day of work and you find out that your kid just did some fuck shit, or is this whooping because of what the kid did, or is it a mix of what the kid did and then what my boss said to me and how I'm gonna pay this bill and I'm stressed out type shit.
And people are in denial of that fact.
Yeah,
Tommy, that's a great fucking point. Now, Scam, I know you came back because I know you talked about this before, but I want to ask a different question. Did you want to give a final sentiment on this specifically?
Let me hear what your question is.
Oh, well, that either yes or no, nigga. You don't get to cheat. Yes.
No. Let me get the question and then pick which one I want to answer.
No, that's too fair. That's the point. You want to give a sentiment or go ahead.
I'm gonna roll a dice. I'm gonna roll the dice and hear what your question is.
Yeah, so totally different, right? Because we were just talking about parents and parenting. I wanted to assess the nuclear family, and I'm talking about the stereotypical nuclear family. So mom, dad, is that still the best way to bring kids up in this earth? Because obviously we have a whole lot more shit going on nowadays.
I definitely answer that. He asked it.
Yes and no. Here's the deal. 2 parents, like I said, the most positive parenting is the ideal situation. Regardless if it's a single mother and a whole community full of men and women, still matter. Bunch of people with parenting skills pouring into the kids, no matter where they get it from, no matter what race, gender, country. There's things that need to be had and put into the kid. But I think the two-parent household thing is used in the spaces just for men who are pushing down on women or women pushing down on men to say, if you don't do it this way, everything is going to be perfect. I grew up two-parent household, a neighborhood full of two-parent households. Some dads sucked and whooped ass. So back in the day, my parents, where they grew up, it was communities full of just ass whoopers. So they got cheated out of their critical thinking and their own parenting skills. So when we was born, it's two parents. They ain't know nothing. So we were damn near experiments for the first few years. So the corporal punishment we received in the younger years had a negative effect. What did it teach me? How to be avoidant. You say fear of God and avoid pain, so I did. So now I'm gonna be sneaky, I'm gonna lie to you, and I already know I gotta fend for myself and I had no conscience. My brother bought into the system. Yep, everything's good. But you internalize everything. Because you said you're bad, you're wrong, I got to snatch you up and beat you. You internalize and think, okay, I'm something that needs to get beat on. It affected his confidence. My sister, you taught her how to hate, how to inflict pain. So what does she do? Just like world class. Inflicting pain gives results. And I'm already mad because somebody inflicted pain on me. Where's the next person make me mad and I'm going to sneak them?
Yep.
As they got older, it changed. Hey, we started to learn other things other than how they grew up. Hey, there's punishment, there's other stuff, there's positivity, there's model behavior. Our behavior went up. It was more positive. But they got that from other two-parent households, other people, or whatever, but some of the best. But it's not just a quick fix that you can throw a man in the house because he's a man, that now the two parents, let's be real, the two dusty parents beat the shit out of each other and the kids is hiding under the bed.
Okay.
That's all I got.
What are you advocating for? If real quick, because you can jump right in. I just want to get a clarification. Because I'm not doing the yes and no or the something. I think you guys understand that by now. So, Scam, if you had to advocate for something, a construct, what would it be?
I would advocate for the same formulas I always push. Diet and exercise, better communication, optimism, and the same things I always say.
But
those are produced with more two-parent
households. Yeah, so the two-parent household.
Same values.
Are you saying that should it be two people, or do you think one person can achieve it? I'm trying to give you grace to answer, right? I'm getting a little bit tired of people just answering how they want to answer. So when you're saying like, should it be two parents? Should it be two men, two women? Are you saying as long as they have these values, it could be two or whatever, or you think one person can achieve it?
Of course, two parents I'm gonna say a man and woman. I mean, I'm a Christian, of course. I'm saying I'm just saying
that's fair.
It's not just a know all be all. You can take the dusty black dude and a dusty whatever race woman, throw them in a household together, and now it's a quick fix. Her just listen and do everything he says, the way they push it out here. And that's going to fix the kids because it's a lie.
Yeah. Okay.
The principles and the foundations, the morals, the teaching, all that stuff got to be there. If it's not, it doesn't matter if you got 18 parents in the household. It's going to look like some of these panels.
Yeah, that's fair. Yep. Two parents, man and woman, but they got to have the right values and morals in order to be successful. Yeah, that makes sense. C, what's up? Kasim, go ahead. What's up, C?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, love.
No, but I was just doing some self-reflecting, right? And as a child, as a Gen Xer that got, corporal punishment and that got beat, and I understood where it was coming from, and I didn't take that as a way of communicating how to correct somebody else's behavior, right? I look at it as myself like, hey, I have to do better. And now even today, when I face some types of adversaries and type of things that go against me, I don't hunker down and say, oh, woe is me. I look at it as a challenge in order to be better, right? So do you think individuals that have gotten beatings and corrections with spankings and stuff like that, do you think their main goal is to inflict that pain on someone else as a form of correction? Or do they use that to realize that what they did was wrong and make the adjustment?
Most people, I don't think
Yes.
most people.
Hold on,
I don't think most people. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I just want to get somebody who hasn't spoken. Daryl, did you hear Kasim's question? No.
I heard a lot of bandit babble. Kasim, was it addressed to me? Kasim, can you
No, it
regurgitate it?
wasn't you specifically, but you too busy reading the damn comments.
No, I wasn't doing that. I was doing something else.
All right, Kasim, ask the question one more time. I just want to get somebody else to answer other than like myself or whoever been talking.
Okay. Since corporal punishment or some form of correction through spanking was done, there are two ways in which individuals can look at that. They can look at that as a form of correction to change their behavior, or they can look at it as a sense of vengeance and getting revenge and knowing this is how you communicate with individuals. So would you believe, for the most part, for those individuals that had corporal punishment done to them, do you think that they view that as a form of correction or a form of monitoring somebody's behavior?
I think it varies case to case, right? I think I can talk to somebody who received corporal punishment who believe they got the shit beat out of them and it was abusive. Then I might talk to another person that feels like corporal punishment was tough love, right? So I think it goes case by case.
Daryl, so question, the majority and minority of people, if you had to speculate, how do you think they took it?
Abuse.
Majority of them?
Correct. If like when I look up the word corporal punishment, like stuff like flogging comes up, right? So we're not talking about a simple spanking, or there's a million different ways to discipline somebody without corporal punishment.
Yeah.
But no, I think that's abuse.
And how do you think it manifests in them? You think it manifests in anger and backlash, and they duplicating it because that's what happened to them? Like, how do you think how they process it?
I think it's ego, right? We know about the story of Marvin Gaye, right? Remember what happened to him? Remember how he left the world?
Yeah.
Talk back to his father. Father said, "I brought you here. I can take you out," and he did it, literally, right? And he felt like he had a right to. But that was his form of corporal punishment, right? Kasim, I brought you in this world. I can take you out, especially when you don't act right, and we don't have no more singing Marvin no more because of it. So was he abused? Or was he just giving tough love?
But this is my thing, Daryl. Knowing the people that I grew up with, and the people in my age group, and the people that I grew up with, we pretty much got. Yeah, but I didn't see those
drugs, Daryl. When he did that, he was under the influence, and he was threatening.
He still had that mindset, though, Hank. Hank. I'm sorry. He still had that mindset his whole life.
Well, he took the Sharon mindset. You breaking in my house, you're a criminal. I got to defend myself, and that's what his father did, defend him and his mother.
I don't recall him, Marvin, actually committing any violence. I just recall him disrespecting his father in the way that his father felt was disrespectful, and he said, "You know what?"
Okay. Well, you got to read the story then, brother.
My bad.
What was you saying?
I don't want to talk about spankings anymore. But Kasim, your last point.
No, man, it's okay. Let's move on.
No, I just wanted to kind of dive into like the nuclear construct, or is Scam correct in saying that parenting is going to end up being the number one case, but him coming from a Christian standpoint, I think he has to say mother and father, but I guess I'm wondering now. I agree with him, but I'm wondering if it was two dads, right? What principle can they be just as successful? My initial argument is no.
Yes, they can.
Why is that?
I think it's more probable between two men, right? Because men not only have a better success rate when it comes to raising a child, because we look at it from a different lens. We look at it more for security, provision, and for protection. And men do a better job of doing that. Men do a better job of relaying real world experiences to help that child in its essence without diluting it. I think women are more probable of adding a little bit more emotion to it and not making it as real to the child to kind of soften up what life has to give them. But men give it to us like out the gate, straight concrete, a brick to your face. And I think that's why, men do a better job when it comes to raising children. Also, if it's two men, they would do a better job in raising that child.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else have a thought on that? Q and I were having a discussion earlier. We actually compared a lesbian and then a gay household in terms of who would have more success. Based on what Kasim was saying, he's saying that men would.
Gay men?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now my argument is it needs to be a mom and a dad, right? But this world, there's 600 people in the chat. There's a lot of people listening. It'll be 5,000 views on this video. These are all the constructs that because motherfuckers don't want to stand up, you got to consider. And so I was looking at different things like abusive relationships, domestic violence, the men versus women. And then gay men make a lot of money too. I don't know if you guys ever look at those numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So just looking at all those different things.
Yeah, they balling out.
Mother and the father got to be
So
there.
the options is just lesbian and gay men. That's the option.
Well, all right. Well, is it conclusive on the panel that you thinking a man and a woman would be the most successful?
Yes.
Yeah, with everything healthy, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
let's do this. So who says yes? See, you say yes.
I do.
The last question, yes. I'm oh shit.
I know Scam say yes.
Ideally,
Tom,
ideally, yes.
Ideally, yes. Yep. Sharon, you say yes.
Fundamentally, yes.
Everybody is healthy human beings.
Yeah, everybody's healthy.
Then it doesn't matter if they're healthy.
So you're saying a man and woman won't.
So you're
have an
saying yes?
advantage?
What I'm saying is that if we're talking about healthy people, it doesn't fucking matter what their sexual orientation is, because that have nothing to do with how you raise your children.
Okay, so you're saying that nobody has an advantage.
No, healthy people.
I partially agree with Sharon.
Okay.
Go ahead, my bad.
Hold on. Let me. I need to keep diving into it. That's all. So Sharon says healthy is healthy as long as they have the right standards, like Scam was alluding to. Although I know his religious stance, right? Then they can be successful. Hank, what say you? Do you think that the heterosexual couple has an advantage?
Yeah, because that's abuse to me.
Amen.
Okay. And you agree, world class?
Yeah, because the mother and father is where you actually come from. You don't
Yeah.
come from those other options, and that matters. Same shit I was saying to Tommy.
Daryl, you agree, right?
Yep. Certain dynamics between a mother and father has to be seen by both children.
Mm-hmm. Q, what was your just restate just so we can? I can't remember actually.
Yeah, back to my original stance. I think everybody will be having the same fair playing field as long as they're all healthy, because we see where there is one person who is not in the right state of mind, or doesn't have the right structure or morals. We see how fucked up people come from a hetero situation, so I can't really disagree with that 100%.
Yeah. And so so go ahead, Sean, what were you saying?
Yeah, it was Tommy.
Oh, so Tommy, what I was saying earlier, let me see how you guys understand this, is that you need the dynamics of a woman and a man to help the child properly round himself. So if a mother's nature is to nurture, right, and a father's to be much more disciplinary, you're gonna lose that to some capacity if you're missing one or the other. Q was saying earlier, well, he can be super duper feminine and potentially achieve, but you do need an outside resource to help as like let's say it's two men. You need a woman to come give that child some semblance of that, what only a woman can bring. So I said, by nature of that, by default, they're less equipped if you need a third resource. So let's do Tommy, then Sharon, all right?
I think I can break this down to where it's able to everything. The way I look at parenting is, as a dad, it's my job to give my kids my views as a man on this earth. The problem with same sex is no matter how feminine of a man you are, or no matter how masculine of a woman you are, you haven't spent one day on this earth as a man or a woman. So the problem comes is, like me being raised by both parents, there's stuff that I received from my mom that I couldn't get from my dad, and there's a lot of stuff I got from my dad that my mom never could have given me. And that's not a knock to each sex. That's just life. I haven't spent a day on this earth as a woman, so there's a lot of perspectives that I'm going to be absent of because I've never spent life as a woman. So most men or women, if they're living their life out, I don't know how to say it, but as the opposite, I guess you would say, there's years in there where you probably didn't. And so it's a lot of experience in there that you're missing. So I'm not saying that it can't be successful, because I do believe that you might be able to raise a successful kid, but there will be stuff missing because, again, it's the earth. There's the yin and yang. There's the up and down, the left and right. So if you're in a situation where you're missing that opposite, then you can't help but be missing a piece. But again, I'm not saying that doesn't mean you can't raise a successful child. I just think that there will be something missing because there's a whole perspective that you weren't raised understanding.
So I think we got to stop acting like men do not nurture their children. I think it's remedial error. This is some shit that I disagree with when they say men are not nurturing. The things that we do nurture our children. Our discipline nurtures them. Our voice nurtures them. Our being nurtures them. What are y'all talking about? I don't understand that. Like, men are nurturing human beings. We are some of the best teachers of the world. We teach all these things. The same thing that the woman can teach and nurture their child, a man can teach and nurture his child. Why are you not looking at your child with love? Just because you're a man, you think that you're supposed to be mean to your child and your child's supposed to be fearful of you? This is remedial rhetoric. No, your child's supposed to love you and respect you. And when they have respect and love for you, they're going to move a certain way in life. I absolutely nurture my children and nurture other people around me. Kids that don't even have fathers, they look to me as a fucking father figure because I nurture them. The hell y'all talking about? Ain't no calm down because there's too many people talking about this bullshit. It's remedial. Stop it.
Sharon, I would ask you this. Do you think
Kitty milking your diet? God damn.
Go ahead,
I
Luxy.
would ask you, do you think that there's experiences that your wife has come across?
Hold up, Tommy. Okay. Let's get
Stop
Luxy in.
breastfeeding your kid. Women, too much titty milk is what it does to you.
So I think I think that the balance is what's needed. The children, they need the balance. If there's either piece that's missing, you'll see that there's an overcompensation on the other's part, which is why if you do have that single mother-led household, although there's it's imbalanced. She's either going to be that permissive parent where she's trying to make up for a feeling of guilt by being the only one there, or she realizes that I'm at a deficit and so now I need to overcompensate, and that's where you can end up on the extreme side of abuse. So it just what the balance allows for there to be is it allows for there to be a disciplinarian, and it allows for there to also be it's nurturing, but it's also relational. And those are the pieces that you need to be able to instill fear, but also to instill discipline, which is not just beating. It's not just that you've done something wrong, now you're going to get disciplined. Discipline is actually training and teaching children. And I think I agree with when they're saying it's lazy way to spank or to beat is just lazy. And it's generally because you have not taken the time to, one, discipline yourself, to two, establish your own standards and principles that you live by, and to three, teach them to the children and ensure that the children have a complete understanding of them, and that they're at a developmental place where they can actually carry out what it is that you're saying for them to do. And that takes years of consistency. It takes years of patience. And if you have not taken that time and then you decide that I'm going to beat you because over and over you haven't done what I said to do, you're you're not parenting well.
Let's see. Can I ask you a question? Sure. Do you believe that there is a different degree of potency in the nurturing between the potency of the nurturing that a man can give and the degree of the potency that a woman can give? Do you believe that which one do you think weighs more when it comes to effectiveness and potency?
I think that a woman is going to nurture the weight and the potency of her nurturing is going to be heavier and more felt. Mm-hmm. And I think that this is why I say there's a balance, correct? Because if you have that balance in the home, if you've ever gone to discipline the children, a man, and it's not like a regular thing. It's one of those things where it's bad. You'll see the mother trying to, just, take it easy, maybe another try. And they begin to make excuses for them. They're trying to, when it's go time, the mother is going to insert herself in a way to protect the child. And that type of, this is why I say that you need the balance, because that's not the time for you to do that. That shows that there's a divided front between the parents. That shows that you are, when it comes time for you to enforce these principles that you have in place, you're going to let your emotions overrun the principle, which then it convolutes the understanding of the child. And that's where you start to get children who play between the parents to figure out how they can get what they want. So that nurturing has to be balanced out with a discipline.
Right. So in essence, would you say the nurturing of a man, his potency is enough for that child to be successful in life?
I don't think I said that. What are you asking? If
no, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Yes, I'm asking you. The potency that the nurturing potency of the man can give, is that enough to sustain a child throughout its life?
So I have a difficult time with these questions because I don't know what you guys are calling successful. A lot of times we're like, oh, then they're successful. What does that mean? They just don't.
I mean, like good values, good principles, good character. Treats people well. Knows how to coexist with individuals. Know how to communicate, negotiate, and exist peacefully with people.
Mm-hmm. Or whatever you deem to be success, Love C.
Yes.
So you're saying, do I think a man can nurture a child where they can be successful all on their own?
His nurturing potency, is that enough? If a single man or single dad has a child, the potency of his nurturing, is that good enough for that child to sustain itself, or would it need to get some feminine potency to kind of give it a little bit more juice?
Oh, it need either way.
I think that I think a man could do it. I think when you're in those situations, depending on how you get into those situations, I think that the motivation of the people, depending on how they get into those situations, allow you to supplement for what's needed. So I think it's a difference between if there's a situation and you're in this situation now where it's just that man on his own, as opposed to there's been something volatile or divisive that's caused a division between the mother and father, and now I'm taking on this and it's a burdensome thing, because those emotions are then translated to the children. So yeah.
Joker bed.
Hi y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Clear.
I do think that a man can nurture children. I also think that there will be a deficit, but that deficit can be overcome. You know what I mean? It's not like it's going to cause problems throughout their lives, but I do think that there will be some kind of deficit. Even though he is providing some nurture, because I think men, their empathy, their ability to show empathy is very different than a woman's way of showing empathy. So you will see some children who has been raised by just men. You will see kind of like a lack of empathy or to a certain degree. So, but that can be overcome. It's not nothing that that will interfere with relationships and interactions with people. I just think that there is some deficit. You can kind of tell, but they're also more balanced. They get to see life through the lens of masculinity and femininity. So they will have a different sense of accountability, different sense of duty, a different sense of responsibility. But as far as like the nurturing piece, you will notice a difference. It just won't be a big issue.
Can you frame like what you mean by lack of empathy that they show when they raised by men?
I think because men show empathy is very different.
Yes.
It's just very different. We actually, I think as women, at times we tend to not feel what the person is going through, but we kind of do. Like there's a sense of things that happen within us that we feel what someone's going through. I think with men, it doesn't matter like that. They want to know the purpose of whatever it is. It's not going to be, well, it's kind of like that morality thing. Like a man wants to know, well, is it right or wrong? When we're like, well, what's the reason? You know what I mean? So I think their expression of empathy is very different. And I don't think they can show empathy as much as we can, because the decisions that need to be made, it can't be, well, it depends on how this person feels. It just, the decision has to be made regardless. And I think that women, we tend to go, well, it's because they weren't feeling good, or it's because a man doesn't really care. This is what you're supposed to do, just get up and do it. So
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Would you say it's you about to ask something, Kasim?
I probably might. Your question and my question might be the same question. So you go ahead.
I was saying, would it be a matter of amount, or would it be priorities in terms of how men have empathy and how women have empathy? Because I think if it's
that was it.
That was the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Because so the question is, would the difference probably be in terms of empathy priorities versus amount? Because you said
I would say it is priority. I think a man's role is very different than ours. So his priority is to get to the bottom of things, regardless of feelings. And us is more of what's being felt at the time. So I do think it's a matter of priorities. And maybe I misspoke when I said a lack of empathy. So I'll correct myself there. Like, I don't think it's a lack of empathy. It's just shown differently. And it to us as women, it does not look like empathy. It kind of don't. So maybe
you were so accurate when you said, "Well, we'll care about this. What's the purpose of it?" I'm like, you just took my literal sentence out of my head, because I always ask, like, "What's the purpose? What's the purpose?" I'm like, you were on it. So I was saying the only thing is probably you're not looking at it in terms of priorities, because we want to get this out first, and I'll get to how you feel later.
Well, I guess my question is, though, real quick. My question is, if it doesn't show up as empathy, then is it empathy?
If it doesn't,
what do you mean?
So Jochebed says how we show empathy isn't seen as empathy. So then, how do you know it's empathy?
I think it's empathy based on the intentions, right? Like, I don't believe in tough love, but some people do. And
give me a quick example of tough love, Daryl, just so we're on the same page.
Some people will say, I'm gonna beat my kids' ass because if they go out into the world and the world gotta discipline you, right? It's gonna be even harsher. I've heard that a million different times growing up in Detroit. That to them, that is empathy. I'm going to save you from a potential ass whooping, or maybe a beaten to death by some people, because I'm going to teach you respect here first. That's empathy in some people's minds. I'm not saying I agree with it, but in some people's minds, they see that as empathy.
Okay.
I think it's rigged.
Well, hold on. Daryl didn't finish his point. What happened? Give me an example just to make sure we understand.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, Daryl. Finish. Go ahead. Finish your point, Daryl.
No. I think Scam get what I'm saying. Like, Scam, like, I'm pretty sure you heard that before too. Like, people saying, I'm gonna teach my kids here, so the world don't teach them. Because in Detroit, if you don't teach your kids respect, it's pretty much anywhere, Chicago, anywhere in the Midwest, and they go outside, somebody else gotta teach them. You might end up getting pop smoked. You know what I'm saying? You might end up getting. I'm just saying.
It's still rigged though. Just like Kasim's question, like if the person had good intentions and they fired you up 3 times a week with a paddle, because the intentions were good, is everything okay? No. The effect and the action still happened. And the trauma and drama is still in your brain. Therefore, it wasn't effective. And you don't get to choose that. Just like if, you know what, Kasim, I'm going to call you a bitch ass nigga. but we're really friends and I really care for it. At the end of the day, I said something you didn't like and it's going to have an effect. You're going to respond a certain way. So I had a great intention.
No, I get it.
It has to be effective. And you judge the effectivity by the outcome. If the kids is batshit crazy, jumping off ceilings, or want to slice their arm off, something wasn't effective.
But what
we're looking at behavior.
Well, we wasn't talking about the effectiveness, right, Scam? I agree with you when we're talking about the effectiveness.
No, even with delivering a message.
Empathy or not. They do see it as
okay, with empathy. If it doesn't get received,
it doesn't mean that it might be, to your point, it might not be effective, but they see it as empathizing.
Well, listen. If
the kid doesn't receive it, then it wasn't effective. Therefore, what difference does it make if you were trying to be empathetic?
Okay, it wasn't ineffective, but if it wasn't effective, that doesn't automatically mean it wasn't empathy, because then you depended upon the person receiving it and they're cognizant, and whether they're cognizant of what empathy is.
I get what you're saying, but you're talking leadership. If the message is delivered and not received, it's still the leader's responsibility for the message that's not received.
But that doesn't change the nature. That doesn't change the nature of it being empathy. I agree with you on effectiveness.
The nature, yes. The nature and intentions, yes, still must be effective. If it's not effective, it still is ineffective.
Okay.
So you know what though? So basically going back to what Jochebed shared and Love C has shared, when it comes to the potency of how men nurture and the potency between how women nurture, could you say that it's better for men to raise the boys and for the women to raise the girls if that situation were to come about?
I think going from toddlers, it needs to be a dramatic transition, because from birth to toddlerhood, these women are drained, right? So like super drained. So when they're with these children got all these energies. They need to be with Superman. They need to be with dad, their uncle, because they've been chilling for so long. They don't know how to actually use all that energy. And that's the time frame, like 4 years old to 7. Their brain is probably growing to fat. Well, I think from 0 to 4. But their brain, the way their brain is developing, they need so many different new experiences. They've been in a house for 4 years. They need so many different experiences and need to be out in the street with dad and really begin to learn how to interact with other children.
But why is it why is it that it's one or the other? Why not have both parents? Like, why are we?
Because the word primary. Somebody should be primary. Somebody should be secondary.
What do you mean primary? I think we have different roles, though. Like the man provides the structure, the discipline, the order, and then the woman provides the nurture. And unless that can't happen, then I think that that's a different
I got a question. What is the word nurturing mean to y'all? Because I think maybe that's
So
say it again, Jennifer. Say it one more time.
I'm sorry. I was saying that the man, the father, provides the discipline, the structure, the order, the morality, the principles that needs to be instilled in the children, and then the woman provides the nurture and how to interact, the relational piece of it. So I think it has to be a balance. And when it comes to nurturing, I think it's learning how to interact with others, learning how to love, to show empathy, to show care, to be kind, to be peaceful. And I think it's to reinforce that that piece that might be missing, because when a child is punished, it affects their self-worth. So I think it's important for the woman to restore that that nurturing piece. So that's what I mean by nurturing. I mean, others may have different.
No, I get it, but what I was saying is like, okay, go ahead, Lupsy. I know you're saying.
So I'm gonna jump out on a limb and say something that is crazy, because this is all that we talk about. The main reason to have both people there is so that the man and the woman is so when the children grow up, we're not raising children, we are raising adults,
parents.
It's so that when they grow up, they know how to interact with the opposite sex, and they learn that by being in the home. And as much as we talk about, that's why I find those questions hard to answer. Well, if you had to choose between just the dad or just the mom, who do you think you should choose? I choose nobody. That's why we have these conversations that we have now, where they're like, oh, in the single mother-led home, the men are feminine and the women don't know how to respect a man because they don't have two people in the home. You need to see both people in the home, because that teaches you, without having to sit down and have a class, that teaches you how you're interacting with one another, by how you watch your parents interact. And so, you know, those are the things, those are the foundational building blocks. But I think as long as we stay stuck where we are raising children, I'm not raising a child, I'm raising someone's wife, I'm raising someone's husband. You're gonna look at my children one day and be like, did your mother ever teach you? Did your father ever teach you? And if we parent from that standpoint, you raise children who don't have to recover from their childhood. I don't want to raise children where they got to go lay on somebody's couch and talk about my mother was, you know, was didn't know how to regulate her emotions. So then when she was upset, she took it out on me, and now I don't know how to regulate my emotions. Like, that's crazy. That's what both people do. They balance out the home.
I 100% agree with you. I always say we're not raising children, we're raising parents.
But I think we got her because I think Sharon or somebody was talking about, you know, gay parents or two men can't raise a child. That's why they eliminate the mother out of the situation.
That was happening to you earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, they was talking before they got everybody up. You muted, DJ Ham.
No. Hem's trying to talk. Hem, you muted.
We were considering all the potential constructs. See, obviously, Q is gay, right? So we were going through that in terms of, okay, can any of these constructs work? And who would be more successful, right? Joker Bet, mute your mic real quick. 1 second. Let me just see something. Check. Check. Yeah.
I got on headphones. Can
y'all hear?
I don't hear anything.
I hear it. I hear what you're hearing.
Yeah, it sounds like you're underwater.
It could be you, man.
I don't hear
Scam,
nothing.
are you muted?
Is it echo?
Test.
It's usually not.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. I'm good now.
No, I can still hear.
I hear you just fine, bro.
If y'all hear, I don't hear it.
Okay, I got on headphones. That's why I can hear it.
Yes, it sounds like a feedback though.
Yeah, it's like a little
feedback on the echo, underwater echo.
It's either you or Scam.
I don't hear echo.
I'm muting anyway though.
Everybody just mute for me real quick.
Turn your mic down, dog. God damn.
Me?
Mute up, Scam.
Everybody hit the
What,
mute
my
button.
mic is super loud?
Just hit the mute button real quick so I can see that you muted, not on your personal thing. Check. I can't hear. I don't know. All right. Come on. Fuck it.
Yeah, it ain't me. Whatever it is.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me just reset with these super chats real quick. Shout out to Steppenwolf for the 20 ball towards the extension. Thank you, my G. LeGarrett, of course. Mike became a member. Salute, Mike.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Y'all niggas was sleeping on Cam back in the day. I don't care what y'all say. Tato.
Yeah.
Salute to everybody who contributed to the extension. Salute to Tato, LeGarrett, Steppenwolf, Britt, T for extending the show. Diddy wildin'. Diddy, you already in trouble, my nigga. You might want to chill out. Lauren Mack with the $10 says, I feel like I should receive positive reinforcement for going the whole show and not trolling Hant. You bothered me about my shirt. Even with that shirt on. Also, Hank, relax your eyebrows. No frown lines. Shit. That's too late. Lauren Mack with the $2 says, my lovey on the panel. Diddy, Scam don't like women, and that's
crazy.
AMI with 10 pounds says, do you actually know most Asian Africans and Arabs do practice physical discipline heavily? Don't I hear constantly that they're doing better than you?
No.
Damn, Diddy, chill out, man. UT with the $2 says, are gay men disciplined given their lifestyle? Shit. See, they fuck with your hat too. God, you with the $2 says, are y'all kids out the door at 18 or till when? John the Baptist with the $10 says, if we are going to level the playing field, then there is nothing better a birth father or mother raising a child in a marriage. So was the argument being had the fact that are we saying, is anybody saying that the father and mother can do all the tasks equally?
I'm not.
No. There are some aspects of what the man brings that's beneficial, and there's some aspects that the woman brings that's beneficial. Basically, what we all came to agreement is there has to be a balance in that. However, that dynamic in that relationship works, it's got to be a balance.
Do we agree that the mother and the father have an advantage in several aspects?
Oh, individual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It might be you, Hank.
I think it's Hank.
I've been up here all fucking day.
Make sure your echo calculation on.
No, but you left and came back, right?
But I didn't log off. All right, let me bring Q back up. So do we agree real quick that that there are advantages that both have, right? Okay.
Yes.
I do think.
Well, just let me get a couple clarification points. So
I don't think.
Well, real quick. So are we saying we understand that men can show empathy, men can nurture, but moms overwhelmingly have a disadvantage? That's not fair. I mean, have an advantage in that department. Because innately, the sentiment is that fathers can get more discipline done more quickly and efficiently. And it's when I'm observing it, it's natural to the kid to like kind of snap to when their father comes. You know, so there has to be something to that dynamic. It can't just be because he like learned them that. Like it has to be something that's just kind of organic, in my opinion.
Yes.
When I look at
It's innately we can't help it. I think it's a lot of it has to do with biology and how we respond to different energies, masculine energy and feminine energy, but we can't help it.
It's because you get your identity from your dad. That's why we take their last name. And the other reason, naturally, organically, there's no place like home. Because nobody comes from women, everybody comes from men. We pass through our moms. We go home. That's why our voice matter as dads more than mom. We speak, they stop. Because you know what home sound like. It's just that simple.
I think it has something to do with your interaction with mom as well. I do think that because you're not the nurturing person, so when you say something, it's not going to perceive as, well, I know she nurtures me, so I'm going to get away with this. Your dad, your presence speaks order and get it together. Mom is kind of like, well, this time it's allowed. So let me test mom to see if it was allowed like the last time. You know what I mean? And I think if there's no balance there, then the kid will run over mom. And then when mom try to get it back in control or, you know, under subjugation, then we respond in a way that it comes off as anger because we don't have that, we don't have what the children see as a natural, like it's respect, but it's love. It's not respect like how men are respected and women are loved. Like it's different. So children will respond to us differently. So especially when there's no man there and we're trying to absorb both roles, I think that's why it morphs into like this weird mutation of masculinity, but it's not. It's like it's a different form of masculinity and it's not respected the same way. So then the children will then end up being very different than when it's a man teaching them and disciplining them. So
that's all
right. But that can go behind the household. It's not just the dad, but it's a man, period. Right? A masculine man will get that same. Your echo's bad. Let me.
I want to say this. Like, I think we gotta stop acting like every man that got this great masculinity. It's plenty of people that grew up scared to death of their moms. Their moms is the disciplinarian, even when it's two parents in a household. So I don't know where we get this ideology that everybody's scared of their goddamn pops. It's plenty of people that rather go to their father, especially the daughters, because they know the father is soft And the mother is the one that say, no, we are not allowing our child to do this, that, and the third. I don't know where we get this remedial rhetoric from. Human beings are human beings, and that is it. I don't know
true.
what the fuck y'all be talking
Yeah,
about.
I was
True.
about to say
However,
that.
that's
Make these
not the
narrative.
majority, though.
I agree.
That's not the majority. And
Well,
those
that's
the men that are raised by either feminine men and dominant women, that's how they'll be. They'll raise their children the same way. So it's not necessarily like how it's just that's how it is. But in true masculinity and femininity, that balance, you will see a difference in the children. No, we're talking about an ideal situation, yes, but in reality, that's not what we have. However, we're seeing the deficit every day of these children not being raised how they're supposed to. Whether they're raised by a feminine man and a masculine woman, the outcome is not good. So you can say that the kids are scared of, and when the kids are scared of mom, it's a difference that they're scared of mom. It's not a respect thing. It's like a weird, like I said, it's a mutated type of respect. So even when they come out and see women being disrespectful to men, they don't understand that that's not acceptable because mom is on such a pedestal that they don't realize that in general, this is not acceptable.
Right, 30-second response is going forward. All right, 30-second response is going forward, so we can actually have a dialogue. Because if you were talking to Sharon, he can't remember all that shit now. Not to say he can't, but you know what I mean. Like we gotta, like if we're gonna respond,
he's special. He's special. We got you.
No, I'm just saying. No. Just saying.
So let me
damn it, Hank.
Because I wanted to
Can I
hear.
give you
I wanted to hear more of that. Like, because I actually have a couple follow-up questions. Go ahead, Tommy.
Okay, so an example I'll give you, Sharon, is like with the school. I very rarely see a dad going to the school to approach the teacher because the kid got in trouble. I overwhelmingly see moms up there. It's the teacher's fault, something like that. But I think you're right. It can't be both. I just think it's so overwhelmingly on one side. That's why people just talking generalities.
And all I want to say, like, you know me, I rebel against remedial rhetoric every single day. This is what I do because people just say things. They don't know where they come from. And so that's all I'm saying is that, like, sometimes I think we really got to really think about what we are saying and have definition to words. Like the word nurturing. The word nurturing only means to care for.
Yo, but let's dig into that pause a little bit more. So, Sharon, when you said so. Let me use myself anecdotally to see if I understand, right? So yeah, my daughters will come to me like if they want to get so I don't whatever, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? You can run around the store. I'm your daddy. You know what I'm saying? They already know I'm the strongest person in the world. I'm with my daddy. I could do what the fuck I want to do. Do they be saying that? I hope they don't say it like that, but you never know. Right? But when I lock in on their ass too, it's real quick. You know, like the discipline is way over their mom. So how does that, like, how do you put that equation together?
So, Ham, can I answer that? Go ahead, Board Class. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I talked a lot. Go ahead.
So that's what I was saying when it's the relational part. I think a lot of times by default, we look at the differences and we're tempted to compete. Mm-hmm. But what the relational portion and the nurturing portion from the mother does at that point in time is it is her role to ensure that the relationship between the child and the father is not breached. So when you lock in on the discipline and she comes in, not to undermine, but to say, hey, your father loves you. And because he loves you, he's going to make sure that certain rules and principles are enforced. Because when you get into the world, people will enforce those things on you without the love. So you might think that she is there to repair and to nurture the relationship because the father's not going to necessarily be like, I wonder if they intended to do that. They're going to deal with the priority, which is making sure that the structure is maintained. The role of the mother is to come in then and make sure that the relationship is not damaged. So why is it important?
The father's not walking on his hands, is he?
No, exactly. That's the very reason why, because he's not going to hesitate to discipline. So in the eyes of the children, they don't understand that.
What I'm asking is, I'm saying is he walking on his hands like a Neanderthal, right? So you enforce, but then you go back, you circle back, give understanding, right? And everything is positive, and that's your daughter. You know what I mean? So why would I need the mom to come and be like, your dad like that. That when I don't understand that part.
But Ham, my mom did the same thing with my dad. Whenever my dad would discipline me, right? My mom would later come behind and say, "Hey, this is the reason why he did this X, Y, and Z. I recommend you not do that anymore." Because from my mind, I couldn't really understand what the true meaning of it was. But because she was coming from a nurturing aspect of it, which is what I need, because I just got beat, so I needed
I
some kind of
know.
healing, right?
No, I
And that
understand that.
healing,
Bro. I understand
Kasim,
that. Oh, I mean, shit, my bad. Kasim. But then that's what leads me to the no, don't hit the kids, right? Because the hitting seems to come with so much less understanding, right? Without the because it seems like it's lacking in communication. That's why it was alleged that the hitting is for lazy parents. That's why I got disconnected. See, when you were saying that, because if I'm disciplining my daughters, I'm not hitting them in that point. I'm explaining it, and then they get in timeout or whatever the case is.
Okay,
Or I
I
just
see what
tell
you're
them to
saying.
stop. But I don't need their mom to come in and say, "Here's why this happened," because I'm talking to them.
I
Could
forgot at the beginning you said you're using yourself anecdotally, so you were talking
Yeah.
specifically about your babies. Okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
the
That's
reason
why
I
I
would
was speaking towards like
it's more
the
tangible,
when it
kind
has
of.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. But in
Okay.
that, ideally, in that sort of in the instance that you're explaining, right, it
Mhm.
eliminates the need for that repair because you're not hitting them. You see what I'm saying? So the way
Yeah.
that you're
Okay.
explaining
Okay.
it explains itself. So you're right.
Yeah.
I
e-
misspoke.
And that's
even
why.
even
Hold on.
even
And
without
that's
hitting
why
them. Okay,
Kasim. Hold on. And that's why Kasim, what he's saying makes sense, right? In his experience, because he was getting hit, and his mom came to do. But okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Go ahead.
even
Bro, go ahead.
even even without hitting, right? It's still, if she's been like the mediator, even without hitting, if she's been like the mediator, explaining to the child why you got reprimanded the way you did, why dad talked to you the way you did, what he did, you're out in the world, you're taking care of the world, she's in your house and she's taking care of your stuff. If she does that, that allows you to stay on business and keep your mind focused on what's going on, so you don't have to come down to that child level. That's why that's decent, because you can continue to stay focused, because you know you got a great communicator at the house. That's why you made child with her. And that's why you married with her. So she can give you the child that empathy as to why dad is doing what he's doing. Not that you still can't come back, but the child will start to think, oh, dad's picking on me, dad don't like me. No, dad, while you're away, it's not that dad don't love you, it's not that dad's mad at you, dad, this, that, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. And then what I was going to say before Love C started, you would be with your wife and with the mom saying, hey, the only way to respect me and follow my rules is to respect your mom. And they would see that and get that dynamic going on, because so not only do they understand the structure, they know the play.
Yeah, I understand that. So let me give you another anecdotal example, right? So my son, he was helping with yard work, right? Now granted, he only a month and he's on a year and 2 months, but regardless, he got to get his ass out there. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So he came in, fell asleep with his shoes on. I said, yo, you picked up 6 leaves, bro. It's 10 trees in the yard. He knocked out, right? So I lay him down. I kind of rolled him over, whatever. He's soft ass. You know what I'm saying? She come in taking off his shoes and shit. I'm like, nah. Leave that Negro be. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm joking, but this actually did happen though. But that's the point. I fear that it's like over, because he a boy. You know what you see what I'm getting at? Like, all right now, because when he get older, I'm gonna be he jumping off the porch. CTE, here we come. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? But so
don't let your white neighbors see that, what they gonna call CPS on your ass.
One time for Big Chug. Big Chug was asleep before we made it into the house. But you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a level of like the late, like she'll do too much trying to overcome, like to protect them type shit. You know what I mean?
But that balances out though, because she's gonna do it until when you like, no, leave his shoes on, right? So as he gets older, he understands, hey, when I'm coming in the house from a hard day's work, she needs to be right here ready to take my shoes off. It's building that expectation for him later on in life.
Oh, he like, my mommy did it. Okay.
Yeah. But
with
at
it.
the same
Yeah.
time, he's gonna also understand that when daddy says no, no goes for everybody, including mommy. When he tell her leave
Yes.
my shoes on, leave my shoes on.
Shit
Right?
like that.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
So
shit like that.
we're that's why I say we're raising adults. We're not
Yeah,
raising
yeah.
a 1-year-old. I'm raising somebody's husband.
Amen.
Do y'all
Very
baby?
different.
Did y'all baby talk?
No.
I did. I did. I even
Did I
baby talked
baby
my
talk?
20-year-old.
No.
Yo, world
I
class.
just spoke to him in my regular
I did.
voice.
All right,
Yeah.
what's your all right? Cause see, let me ask y'all a question.
What's
What's up?
baby talk? Like goo goo gaga or
Oh,
just make
come
a
here.
different
Let me help
voice?
you out. Let me put your little shoes. No, I ain't doing
Oh
all
yeah, I
that.
talk like that, but I say real words.
Like what? But if you make the word like, oh, that's not a real word. See.
No, I don't do. No, I say real words, but I talk to him in the
All right, let me ask y'all a question because y'all
that's
fronting
right.
on the baby talk. Hank, did you baby talk?
No.
The daughter. Kasim, you baby talk your sons?
No, hell no.
What's their
Mm-mm.
nicknames when they was coming up?
I didn't have any nicknames for them. I called them by their names. Oh,
Are you
know what? Let me
serious?
stop. Oh, wait a minute. Let me stop.
Stop the cap.
I call my oldest son by his name. My middle son, my youngest son got a nickname. His nickname was Stony because he always had this hard. He always looked hard, so we called it. His nickname was Stony.
Tommy, go ahead. Ain't nobody listen to that bullshit, man.
Why I gotta be put in the back?
You know what? Now I want to hear no more nicknames. Never mind. Damn, man, but it's interesting. I could see that though. That was some good points. I don't know who wanted to jump in. Go ahead.
You said Tom.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but
Go ahead, Scan,
I think it goes to
don't
it
get
gets
it,
extreme to talk about the genders. If the woman is better at something, let her have it. If the man is better at something, let him have it. There's a man, but they make these fictional cavemen on YouTube, masculine,
Even if they light skin skin?
and they make these fictional women who's some kind of nurse or wearing this skirt and don't know nothing. Both parents are good at something. Both of them are bad at something. Figure it out. Put a plan together. Manage the kids.
But Scam, but you so based on because you going off of kind of like when you were raised, but I've seen women be better at the stereotypical things.
Like what?
Okay.
Like
women who are not.
Like football, boxing.
No, they're not good at football.
I'm saying is there are some who are, there are some who are not.
But I don't play the some game, right? So if we're having a real conversation, right? And I understand some always applies, right? But I've seen women be better at the things that women stereotypically are better in.
Cool.
That's all. So
we can have the argument here, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, I just real quick with Scam. So that's what I'm saying. Like we understand the better person does it, but I've seen women play the role that we say they're supposed to play very well.
No, that's cool. I'm just saying. If a woman can't cook at all, she burns Kool-Aid. Don't have her cooking. Maybe he needs to do some cooking.
She can't cook. She's a girl.
Or if he can't manage money and she can, maybe she should be managing the money. If she works on cars and he can't even park the car in the garage, maybe she should be helping with the car. But
he need to be a munch.
Get out and figure it out.
Okay.
World class wilding. World class wilding. You talking about you need to be a side chick, you need to be a munch.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All in her.
What were you saying?
Because I think that the issue that I have with it is that, like, you know, the profession that they use is like, you know, nursing and teaching is the skill set that women are better at. But we know that male teachers are awesome, male cooks are awesome, male nurses are good. It is not. It's really no real profession that we can say that a female is a 100% better than the male counterpart. There's no proof of it. It's just that we choose different things for different reasons. We can say that, but when it's time to actually do the job and we put a male and female in there, the job's just going to get done.
Well, we know they better giving birth.
I don't think they're. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Joker.
I was saying I don't think they're saying men or women are better. They're talking about the qualities that are usually specific to masculinity and femininity. And typically, in a society when it was,
Tommy, I got you.
When men were masculine and when women were feminine, there are certain occupations that were better for them, but I don't think if a man is better at certain things, yeah, I get it. He can, but it's not going to be all men or most men. It's going to be a few select men that are just like more nurturing and more, and then some women are just going to be more protective. And but I think when people are speaking, they're not saying just, oh, it's a woman or a man. It's just innately these qualities, these attributes are typically more feminine or
So you
masculine.
saying? I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I don't want to make sure I'm missing it. So you saying that men
That's
are
yours.
better than women?
Hey, Sharon, that's yours, baby boy. Yeah, there's some like a buzzing, like when you just came off mute. Check your
we cooking and this is I got the whole family's in the house, so that's why I'm on mute most of the time.
What's up, family?
I'm screaming and yelling at the kids.
Yeah.
Without
Okay.
you
Go
know,
ahead.
my hands on them, but I am talking firmly.
Yeah. I gotta go out too, you guys. I gotta go out too. I got a 5:30. All right, y'all be good.
Be safe.
Yeah.
Come back in black next time too. I'm trying to show.
So what I'm saying is, so if you agree that men are better than women at certain things, then I guess you don't care about pay difference. Then so men should get paid more than women because men are innate better than women in certain jobs. Correct?
Yes. No.
Yes. Yeah. If the men are better, they should get paid what they should get paid 100%. So like when I
just because they're men.
Yeah. So like
but what we hear, Camp, is like that is not the case. They want the equal pay for the equal job. So I don't know. It just get confusing to me sometimes. I think that it doesn't matter if the person is put into the job, both sexes can do the job very well, in my opinion.
I mean, I think that goes to certain jobs though, because if I'm on a construction site, I'm not going to lift as much as most men, so I shouldn't get paid as most men. If we're nurses, we're doing the same thing, then yes, we should get the same pay. If we're in an office and we're using the same brain power, but if you're telling me I'm going like I'm a welder or I'm something that requires like physical force and a man is physically superior than me, then he should get more. So
no, I work on the construction site, and me personally, I hire women. It doesn't matter if one can lift 50 pounds and one can lift 75 pounds, means I'm going to pay one a different pay.
So
it's about if you could actually do the job. It's not about if you can lift something heavier.
I don't think you hire them.
Anything. Okay.
You're not hiring them based on how much they can lift them.
If attendance is part of doing a good job, do you believe that? Good attendance is part of being a good employee?
Attendance?
Yes, attendance.
Yes.
Being on time, being present, being there. So when they on maternity leave, are they still a good employee? Because they're not there, they're not present, they're not doing anything for the company, they're not helping.
Yes, they're still a good employee, because then I could say the same thing for when these men got to go to family court every goddamn other week. They're not in attendance.
For no 6 weeks though.
What I'm saying, attendance is attendance because she has a medical problem. I'm not going to excuse
that.
Not saying that
it's not a problem
because pregnant. Okay, so if she's pregnant, she got to be out for 6 weeks or 3 months, and that is a medical issue. Then that's a medical issue. That's not an attendance issue.
I would agree with that.
Am I gonna be in court for 3 months?
I would agree
You'd be surprised how many times they call me and say, "Oh, I got caught today. I forgot." You'd be surprised.
They add up to 90 days.
No.
But there are things that are in place for that, though. There's FMLA. There's like
you don't get paid.
Short-term disability. So I don't think that makes her a good employee if she has to take maternity, or a bad employee if she has to take maternity leave.
But
if she's like absent because of other things that it's just mostly for us women. If she's absent consistently for that, then I think that she wouldn't be a good employee if she's absent habitually because of certain things.
So when she's making her visits, doing her, different visits she has to do before she goes on maternity leave, that can affect the attendance, correct? So that still makes her a good employee. I mean, Sharon, according to you, because they're all the same.
Let's use something that's a little bit more tangible for the majority of women. So when you're talking about availability, right? When women, I've seen it, and this is a stereotype, so we can argue it, but when women are having their 28-day cycle, there's often times where, for some reason, the entire office knows that somebody has their 28-day cycle, and she's moving a little bit slower. They're getting sent home earlier and things of that nature. So my company, we do moving. So like if we have the female movers, they'll be like, hey, so I'm a little bit under the, and they don't say it, but everybody be like, yeah, I'm kind of gassy or whatever the thing is. I said, well, we got 100 boxes in this house. You better gas your ass up and down these steps for these 100 boxes.
Amen. Absolutely.
I don't give no type of quarter for none of that shit. But it's like an expectation. And then when they can't help me with the baby grand piano, that has to matter. Is that unfair?
She's just in the wrong industry.
Yeah, I think it's unfair for you to have to compensate for her, you know what I mean, her deficits. I think there are other places, other roles that we play that we are better. Because I think a nurse as a woman is more nurturing than a man. So there's a deficit there. So, I mean, I don't know. But I think it's unfair that you have to then come in and have another guy lift this grand piano because she's not feeling well. You know what I mean? And I think that's unfair.
Y'all killing Sharon. He's hating this right now. Sharon, you gonna make it? You gonna be all right, brother?
I'm just saying that's just crazy. Like, you got to go to school to be a nurse. You got to learn to be a nurse. It's not like, I was born a woman, I'm going to innately be a better nurse than any man that goes to the same schooling as I did.
There are certain qualities that's going to be. I'm a nurse practitioner, so I know, and I came up because of this, because I'm the person that the kids go to when they're abused. I'm the examiner that says that's abuse or not, which is why I originally came up. But in my field, there are certain things that are innate to me. I've even told other people, like, you're not going to be a good nurse. My cousin who's trying to be a nurse, she lacks compassion. She's like cold, and she wants to be a nurse. I'm like, no, you suck at it as a woman. So there's certain things that.
Keep building on that point though. But your cousin, just using her, could she be more successful as an ER nurse?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Or a combat nurse or something like that. Yeah, I would say
right.
So. Right.
So
Because
there
are innate traits for all of it. People are better than other people. That's why pay scales have to be there. People are better. You can liken it to sports. There's better nurses, and better nurses get harder jobs or more responsibility, or they get put in different wards and things of that nature. Like the postpartum nurses were fucking trash compared to the what are the nurses like when you actually in labor?
The OB nurses.
Them nurses, are you the best? They know what to do. The postpartum nurse, oh, you okay? You need some tomato juice, whatever.
Some ice chips.
Yeah, ice chips. I'm like, yo, come on, like y'all just so happy. But the postpartum nurses be putting in work because it's levels to it. You know what I'm saying? So all of that has to matter, 100%.
I can agree with that.
Can I ask you a question, bro? Can I ask you a question, Ron? If you and your wife going out to dinner, but you need a child care provider, would you let your a 14-year-old neighbor who's a little boy named Thomas? Would you let him babysit, or would you look to get his sister, who's a 13-year-old babysitter, young girl? Would you be okay with a boy to babysit your kids?
Sharon, I don't like Hank bully you. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. So it's a difficult question for me because my children never left my household, never did no spend the night somebody's household and all those type of things, right? Just to answer the hypothetical question of different things. So yes, if I look at this boy, 14-year-old, and he looks like he is responsible, I would trust him to be responsible.
Yeah, to babysit your daughter, you said?
Shout out to Thomas.
To babysit my children, yes.
Male feminist.
Like I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at the person as a person of competence. Does this person give me any kind of vibe? Because for some reason, just because he's a 14-year-old boy, babysitting some children, you think something, I guess.
So you don't believe
it's going to happen to your children. That's crazy talk to me.
Don't nobody say nothing. Nobody say nothing.
You're right.
Let Sharon think about it. Everybody
I'm stressed out.
Everybody mute. Give him time to refocus his answer. Can he hear me? Sharon, put a finger up if you can hear me. Put 2 fingers up if you can hear me. Now let me see if his mind is working. What's 2 + 2, Sharon? Don't talk. Just give me the. Oh, see, he fucked up.
Wow.
He got
CTE.
I knew something was off. I knew something was off.
He got CTE for the battle.
Yeah, he's swinging that hammer for too long. Pause, man.
Pause.
Yeah, it's not. Sharon is too smart. Things happen when we least expect them. You know what I mean? So if you got little girls with a 14-year-old boy, everybody has some. You're cautious, right? You just hear things. Now, if he's still done, I would hope he vetted it out. But everybody thinks about the worst things that can happen when it comes to your kids. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, a competent person should be of any gender and be able to do the job. But we know as human beings, we know shit be happening.
Yo, you
and
know
then
how
that will
crazy
be
that
one
sounds
kid.
to me, him? You are a male.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me you don't trust your 14-year-old self? You know how crazy that sounds to me personally? That sounds
I would trust my 14-year-old self.
Sharon, I think the argument is that and y'all could disagree with me because I'm gay, right? I think the argument is that 14-year-old boys and a 13-year-old girl, the maturity level and hormones are at different paces. So on that, I think that plays a large part into the judgment as well. Not to say that something couldn't happen with a 13-year-old girl watching your children, right? But the maturity level and the hormones at that age, I think.
I guess maybe I feel maybe I look at a different cue because I was one of those children that people left their children with. I was the one that was taking care of my little sisters, the little cousins, and all these things. So for me, I do not look at it just because it's a male that something SA wise is going to happen to the children. With
It got to be considered.
Also, let me add this in. Very young girls tend to show an inclination towards being mothers. So you feel like she's gonna watch your children a little better.
Yeah. And like a 14-year-old boy, I mean, they both 13-year-old girl, 14-year-old boy are definitely going through a lot of hormonal changes at the same time, right? Because some young ladies grow into their whole body around that age, right? But a 14-year-old boy with your little child, regardless of what age it is, his attention span, like the attention that children need and like what they be focused on at 14 years old, you're going to look at a girl because you'll know that the girl was with the grandma or the mom way more than the boy was coming up. So they got a little bit more skills. They know how to put the bottle together. They know how long it's going to go on the stove or stuff like that. They have more of a experience being around a child than a boy because he outside, he hooping and doing shit like that. While he hooping and playing, she in the house with the moms and stuff. So just generally speaking.
I think you hit it when you said the motherly thing because, I mean, my son is 4 and my daughter's 3, and she'll come up to me with her baby doll and go, "Oh," and my son will take her head off. So yeah, you absolutely right.
Yeah, and then lastly, Sharon, before you rebut, consider this. Now, I don't think he's listening, but we're still gonna say it. All right, I love you, Sharon. You know I love you. That nigga been windmilling like a motherfucker. So
like 2 hours.
So. The last thing is consider the games we play growing up. Little girls playhouse and tea party and all that, and they take care of the little babies, right? So they've been nurtured up that way to an extent. Their games don't have a loser and winner. Motherfucker just be in there. It look boring as hell, but they be I don't know what the fuck is so fun about fake tea, bro. I hate tea parties
and makeup.
I just had a flashback. We had a tea party last week.
I was about to say, don't let your daughter hear that.
So, but just even the games, like how they being nurtured up, I think could help in terms of babysitting and understanding the things of that nature. All right, what you think, Sharon? And then we're gonna get Joseph and he finished windmilling.
I don't think the games that kids play is anything to do with helping with the kids in the household. You want to play Dungeons and Dragons and anything to do.
Right, so I read on mine, dating a woman with kids. I see no problem with that. This is a woman.
It don't have anything to do with how they got responsibility for their little brothers and sisters or the next door neighbors' children. I don't believe any of that.
Sharon, it does. You know how many times I let my brother run around while I was playing Madden and like hearing fucking him knock shit over, just like nigga, I check on him. I check on him next quarter.
And for some reason, we acting like because these girls is playing Tea Party that these kids is not still running around while she's just in her own world with her little teapot. Short and shout, this is my spot. They doing the same thing. So it's about the competence of the kid. It doesn't matter what game they playing. If she want to play with her Barbie dolls, she's gonna be playing with her Barbie dolls while the kids is running around. If he want to be somebody that's playing his video games or he want to just play his video games, those kids is running around. It doesn't matter what they playing. It's about the competence of the child that is taking care of your children. I don't know why we act like it is a gender thing of responsibility. It's a person thing.
Well, not even just to letting the kids run around, even participate. Like when my older brother watched us, he participated in the dunk contest that made the hole in the wall. It's not even just letting them run around. Us as little boys will participate with the little kids in the game. We will wrestle with
absolutely.
So again, we all understand that there's a possibility for either. But what we're saying is it's an overwhelming majority of one side. There's always a possibility, absolutely.
I think it speaks to social development too. Like it's not just that they're doing. I mean, you're speaking of competence, but how do they develop that competence? By how they're socialized. So she's socialized to nurture a doll. When she sees a child, she's going to want to nurture that child. She now has the time to actually nurture an actual child.
That's a perfect point.
It's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, it's not just the fact that they're playing and then now they're adults. No, it's how they're socialized.
Yes.
I agree with the
Mr. Fantastic. Who you want to talk to? Come in with your head leaning and shit like that. You seem like niggas been bothering you.
But I'm waiting, man. I don't want to be rude. I'm just gonna wait when it's my turn.
Oh, that's new for you. Okay. Joseph.
Yeah.
What's popping?
Nothing. I'm just listening for right now. I don't really have anything to add because I'm not a parent, so I don't want nobody to use that against me. And the point that I had, it kind of it was over 2 hours ago. So.
All right. AMI with the £5 said, do you actually know the majority of cultures you compare yourself to, the mothers are disciplinarians, right? Did we compare ourselves to other people, or was there a comparison? No. Oh, I think in the super chat or something.
Super chat.
Like the Spanish culture.
No. Whatever Maria and Hector doing is what Maria and Hector are doing. Shout out to them. OG Speed with the $5. So humans got so smart they know better than God. Stop tiptoeing around this subject. Keep them talking, DJ Hamp. See you on a big review show. 187 with the 5 Canadian was popping, said the women is supposed to reinforce the structure the father provides. A lot of women today, if the father says right, they go left, and the kids follow. Follow maybe. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, so if discipline and nurturing is balanced in one parent, is the other parent really needed if we aren't speaking in a nuclear family perspective? Yeah. God, you with the $5 says, mowing the lawn was all push, no motor. Now you could trust a kid to drive basically a go-kart around the house. Most things just got easier to do. J Speed with the $5 says, we are mentally crossbreeding children, and they will always will be mentally hybrids. Do seedless watermelon sound familiar? Results? What are you saying? What?
That's a good point.
I don't know what you mean. That's a good point, though. Red Pill Ranger with the $2. Women been messing with kids more these days. Carlisle Tom with the $10. Pardon me. What are we talking about? We teach little girls to be cautious, to be aware of certain dangers from very young. Hence why girls appear to mature earlier. You with the $2. Are big brothers not big brothers no more, though? Yeah, no, they are. The Red Pill Ranger with the $2. Perv behavior and attention span isn't gender based. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says Sharon is right. Competence isn't gender based. It's an individual personality trait, and it's no overwhelming majority. Straight straw men's arguments. Yeah, I was just arguing little girls getting lashed by a little boy. I would have some precautions. That's all.
Yeah, you're going off actual.
It's fantastic. Huh?
Brother.
Who you got beef with, man? You came up here looking disgusted. Who you want to talk to? Let's just get over with.
Listen, man, I just heard a whole bunch of mindless crazy rhetoric, man. Niggas talking about neuroscience.
Who said it? God damn it! I don't like when people bother you. Who said it?
Sharon and World Class. It's just a whole bunch of babble, man. Listen, again, hundreds and thousands of years and so on and so forth, and all of a sudden, this generation of people think we got everything figured out. Everybody's softer. Everybody's mentally challenged. Everybody's psychologically damaged. Every kid got ADHD. All these different things. And Tommy was up here. I don't know if he's still up here. He's still up here. Yeah, bro. Pain is pain, bro. Again, whether it's being inflicted on you by a dog, a stove, or a person, that is a lesson in that. And the negative repercussions of that feeling is going to deter you from repeating whatever the reason for that was. Okay? Some of it is just reactionary, like, hey, fire is hot, okay? Or a dog's bite. But with people, it's the same thing. Again, humans are animals too. And again, just like you guys like to use it when it's to your benefit and bring up dogs and apes and everything else. But when you say, okay, well, humans have the most developed, smartest people on the planet, smartest species on the planet, have developed something that's worked for thousands upon thousands of years. Now you just throw all that shit away and it's like, well, no, that shit right there is fucked up. No, bro. Again, y'all can't be out here talking about soft ass niggas and niggas don't do this, niggas don't do that, and so on and so forth. Why? Because there's no more punishment. There's no more physical, and that's men and women. But that's just one part of it, bro. Like, the neuroscience shit was crazy, though, to talk about, to act like pain. Your mind registers pain as pain, regardless of wherever it comes from. So don't talk about neuroscience, bro, and then throw the bullshit into it, talking about, oh, well, a person hitting your skin is different from a fucking stove being hot. No, it's not, nigga. It's the same shit.
Right, because do a stove have arms? Does it have a face? Does it speak? So if you don't know neuroscience, you probably shouldn't talk about it. You have a problem.
I know way more than you do.
Okay, cool. Prove it one day. And the shit that you mentioned about humans for thousands of years, what you mentioned in terms of neuroscience, etc., is labeling. But I don't think you'll take your ass in the store without those same labels. In modern day, we label everything. The other benefits you get from the labeling, throw them shits out too, since you don't want to acknowledge a world-class science called neuroscience that you're benefiting from now. YouTube exists. YouTube is how big it is because they utilize neuroscience and neurology. How the brain actually
you just saying the word don't mean you understand it. And that's my point. Thank you for making my point. You using the word neuroscience, I'm gonna say it again. You trying to take an inanimate object, I'm gonna say this again. Pain is pain no matter where it comes from. Your mind registers the same. So whether it be me as a person with arms, legs, head, legs, all that shit, or a dog with a mouth and paws, it's the same effect. I did something that caused this. I went up and I motherfucking poked the dog in the eye. The dog bit my motherfucking hand off, okay? I went up and touched a hot stove. That stove is hot, okay, that's fire. That orange shit or that bright red damn thing, iron thing on the stove, if I touch that again, so again, you learn from that pain. So you can't talk about based off of pain, off of the Mr. Neuroscience. So are we going to get into neurons and synapses and nerves? Is that what we doing, or what are we doing here? What are we saying?
Yes. You the one. You're challenging the science, my guy. So
I'm not challenging the science. I'm not challenging the science. I'm explaining the science way better than you are.
You're just said, no, you're not. You just said people. Yes, you said pain registers as pain, based off what?
Yes.
That's what
I just told you, nerves.
And what part of the brain?
What you mean? What part of the brain? Pain?
You're talking neurology and neuroscience. What part of the brain, since you know it better than me, associates pain the same, regardless of where it comes from, inanimate objects and parents, as distinguished from the parents? What part of the brain, guy that knows neurology better than me?
pain is going to be registered regardless.
What part of the brain? What part of the brain? What part of the brain? We're talking neurology and neuroscience. What part of the brain? My
I don't know. It fucking releases. So you educate us. Is it the hypothalamus? Is it what is it?
What part of the brain?
No, tell us. I'm asking you. You tell us. I said I'm gonna say it again. It escapes me at the moment. It escapes me at the moment. You tell me.
I'm gonna keep you stupid because you don't know. What part of the brain?
So now you don't know neither, nigga. You just asked.
You're an adult. You're 40 with titties. Go study. Stop eating food and go study.
No, nigga. No. You're an ugly ass nigga with a scrubbing face who's got to wear fucking glasses and a fucking turban and a turban to cover up your hairline.
You could have been studying neuroscience to actually know
better. I could have been studying shit, bro. Listen, stop playing. Again, you didn't answer the question.
Dumb niggas can hop
answer the question. What part of the brain, motherfucker? Again, I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. Okay, but you didn't say the answer. And you didn't put the dumb ass to say the answer. Okay, cool. So like I said again. So like I said again. So like I said again, dumbass nigga.
And go to the library.
Dumbass nigga. So like I said again, dumbass nigga. Regardless of whatever fucking part of the brain, whatever part of the brain that the fucking shit is. Whatever. No, I didn't, because you didn't say shit. You don't know it either, dumbass nigga. You don't know it either.
But Johnny,
that's how nobody answered the question. So answer the fucking question. Yeah, this dumbass nigga don't know either. Say it, nigga. Answer the question, dumbass nigga.
What was the point?
So like I'm gonna say again.
What was the
point? The point is this. Help. My point is still made. Whether I know the fucking name of the shit right now or not off the top of my head, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, pain is registered as pain, period. Pain is registered as pain. The where don't matter. The where does not matter. The where is irrelevant.
Mr. Fantastic. So it does matter because the pain from the stove and the pain from my mother is two different things. If Hant punched me in my face and my mother punched me in my face, those are two different. I'm gonna eternalize. No, I'm gonna look at.
We're not talking about. You guys are trying to mix psychoanalysis. Hold on, stop doing this. I'm talking about physical only. Your fucking brain, bro. Your shit, motherfucking registers physical pain. Period. Y'all trying to add the emotional shit to it. That's a whole nother thing.
Every time, bro.
But the problem is that you're missing that we are equating the emotional part to.
Tell me I'm wrong with what I said first. So am I wrong? So the dumbass nigga, hold on. The dumbass nigga with the turban, the scar, and the fucking cheap ass glasses covering his face claims he knows what the name of the. Hold on. He claims to know the name of the specific place of the brain. Hold on. What the fuck? Well, you don't. Then why you asking me? I can just say anything.
You know better than me.
I do. I still do. I know way more about shit than you. But either way, so thank you. Hold on. So thank you. This dumbass nigga don't know, just like I don't know. He trying to make a big deal like he knows I don't.
We're not doing the work for you, dumb. You said you know shit. No, go fucking research it.
Okay, nigga, that don't mean you know everything of everything, you dumbass nigga. You dumbass nigga. You dumbass nigga who knows everything about everything.
I know precisely what it means. I know.
You don't. So again, you still prove my point because again, regardless of what the fuck you say, the shit is still registered. Period. Pain is pain. But go ahead, Sharon.
So what I'm saying is, no, we do register it differently. So the pain that I get from a stove and the pain that I get from my mother whooping my ass is two different types of pain in our mind. No matter how you try to frame it, it's different. If I get hit by him and I get hit by my father, I'm gonna register that as different types of pain.
So let's say what you're saying is if I put my hand over a fire, right, and I burn it, that's one thing. But let's say unintentionally, right, my father fucking dumps a motherfucking cigarette ash or something on my hand and I burn it. That's different pain.
Yes.
You dumb as hell.
Fantastic. I'm gonna help you out a little bit. You mind if I answer your question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the three parts of the brain that regulates pain is the orbital frontal column, orbital frontal, the medial prefrontal, and the dorsal prefrontal cortex. Those are the three parts of the brain that regulates pain.
It also includes the limbic system, which is attached to our emotions. So it does make a difference how the pain is caused. So if a child is burnt by a stove, it's different than if someone holds his hand and is burnt by a stove. So
Question,
because it's
Joker, back
attached.
on that point real quick. is the pain the same, but how it makes you feel different?
The physical pain is the same, but then it's attached to emotional pain, which is, emotional and psychological pain. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But the physical pain is the same.
That's
the
what
physical
he's
pain
saying.
is exactly the same.
That's what Mr. Fantastic was saying. How it makes
Jesus
you
Christ.
feel can hurt more or less, but the pain of the burn, the second degree burn, is gonna be a second degree burn, whether it's
Right.
from the ashes from your daddy or the stove. But the
we're-
fact
And
that the fact that your daddy dumped ashes on you, you be like, God damn, nigga,
Yeah.
that
And
hurt and it
affects
hurt
your
my feelings.
That
Yeah.
affects your self-worth. That affects aggression. That affects violence. So it affects other aspects of you that's not only
Yeah.
physical. So
And I think Miss
Okay,
Joker,
so
I know this is hold on, Mr. Fantastic. Let us clarify, see if we understand. Joker Bet. So is what you're saying is what was Mr. Fantastic saying that? Or was he saying something different?
he was addressing the physical pain. Like if we separate pain, it's physical pain is the same.
So yes.
However, yes.
Jesus.
However, it's not just a yes or no answer.
All right. Go ahead.
So again, appreciate you, Joker Bad, for clearing that up. Like I said, the psychoanalytical aspect of it, and I'm talking about the physical part only. And then when you get into that, everybody's different psychologically. So again, you then get back to what what's her name, Heathen Queen was saying, right? HQ. Everybody has different temperaments. Okay, you can yell at some of your kids and they'll get in line. Some of the kids you can talk to them all day and you tell them 3 times. Some of them you cannot talk to them and they do not register to just verbal correction. Okay. The whole point of this thing, man, is saying that if you put hands on your kids, you're lazy and you don't know your kids as well, and all this sage shit as to where they just don't respect what you're saying. But then at the same time, y'all saying, okay, you can if your kids value your words, they do what you say. But then y'all said, okay, well, whenever your kids around you, they're just gonna throw whatever you said out the window. Y'all trying to have it both ways, bro. You can't have it both ways.
Hey.
You can't argue on both sides of the argument, bro.
Hey, Joe.
So if that's the case, go ahead, my man. Go ahead.
Joke about so what percentage of humans can separate the physical pain from the emotional pain? You're on mute.
I'm sorry. I don't think you can separate it because how it's inflicted, it generates the same response. The stimuli generates the same response. So
all right. So
but it is different. It's different in individuals though. So
thank you. So therefore, we cannot separate the physical from the emotional. So like you saying that the physical number of pain to 1 to 10, like it doesn't matter who inflicts the pain at the end of the day, because
bro, it's still
separate and say this 1 to 10 hurt just as bad as my mother whipping me 1 to 10. It is going to be different.
But this what y'all are missing. So now it goes against the point of you saying, okay, well, if my mom beat my ass is different than my daddy beat my ass because my daddy has more force behind it. So you're still making my point.
No, what we're talking about
the
is
physical pain.
No, but we're not talking about a parent to parent. We're talking about a stove to compare to a physical human being that's supposed to love, nurture, and care for you. And cares about
okay, and even so
you're comparing the same ass whooping from a parent as a burn from a stove. That
and the same thing. Okay, and the same thing translates.
Do anything physical to you, but cook your food. You actually got to use the stove. So that's why we are saying that. This is why we're saying that you should not use the stove as a parent.
Can I ask one more clarifying question before you go, Miss Fantastic? Joker Bet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Real quick, I just want to ask. So let me just get this straight for the C students like myself. Now I took AP courses, but I ain't gonna rub that in. So you hurt you so cigarette burn, right? You don't know me. I cigarette burn you. Your dad's cigarette burned you. Same degree of burn, right? So technically you should have the same amount of physical pain, right?
No,
so
you have no emotion.
I know, like this, right? But I'm saying the physical cigarette burning you, right?
Yeah.
Boom.
Mm-hmm.
But I do it, you don't know me from a can of paint. Your
Right.
dad does it intentionally. Are you saying that even though it's both a second degree burn, your dad burning will feel like it hurts worse?
Yes, it will feel like it hurts worse.
Oh,
It affects your
okay.
self-worth. It affects your self-esteem.
But the
It will
feel
do
part
some.
though,
What's that?
like it'll feel like, damn, that hurt more.
I think
That's not
because
true.
of the emotional weight on it and the psychological weight on it, it will feel worse. Yeah.
Will your brain process it as such?
That's not no.
Okay.
Yes.
That's just not true, man.
Okay, so one part of your brain processes physical pain, and the other part processes
hand down.
other pain. But when it's because there's an emotional attachment to whoever is inflicting the injury, then that pain is different. It's different.
Again, that's no, man. Again, I'm gonna say this again. Okay, hell, if Lord forbid your family member shoot you or anybody shoot you, it's the same. That shit is not. It's not gonna feel a whole lot better because fucking a stranger shot you. Okay, can we stop with the bullshit? This is where we get too far and but there's no science that supports that. Pain is pain across the board.
What?
Hold on. There's listen, I'm going to say this again. We're talking from a physical aspect. When you guys start trying to add psychoanalysis into it, which again, psychology in itself is fucking subjective at best, okay? And then, because then, like you said, it's too many variables, unknowns to motherfuckers say that, oh, for sure, because your daddy did it, it's going to hurt more. At the end of the day, bro, the point that's being made is this. Behavior change, one of the most, they say it's power in pain, right? Or pain is life's greatest teacher. Even when it's not physical pain for you, right? You do some shit. If you go through something that's so motherfucking
I never heard
horrific,
nobody in the
traumatic,
goddamn psychiatric ward saying, "Goddamn, the way how that stove burnt me, I never got over how that stove burnt me."
Can I interject, please?
Fantastic. Okay, and the majority. Hold on. And again, and I'm glad. I'm glad you're using that. Hold on. And I'm glad you're using that point. And again, just like you said that for the stove, the majority of people don't say, "Oh, the way my mom popped me on my hand at one time, I'll never ever forgive her. I hate her, and I hope she motherfucking dies when the next time I see her either."
Can I say something, please?
That's very.
Yes.
Why do you keep making these stupid ass faces?
But we're talking about the effect on the developing brain.
Hold on, Jokerbed. I got another dumb question, Jokerbed. Come here, Jokerbed. All right. My bad. I didn't mean to say. So listen. Last question. If I go to the doctors and I tell them, yo, this random nigga burnt me with a cigarette, and I tell them, yo, my father burnt me with a cigarette, do they give me more or less morphine?
They give you the same morphine, but you're a grown man.
See, that part fucking me up. It's hard to understand because I wish you get a higher dosage.
It's not hard to understand, Hemp, because again, that's how it is. Pain is pain, bro.
Because you would get, so the difference is if the random person burns you, you're just going to get the morphine. But if your dad burns you, you're going to get the morphine plus a psychiatrist.
Can I say
ahead,
something,
Joseph.
please?
I've been cooking up all day, Hemp. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I've been.
All right, Hemp, I'm out, bro.
My windmill's been landing, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Go ahead,
Undefeated.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Okay, I think what the operative word that we're missing in this whole argument is betrayal. Mr. Fantastic, this is probably one of the few times that I'm gonna disagree with you. There was an article that I had read a couple days ago about Wendy Williams, right? Now follow me for a second. Wendy Williams is going through a lot of physical ailments, and she's also going through a lot of mental ailments right now because of what is perceived to be her husband's and her son's betrayal, right? See, the problem is that the rest of the panel is actually right, Mr. Fantastic, and you're actually wrong. A lot of people are fucked up by the people who were deemed to be the authoritative figure, to be the superior figure over them. You know, you can even look at one of my favorite shows is Sopranos, and they did a psychology on Tony Soprano and the way that the person that he is and the parent that he is because of the non-existent love and the fleeting non-existent love from his mother, and you know, the kind of like the back and forth with his father. You know, his father overcompensated for being a bad father by always giving him gifts and money, and his mother, you know, basically treated him like, you know, like he was a burden, right? So what my point by saying that is that, you know, emotional damage, it can be as much it can be just as bad as physical pain. You know, for example, you know, for the most part, by the people who you look at to trust, love, and protect you, it hurts more than just coming from a random stranger. Not saying that it doesn't, that trauma, you know, that people don't get trauma from getting robbed or getting raped or, you know, getting assaulted by a stranger, but it hurts more when it comes from somebody who loves, supposed to love, protect you, and support you. That's all.
Emotional
So
pain.
I would say, and I think this is where it's being lost, is the difference between like abuse and just discipline. And so, like for me, I got a lot of ass whoopings coming up, but I looked at it as discipline. I have a cousin who his mom just used to just mollywop that nigga for no reason. He doesn't look at that shit as discipline. He look at it as abuse. So we can argue that we both got whoopings, but because I knew what was behind mine and because a lot of his was just knee-jerk reactions and it's received differently. So I think that's kind of where it's getting mixed up at is between, you know, whether it's abuse or whether it's just discipline or whatever. But my thing is, it's funny how we can all concede that people learn different ways, visually, physically. I have to do this, but then we can't understand how people have to be raised differently. Some people you can reason with them, talk with them. Some people you have to tap that ass, Paul. So.
Yo, so
let me can I ask a question
we have
real quick?
5 hours and 56 minutes. I'm ending this bitch on 5:59 so I can edit out the DJing I was doing earlier. I'm not missing that shit this time, bro.
All right, go ahead and do your thing, player.
I just want to say, hey man, the 2 LVPs for today, Mr. Fantastic,
brother,
and Sharon. The 2 least valuable people on the panel today. They my like brothers. That. I love them, but them are some windmilling ass niggas, boy.
Nah.
God damn. Let me zoom in on these niggas. Mr. Fantastic, what you got to say for yourself, man?
Listen, man. Like I said, pain is pain.
Put him in the fucking.
Sharon, what you got to say for yourself?
Hey, I got this to say. Yourself, if you don't want to put your hands on a dog, you're not supposed to put your hand on your spouse. Do not put your hands on those little human beings. They are trying to grow and learn how to be a part of society. That's all. So don't look at. They just want your attention. When they acting wild, when they acting like Tommy B, they're children like him to need a little bit more attention. That's all he needed. He just needed a little bit more attention. Your kids, they want to be your best.
Oh, I definitely got more attention.
All right, Sharon, let me be fantastic.
And I just want your permission. Can I review this tomorrow morning?
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Let me grab this up, man. Yeah. So listen, man, according to these niggas, hey, give your kids all the cake, all the ice cream, don't whoop them, don't yell at them. Niggas say you can't raise your voice, you can't pop hands, you can't use belts, you can't use none of this shit, okay? So just God damn it, how the hell I'm getting to play? I didn't get my final song off. God damn it, ain't my fault you let this nigga go 3 minutes. I'm almost done, shut your ass up. Hey, man, listen, I don't argue with niggas with Oscar the Grouches.
Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
You can't, I don't argue with Oscar the Grouches, nigga, stop. So like I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen to these niggas and just let your kids do whatever they want. Okay, let them run wild, let them whatever, love them through it, and just let's see how it turns out and holler at me in 20 years, goddamn it, and we'll see. But and I promise it's not gonna be good.
Thank you. Go ahead, Q.
Yeah, pretty much. I learned today from you niggas that men and women are the same when it comes to being able to raise kids, and as long as you're popping your kids and not spanking them in Sharon's world, you're a good person. But yet he pops his kids. So okay.
Yeah, man, we are not the same, but we have definitely attributes that overlap. Men can nurture, women can discipline, but there's somebody who's well suited for the job, and that's the person who should do it. God damn it. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. We getting out of here for this so I can edit that bitch out. These are what the 10 ounces. Pain is pain. Emotional damage is real. Men have had heart attacks and dying after learning their child isn't theirs or learning their spouse has died. I love y'all. Be safe. Do the right thing. Sharon gonna review this tomorrow, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.